Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Hello, hello, hello. What is up, home slices? Hey, Malachi. Get the YouTube chat up. There we go. We got Sproxy in YouTube chat. This song does slap. And I would encourage you all to check out Chill Boy Beats over on YouTube. If you enjoyed the music especially, they just got a bunch of amazing tunes over there. Go check them out. Dropping a link to the Sonic the Hedgehog synthwave mix we've been listening to. Howdy, howdy. You always look so cute in that green cardi. Thank you, little Morphe Nanny. Hello, KBS. Hello, Bread into Toast. Hello, Hogwarts Emo Dragon. Hello, Squayatolo. Hello, Bread Boy. I said Bread Peanuts. Boiled Peanuts TV. Don't know whether those peanuts are bread or not. Hello, VCC TV. Hello, Sproxy. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Little Morphe Nanny. I know I'm getting some doubles in here, but you know what? That's okay. Hello. TYT, thank you very much for the raid, opening us up on a good note. We haven't even started yet, you guys are just in time. Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? We have so much to talk about today. We have so much to go over and talk about today, so let's see if we can get through all of it. That's our challenge today. That's our little I was about to try and reiterate saying challenge, and then I just decided we're going to go with challenge. That's our challenge today. We're going to get through all the content. How about that? For Raiders, those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I'm a socialist. I advocate for democratic worker co-ops and the actual factual ways we can make those things happen. And, you know, things like Medicare for all and the decommodification of the things that people need to live in a modern society. Drew in Georgia, hello, hello. Got a lurk? No problem. Thank you for your service. I'm glad Jack is on when I can raid us over here. I appreciate it, Bread into Toast. Hello, Felicity. Wait, this isn't a Minecraft stream. Ho ho ho. Just you. Man, I like poke my head from time to time into like what the Minecraft community is doing, just because, you know, like 10 years ago I put a lot of time into that game. Apparently there's a huge drama going on right now in the Minecraft community about one of the major Minecraft streamers apparently had been faking being black and Muslim and basically had just lied about every aspect of their lives, and it just got like unearthed. So that's going down right now in the Minecraft community, and I poked my head in, and now I slowly am bringing it back into this world, which feels oddly a little bit more sane. Some of the well, you know, Savin Moose, there is a weird confluence of like Minecraft streamers who are like we're like 16-year-olds like 10 years ago, 5 years ago, who like got roped in with like red pill shit and like fascist apologia. So like you can sometimes find like a kid-friendly Minecraft streamer who's like just saying like 1450 about like African Americans, you know? It's wild stuff. Which this is your PSA. Make sure if your kid is into watching Minecraft streamers that you know which Minecraft streamers your kid is watching. You know? My goodness. Holy shit, indeed. Hogwarts Emo Dragon, I can make no promises. This stream might go very, very late. But if I see you, I will see what I can do. I recently started Minecraft last year. It's a fun game. I'd recommend it. One day I'll go back. Been there when I had kids. Fuck, it's hard to go through that content. Yeah. Hope the New Year's is starting out great for you. Thanks, Todd Pemper. Mine's been sad. My grandpa passed. Oh my god. I'm very sorry. My condolences. Life is hard sometimes. It was yeah. I empathize quite a bit. Watch what is the Minecraft server they play with too. I mean, honestly, good advice for you as a parent. Like, play the online games with your kid. You know? Like, if that is at all possible for you, that's like the best method to keep them safe. My goddaughter was playing on a Minecraft server, and I started playing with her, and the global chat was awful. I put my foot down. Yeah, that's exactly, like, you gotta check that stuff out. Like, if your kid is into Roblox and you don't give a single F about Roblox, sorry, your new hobby is playing Roblox. You know? Anyway. We have content today. And folks, I do want to preface this by saying today we're going to go hard. We are going to go hard today. How many of you know what the BroTip is? Just show of hands. Oh shit, Hogwarts Emo Dragon, if you're live, we'll raid you and see what our communities can do. Do I want to know what it is? Well, stick around. We have a couple fun stories real quick before we dive into things. But our first story of the day is going to be the BroTip. All right. So first of all, I just wanted to start out by saying the show Reacher went viral like a year or two ago. Because if any of you don't know what it is, Reacher is like another Jack Reacher thing. It's about like a CIA agent who like goes around and does CIA things. And yeah, it's kind of like a show for a new generation, a more discerning generation of people who would otherwise watch like NCIS or something. You know, the 50th season of that show. But it went a bit viral because the actor who plays Reacher in the show, Alan Ritchson, is massive. Like, I think he's like 6'7". Like, I didn't actually look that up. Alan Ritchson height is the #1 result. No, he's 6'3". What? That is insane. Okay, but also let's just here. I'll just really emphasize part of why it went viral. He's 6'3" and built like a fucking tank. Okay, like he's not just like, oh, a 6'3" dude. He's a 6'3" dude with just a crazy amount of muscle on him. When he's on set with his fellow actors, there are times he's like a head and a half taller than like everyone else in the scene. Like he's just huge. He's a beefy boy, right? Um, wait, is Jack Reacher actually huge in the books? I've never read any of them. Tell me you juice without actually saying it. I don't think he juices is the thing. That guy, my wife has been thirsting for him. I mean, I get it. But he went like conservatives love the show, right? The conservatives love the Jack Reacher series because frankly, it's about American CIA assets kicking ass. Like that's a thing that appeals to many conservatives, and sometimes it appeals across party lines because people like watching ass be kicked. But conservatives did not like the fact that Alan Richson, that massive beefy boy, is a leftist. He is a left-leaning individual, and he walks around wearing shirts like "Arrest the cops who killed Breonna Taylor." So, yeah, you know, he's just out for a walk with his dog. Cute dog, by the way. The dog might be tired, but I'm not. Long road ahead, and just casually wearing a cool shirt like this, and the people are just going nuts. Right wingers love this man, Virender Jubal, friend of the show. Right wingers love this main muscle dude actor of Reacher until they found this picture of him. So now they're crying because he is left wing. And this tweet went a little bit viral. And like there's just some incredibly awful shit in the comments, frankly. Yeah. It's not great. Conservatives genuinely got very mad that Virender just pointed out that this post existed. It's pretty great. 10 out of 10. I like that they're angry. If any of you would like to maybe help clear out Virender's responses, you can go scroll through them and maybe report any homophobia and racism that you see. Feel free. That would be helpful. I mean, it's Twitter, so I don't know if they're going to actually do anything about it because it's kind of a shithole now. But if you want to help out. Yeah, he's a poster boy for the right, but they're angry because he has a human heart. The right are worse than children. Oh yeah, I mean, like, we're gonna get to it later in the show, but I just thought this was fun. It's a W for leftists, and we're running short of those right now. Okay, and I'll take what we can get. Speaking of, we do have another W. Okay? You guys might not know this. We've defeated racism. It's true. Racism is over now. It's just done. We got Joe Biden into office. Racism is over. And I say this because apparently the majority of Southerners, for the first time ever, now view the Confederate flag as a racist symbol. I mean, the bar is low, guys. It is a low bar. But like considering that this article came out in 2020, I just found out about it. And you know what? I'm going to take the win even though we're 3 years late. We're 3 years late. 4 years late now, but I'm going to take the goddamn win. I just found out that this happened recently, and I think that's wonderful. They just figured it out. Yes, they just figured it out. especially considering just in 2015 here, just in 2015, majority see Confederate flag as Southern pride symbol and not racist. This is from 2015. In the span of 5 years, we went from, almost 60% of the South seeing the Confederate flag as like, that's our heritage, to yeah, it's pretty racist. The bar is so goddamn low. They just figured it out. We just got to call anyone waving stars in bars Democrats and see if it stops. Maybe we can get them to take down the massive Confederate flags at every mile marker on the highway in South Carolina that were funded by some Moms for Liberty adjacent group. Did you guys hear that Moms for Liberty had to, like, rebrand? Like, there are just so many, like, weird pedophile, like, controversies coming out. Like, one of the Moms for Liberty, like, chapter heads was apparently, like, arrested because she was providing alcohol to minors. Like, she was partying with high schoolers and giving them alcohol. Like, it's wild, dude. There have been so many sex scandals. I think another one, like, was embroiled in, like, a very public threesome. God. My heritage! AKA, I come from a long line of proud racists. Yeah. Remember, it's a low bar. It's 4 years late, but I'll take it. I might be 4 years behind the times, but I just learned about that today, and I wanted to share that with you. Good job, Southern Americans, for finally realizing, being on the losing end of a civil war to preserve slavery. Probably, the symbols of that probably a little bit racist. just a little bit. Okay. We've moved on, and now we've arrived to our first actual section of the stream. I wanted to share some W's. Moving on. Salmon Moose, thank you for gifting Jess a tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being the first one today to support stream. And I will ask before we get into this section, if you're watching the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the stream, because I know for a fact, because I look at the analytics, that every time you guys like the stream, more conservatives have to be subjected to left-wing content, and they get very, very mad when I criticize people like Matt Walsh and Dennis Prager and the Quartering. And you know what? We're gonna get all three of them on this stream. We're gonna be rubbing some egg on their face this stream. So make sure you like it, and we will move on. And if you're really enjoying it, consider dropping some subs or donos. If you'd like to support me more directly, you can go over to riverboat.gg to drop those subs or donos, because I get to keep 100% of the money over there, as opposed to 50% on Twitch and 70% on YouTube. So, that being said, we're going a bit hard, and I'm a bit worried how you guys might take this section of the stream. But you know what? We're going to do it anyway, because I fell down an internet rabbit hole, and now you all have to fall down it with me. I'm like, we're like Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty struggling atop Reichbach Falls, okay? We're both going over the edge. Okay. So, you all might be familiar with a man named Hasan Piker. And Hasan Piker is a very prominent leftist streamer. He covers a lot of different leftist topics. For a lot of people, he's an introductory platform for leftist ideas. And, if you haven't watched a lot of his content, or even if you have watched a lot of his content, you might be unaware of how he got his start in media. And I only learned about this a little while ago, and it was just kind of percolating in the back of my head, and I wanted to look more into it. But one of his initial shows was called the BroTip. And I think this was back in 2013, 2014. Yeah, BroTips. And I was just like, well, what is this? Now, most of the videos have been taken down and deleted, which is a bit odd, for sure. And I wanted to go and figure out what this was all about. It's a decade ago, and I'm not trying to say that Hasan has all of these ideas still at work in his stuff. I'm not saying this reflects on who he is now, but I do think it's a very interesting rabbit hole to go down. Okay? So here we go. We're going to watch one of the BroTip episodes. It's, as far as I could tell, one of the only BroTip episodes that is still viewable on the internet. And it's called the Let's Get Out of Here rule. It's about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And then we're going to move on from there, because this was kind of my starting point. This video was what I saw, and I was just like, what the hell was that? So let's take a look.
On this week's Social Guru, we cover an old classic warhorse, the let's get out of here rule. This one's been passed on for centuries and helped even the Vikings get laid. I actually lost my virginity with this rule, by the way, I'm not gonna lie. So you're in the club, you finally use the 5-second rule because you're smart now, because you follow BroTip, and you start talking.
Now you might be wondering, what is the 5-second rule? That's a reference to a previous video that the BroTip put out about a 5-second rule. I have no idea what the 5-second rule is. I couldn't find anything about it other than what you'll see in a bit.
Talking to this girl, it finally leads to hooking up, and you're bold enough to grab an ass cheek and then maybe even get some hand play downstairs. What is the next move? You need to get out of there, and you need to get out of there fast. Hopefully with the girl. So you have to use these 5 magic words. Let's get out of here. You might think, wait a minute, there's no way this is gonna work. Yes, it does. Let's get out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd, meaning her crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cock block you because they're fat and lonely.
I have to interject here. The fact that he's talking about separating a girl from their friends is very, like, that's a sus thing to say, right? Like, the reason her friends would be trying to stop her from going with you are, like, she's too drunk, she has other plans, or they're trying to keep her safe. And yeah, like, isolate, like, it reads like isolate a woman from safety, which is kind of sussy. It's a very big red flag. Exactly, Metal Kitty Mom.
Let's get out of here doesn't work. You exchange numbers, she leaves, you leave, you guys talk later. And you continue on.
That's the normal thing. You just give her your number. You don't need to, like, isolate her and try and get her to your apartment. Just give her your number. Then she's safe. You don't have to try and isolate her from the herd like some kind of weird predator. And I use predator there in, like, a very literal sense, like isolating someone from a herd or an animal from a herd would be what a predator does in the wild.
On your conquest for the rest of the night. If the let's get out of here does work, you have successfully left the club with a hot girl, hopefully, in the cab, and you're going to your place or her place. Now, once you're in a more intimate one-on-one situation, it's much easier to get things moving forward. If you hadn't played the finger fun already in the club, now is the time to utilize those magic fingers. take her back to your house, show off that impressive vinyl collection that no one else gives a shit about, and go into town. Once you bring them back home, it doesn't matter how impressive your Spotify playlist is, or however many stamps you've collected in 21 years of virginity. The only thing that'll matter is your teacup pig.
That's true. If you have a teacup pig, that's just cute as hell. Honestly, if you're meeting a lady, you need to lead with the teacup pig. Teacup pigs are cool and underutilized. That's just an interesting thing to have in your life. So is he a grifter or a changed person? I mean, I don't see him making content like this, and given the fact that they erased a lot of it from the internet, I would say this is not how he wants to present himself anymore. Wait, teacup pigs are just baby pigs? Wait, I thought they were naturally tiny pigs, like chihuahuas. You know, the chihuahua equivalent of a pig. Oh, that's so, that teacup pigs are extremely unethical if that's not the case. Oh, God. It could be badly satirizing pickup artists. That's true, Chai T-Rex. It could be. Teacup pigs aren't real? Oh, God, you guys have just devastated my soul.
I so want to see his blue screen to fall down to show his crappy **** apartment.
I mean, I don't think this is a blue screen. If I'm being 100% with you, I think this is they probably found a location like this. There are no miniature pig breeds. Oh my God. You guys have just destroyed my world. I need to take a moment. So I'm only here because Hasan's group rated someone who then rated you. Hasan has admitted and disavowed his old transphobic views. Well, this video, this segment, whatever we're going to call it, is not about Hasan being transphobic. So that one is an incorrect read. See, Hasan, he learned and grew and does an amazing job of advocating for you. Just real quick, I don't need people to advocate for me. I can advocate for myself. I'm not a child. I don't need like a man who maybe had sussy views in the past to advocate for me or to keep me safe. What an entitled and weird position to have. I think you're going down this rabbit hole for views. I mean, I know this segment is probably going to do well, but also I found interesting stuff going down the rabbit hole. And so, you know what? It's not my fault Hasan went and did like red pill pickup artistry videos. It's not my fault that the website for that is still up and active and accessible today. That's not my fault. But we'll get there.
If you don't have that, it doesn't really matter what you have. You should move on to the sex as soon as possible. Pour a glass of Yellowtail because you have nothing better. Put some Marvin Gaye on and get your freak on for the first time in your life ever. You're welcome. And that concludes our Bro Tip of the Week. Leave your comments and ideas and opinions that I really truly care about in the section below. And if you don't, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to have sex with your dog.
This is like a you could have this is a pre-made segment. Why would you end it with that? Why would you end with yes, I know the witty thing to say. It's that I'm going to have sex with a dog. That doesn't make the any commenter look bad. It makes you, the video creator, look bad. I know it's to be edgy. It's just like, man, this is cringe. Well, you know, again, I also thought it could be parody. And then I looked up a few things. I wanted to know for example, what is the BroTip? What is the BroTip? And I found that there is still a website called thebrotip.wordpress.com. And it does indeed have some incredibly sussy content on it. And there is a segment, a category on the website called Just the Tip, which, features, censored women, as you can see. And also, you can see that, wow, this video, Just the Tip number 3, How to Be an Alpha Male. Local legend and social guru Hasan Piker talks about how to be an alpha male in order to attract others. Tweet at Just the BroTip for suggestions and comments. Also tweet at it if you want to send me nudies. Female humans only, please. You got more tips. But you'll notice that this first one is posted by the Brofessor, okay? And this second one is posted by a different user, but this one is also posted by the Brofessor. Just the Tip number 2, Let's Get Out of Here rule, the video we just watched. Doctor of kinesiology and self-proclaimed internet legend Hasan Piker brings you the second installment of the wildly popular internet sensation Just the Tip. Yeah, so originally BroTip was called Just the Tip. Watch and take notes and maybe you'll get laid for once. And then you have the first one, the 5-second rule. Social guru Hasan Piker gives you an essential rule that has been passed down from the earliest legends that pertains to approaching the opposite sex. No matter what you're into, girls, guys, or even horses, I don't know. And you should always try to apply this rule. Why on earth is there so much animal fucking on this website in these for the promotion of these videos? Yeah, Vosh. Yeah, somewhere Vosh's ears perked up. Now, you notice in this first one up here, it says tweet at Just the BroTip. So I searched on Twitter at Just the BroTip. And wouldn't you know it, I found a Dave Rubin tweet from 2013. That is me and my dad in 1990. And it's a picture of Bill Cosby and his son from The Cosby Show. And the response to this is from weird Hasanabi, Hassan the Hun. This is why you're the best tweeter at TYT. Holy shit. Ha 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 ha. And Dave Rubin replies at Just the BroTip. That one's not funny. It's true. Yeah, this aged very poorly. And, I just wanted to look like BroTip the 5-second rule. And, found a couple results here. Both of these YouTube links lead to dead ends. And, does that mean Hasan changed his account name from Just the BroTip to Hasan the Hun? Correct. It's the same account, different username. And you'll also notice on this video, posted by the Brofessor on this website. And you might think, well, maybe this website is completely unaffiliated and it's just like aggregating links to stuff, right? If you search Hasan's name, weirdly you come up with a lot of different things on this website. You get, This Week in Shoutouts, top investigative journalist Hasan Piker covers the more important news, like Miley Cyrus's ass. Like, comment, and share, and maybe the uploads will stop coming. But probably not. Just oddly referenced a bit here. And then, interesting, there's an about section here on the website. Oh, hey there, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is BroTip, where each week I give you just the tip, just for a little bit. I'll be diving in headfirst into what's happening in the news so you can act like you came up with the shit you saw on here when you're talking to your friends. Oh, and I sometimes shoot tips that might help get you laid. You can find all of the videos on our YouTube channel at this link, which I do not believe is functional. Yeah, it just goes to watchlist TYT, oddly enough. And send us your tips below. And no comments. Now, you might be like, well, okay, maybe that's the joke. And then you go to the professor on this website, right? And you get a bunch of posts here, from a lot of these folks. My God, Switzerland is redefining the game of the oldest business in the book, prostitution. You get off of work after a long-ass week. You've just gotten dumped by your girlfriend. If you're in Switzerland, you can just roll up to one of these booths and order sex with the same amount of ease and elegance you'd order a Big Mac. What a power play by those sneaky Swiss government officials. I mean, if you're out in Europe and you happen to travel to Switzerland, is there any way you're not going to hit one of these sex boxes with your bros for some economically feasible and surprisingly sanitary sexual play? There's even a cafe table so that you can chat with your 20-minute partner about how she decided to become a prostitute or how prostitution is now a $3.8 billion industry in her country. I don't know. It's up to you. And you know what? I'm just going to go out on a limb. That's actually not bad. Like, I am in favor of legalizing prostitution. Not a terrible take from the professor. But who is the professor? Well, I'm actually going to have to move my screen a little bit. But you'll notice that the professor on this website is under the URL thebrotip.wordpress.com/author/Hasan Piker. Like, this is his website. Like, it's still legalized or decriminalized sex work. I mean, I would start with decriminalized sex work. Legalized sex work right off the bat is probably not great for a number of reasons, but I don't want to get into that right now. Oh, wait. So I know what most of you are thinking. Ew, prostitution, professor, that's gross. Well, I'm not talking about the type of prostitution that they do in Taken, where suave French dudes smooth talk your tourist ass into sex slavery. What I mean is the nice legalized prostitution they do out in Nevada, which is basically the same concept of a strip club, but like a million times better because it doesn't leave you hanging with balls as blue and as big as a beluga whale, so you can get an over-the-pants hand job in a $500 champagne room. What? Okay. The best part of this story is also how willing the people of Switzerland were to get these things. Like, they're basically publicly funding them. Clearly, you guys are all bros and one-upping Sweden by a mile. Fuck you, Sweden, you name stealers. You might have IKEA, but we got fucking sex boxes. You must be feeling real embarrassed right now. Oh boy. I don't exactly know what to do with this information. Like, I don't think that content made over a decade ago at this point is indicative of the content he's making now. But I do find all of this very weird. Like, I find... 2013 was indeed a wild time on the internet. But, like, I have to assume, like, this hasn't been taken down because, like, the blog only has 38,000 hits. Like, since 2013. But, like, I don't know what to make of this. Like, the most recent post is from 2014. It just says, BroTip is back, baby. Like a phoenix rising from its ashes, BroTip will eventually rise from the hectic 9-to-9 workday schedule he's unfortunately gotten himself wrapped into in order to deliver hard-hitting, truth-seeking journalism on what's happening out in the world. Mostly boobs, though. I don't know what I'm thinking. Probably the blood moon got me. So, yeah. And the three people who posted on this site are the Professor, Teddy Roosevelt, and Pound Town Talk. How old was he? Like early 20s? Yeah, probably early 20s, like 22. It is, yeah, that's one of the things, Skittlebutt, Dragon Rasp. Like, it's weird that it still exists. You know, like when this was just like the one BroTip video, I was like, oh, that'd be like a cringe thing to talk about as just kind of like an interesting thing to know exists. But like, then I found this website and found the fact that like his handle used to be like just the BroTip. And I genuinely don't know what to make of it, you know? So what I'm getting from this is don't post stupid shit on the internet when you're young, because digital footprint is forever and you will look cringe. That is true. Yes. That is one thing to take away from this. Maybe he doesn't have the rights to take everything down. I mean, as far as I can tell, this website was published on WordPress by him. So I'm not sure what the deal is with that. 2014 would be right after he graduated and went to work for Jenk in the sales department. That would make sense. If this was supposed to make me think less of Hasan, it didn't work. I'm not trying to make anyone think less of Hasan. I'm just like, I'm baffled by this thing existing. And frankly, I'm curious to hear what other people think about it, you know? Metal Kitty Mom, thank you for subscribing. Someone could ask him, I guess. Sure. I mean, my guess would be that he disavows it now. I don't know. Yeah, I'm curious to hear your thoughts after having watched that. What do you guys think about this? They could ask why it's still there. Yeah, why it's still there, like, what... I guess talk a little... I'd be interested to hear him talk about this and about this time in his life more. I know you're not, but it just seems as though whoever's been spreading this is like doing some half-hearted attempt at it. Well, as far as I can tell, the initial BroTip video was uploaded to Internet Archive like a year or two ago. And I only learned about it recently. And then was just curious about like what this was, because at some point BroTip was a TYT project. And then they scrubbed those videos from the internet, which probably a really good move. But like this is part of like kind of his origin story, right? Yeah, I mean, like I feel like if I tried to bring it up, I'd just be blocked on Twitter or like, you know, screamed at. Like Wait, does this link work? There's no way this video is functional, right? Oh shit, it is. Holy shit, Salmon Moose. All right, we'll watch the next one. I can't believe you actually got this to function. So this is the 5-second rule.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is BroTip, where I'll be giving you just the tip every week, just for a little bit. For our Social Gurus segment, I'm gonna let you know how you can get laid because you currently sit in your mother's basement and watch YouTube videos all day. Our BroTip of the week is going out to all the wallflowers. This is a little thing me and my friends like to call the 5-second rule. What is the 5-second rule, you might ask? The 5-second rule is exactly when you see a girl for the first time ever and you don't think for longer than 5 seconds and you immediately react. If you think for more than 5 seconds on what you're going to do with the hot girl that just walks into the bar with her friends screaming, "Fuck guys tonight, I just want to dance, Stacy, I just want to dance," you're never, ever going to get laid, and here's why. Because us
Okay, so like I think it's good to listen to your impulses when it comes to like who you're attracted to, obviously. And I think that's what this rule is kind of designed to advocate for. But also part of being like a responsible adult human is to like be able to recognize that if somebody comes into an establishment and is like, I just want to dance and not worry about men, that's probably not someone you should approach. Unless they're giving you like the go-ahead signal, like batting their eyes at you or like wiggling their eyebrows. Like just move on. You know? Let's let him cook. Okay, we'll let him cook.
guys, no matter how confident we are, we get psyched out. Here's why the 5-second rule works. Because when you start thinking for longer than 5 seconds, you're immediately not thinking with your dick and also thinking with this pesky thing up here that we like to call our...
Okay. Okay, wait. I don't think it's actually good advice to just think with your dick. I think that's actually bad advice. You should also use your powerful intellect that's allowed the human species to thrive and flourish. You should use your brain. Yeah, I think thinking with your dick is like how a lot of global accidents occur. Is this new? No, this is from 2013. This is the first BroTip video.
Our brains. So once you start thinking with your brain, you're immediately going to psych yourself out. And when you psych yourself out, you're not getting laid, and you're microwaving a bottle of baby lotion for the 7th time that week.
Ew. What? Just use lube. What? Why would you go and buy baby lotion? And then just use lube. Just go be like an actual like adult and go to the sex shop and buy lube. Or if you're too prudish and what might the neighbors think, order it online. I guess 2013, maybe that was a little bit harder. No, I know for a fact you could order lube online in 2013. Nope, there's no excuse for this.
Not that I've ever done that. I don't know if it works or not. So immediately launch yourself into a position where you have to talk to her, and you've already said...
Okay, wait, now I'm being gaslit by Little Morphine Annie. Did he actually say microwaved baby lotion?
Into a position where you have to talk to her, and you're not getting laid, and you're microwaving a bottle of baby lotion.
Okay, yeah, nah, that's really gross. True, I mean, Robert had said maybe in 2013 you had to go to a more specialized location to buy lube. I don't know.
for the 7th time that week. Not that I've ever done that. I don't know if it works or not. So immediately launch yourself into a position where you have to talk to her, and you've already said, hello, how's it going? My name is Randolph, or whatever your fucking name is. The trick to really utilizing the 5-second rule is improvising right after you start talking to the girl. Because
What?
if you think you have a pretty good one-liner that actually works, you're severely wrong. When's the last time you've ever gotten laid after...
Okay, I mean, honestly, like, as far as, like, red pill pickup content goes, this is pretty mild and tame. But I will say, it is extremely funny that his advice for picking up a woman is just is not talk to them like a human being, but it's to start improvising like you're doing a stand-up comedy show. Like, nah, you don't gotta improvise. That's just called having a conversation, dude. That's just talking to somebody. Abyssal List, this is from 2013. This is ancient. This is like his first baby steps into making content.
After using a pickup line? There you go. You never have. You know why? Not because you're...
And again, I want to reiterate. I don't think that this represents Hasan's content now. I think if you asked him directly about any of this, he'd be like, yeah, that was cringe as hell and I hate it. But then that just brings me back around to why is his website still up for this content, you know? Like, I'm confused. I became a young adult in Arkansas in the late 80s. You could buy KY in the grocery store. Okay, JB, then there's no excuse to use microwaved baby lotion. Salmon Moose, thank you for gifting Uchronian a sub.
Ugly or disfigured horribly.
What?
But because your pickup line fucking sucks. Because no girl is stupid enough to have sex with you unless you have a lot of money, because then you'll have sex with anyone regardless of what your pickup line is. If your pickup line is, hey, is your father a thief? Oh my god, I don't know why. What are you talking about? Oh, because your fucking eyes are like diamonds. And then the girl's like, you know what? I'm gonna go have sex with that meathead over there standing by the corner who hasn't said more than 3 grunts all night because you're a fucking loser. And that is exactly why you improvise. The 5-second rule concludes our bro tip of the week. For our last...
Okay, wait. This one's definitely a green screen. If the last one was, it was a fairly decent green screen.
Last segment, we're going to play a little game aside from just the tip called Would You Rather? For this week's insightful question, we ask you, the audience, would you rather never eat cheese for the rest of your life but get blowjob? Or never get blowjobs for the rest of your life but continue on eating cheese? Unfortunately for our lactose intolerant audience, the question is rather simple. However, for the rest of you guys, how will you decide? Answer in the comments section below. Or not, I don't give a shit. That concludes our bro tip for the week. Hopefully I'll see you again if I'm not canceled. But let's get real, Mark Register is probably going to stab me and I won't be around for a very long time.
What the hell, dude? I'm afraid. Do I click on this other video? Okay, wait, nah. Okay, it's just a music video. Okay. Yeah, this is bizarre. Peak cringe, yeah. Bro tip, just the tip, or is this all this chucklefuck has? Hey, Archangel. This guy's act reminds me of that cringy reality show, The Pickup Artist. Yeah, no, like, that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to do, like, he was trying to get into, like, red pill content in, you know, before red pill content was really, like, a thing. It was all PUA stuff, pickup artist stuff. Vid about Miley Cyrus twerking. I frankly, I do not want to watch that. So that was Hasan Piker? Yep. explains so many. Wait, Ukrainian, how does that explain so many of his current problems? I genuinely want to know what you guys think about this. As an ace Frenchman, I'll take the cheese. Based. Also, Malachi, favorite cheese. Go. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, it's just very bizarre. I've never watched Hasan. I don't get the appeal. Seems like he kind of is like this. I don't watch a lot of his current content outside of occasionally seeing bad takes from him on Twitter and occasionally seeing some good takes from him on Twitter. But like, as a very sexual American, I'll also just have the cheese. He still holds a lot of these views about women. He just hides it. Now, Valhalla Video, what makes you say that? Right? Wait, that was Hasan? Yeah, that was like one of Hasan's first videos. And it became a segment on TYT that has since been like scrubbed from the internet. But his original website, I think before it became a TYT thing, is still functional. So this is why you think this. It's kind of complicated, but he does have that air of toxic masculinity around him. I believe Tipster and a couple of others covered his mistreatment of a lot of people who disagree, including trans women too. Sag. I mean, I feel like I need more to go off of than he just seems to be toxically masculine. Because I think the online left has a predisposition to like knee-jerk react to masculinity as toxic, as opposed to like what actual toxic masculinity is, which, you know, involves like hurting yourself and hurting others, you know? Was he a Nepo hire at TYT? I have no idea. I don't know much about the inside baseball of that. I don't think it's inherently indicative of nepotism if like your family hires you. You know? Toxic masculinity needs to be defined. Yeah, like, it's like toxic masculinity to me implies things like, oh, I can't cry because if I show emotion, like, that means I've failed as a man. Or and like berating yourself into suppressing your emotions in a very unhealthy way, bottling them up. Or like, yeah, I think that kind of sums up a good example. Or just like, you know, thinking you need to be like, if you don't have a good enough paying job and like your wife makes more money than you feel like a failure as a man. That's another part of like toxic masculinity in our culture, you know? Yeah, but like refusal to apologize or own up to mistakes is just like a thing people do, you know? Maybe one could argue that men in America, in American culture, do that more so than like women, but like I'd argue there's a lot of people who are bad at that. If your uncle owns the business, it's kind of default Nepo hire. I don't know if that's true necessarily. Toxic feminism may exist too. Yeah, no, toxic femininity. I wouldn't call it toxic feminism. I'd call it toxic femininity, because there are certain ideas of what it means to be a woman that are harmful both to women and to men and non-binary folks, you know? Like that's not like there are toxic ways to the toxicity comes from a desire to put strict boundaries around what it means to be a man, what it means to be a woman. and then like both self-policing and policing other people's actions, right? So like when people are talking about toxic masculinity, toxic femininity, that's a problem. The thing that I think a lot of people get wrong is that both of those things are informed and kind of perpetuated by
This is a
patriarchy.
reminder that if they call us a fairy they're admiring we have magical powers.
What? You lost me there. But Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, women telling other women to stay, that a woman's proper place is in the home, barefoot. As a not so masculine gay, I agree that a lot of left people get close to saying masculine equals toxic. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Boo. It's a good point. I know Xander Hall and Walsh have both covered a number of these same topics. Well, but like that's the thing. Like I think a lot of people just hear the term toxic masculinity and they intuitively understand it to mean masculinity itself is toxic, which is not the case. You know? If society expects men and masked people to be the ones to make the first move, I understand why this content exists. Not everybody is good at striking up conversation. True. You know, like, I think that there is a space.
This is a reminder that if they call us a fairy they're admitting we have magical powers.
Thank you for the $5 dono. You said the same thing last time. If you keep spamming that, we got to turn off text to speech. I think that money and social media clout push people to extremes or niches or whatever. Sproxy, I think that's true. Money does tend to amplify extremist messaging, I think. And yeah, Dusty, I would argue that society does, or conventionally does expect men to make the first move. You know, it's why threads about men should pay for dinner go viral on Twitter like all the time, you know? There is a space for content that walks people through how to have social interactions. There is a definite space for that. Because I think a lot of young men and a lot of women too, like, don't know how to do that. Like, women kind of come due to patriarchy, a lot of women come in with the expectation that men are going to do things, and so they become more passive as a result. And men, for their part, are kind of lost at how to be the pursuer. When in reality, both parties can pursue each other. Both parties can be passive. There's not anything inherently gendered about these things. But like, the patriarchal messaging is that they should have their lanes and stay in them, you know? And the reality of it is just like, people need to learn how to interact with other people. And they need to learn that interacting with other people is a skill, and being able to do small talk at the bus stop and have an actual conversation with somebody you're sexually interested in are similar skills. You know? There was a thread that went viral recently about how like Gen Z don't want to talk to like Trader Joe's grocers or something, or millennials or something like that. And it's just like, no, you need to figure out how to get good at that. Even if you don't like it, get good at it. You know, be able to have a conversation where you're walking away feeling like, hell yeah, I nailed that. And that other person, that whether they're a Trader Joe's, cashier or a Starbucks barista, is able to go about their day going like, that was a good interaction. I feel good about myself. if you can do that with like a barista or like a Trader Joe's cashier, you can do that with somebody you just bump into at a club. And like, it's not a secret. People like when you are direct and not weird about it. Like, if you can walk up to somebody and be like, hey, can I buy you a drink? And they say no, you need to have the skill set available to you to just be like, okay, have a nice night, and walk away and not be a gigantic piss baby about it. You know, these are skills that you can develop. And there is a huge market for how to do that. That is, and frankly, we should foster content like that, so it's not dominated by chuckle fucks who get arrested in Romania for sex trafficking. Like, you know? And Archangel, yeah, opening with a compliment is always a good idea. Even if you're just talking to a stranger at Trader Joe's, just be like, wow, your hair looks really nice today. You know, like, it doesn't have to be like weird. And then you have to keep practicing. Because it's just like learning how to ride a bike. It gets easier over time, but also like you might fall down a fair number of times before you get your balance. You know? Try giving people compliments when you're not trying to hit on them. Good practice. Yeah, Prince Reborn Dragon. Yeah. Part of why it's good practice to just compliment, like, your Trader Joe's cashier. I guess this is the example I'm going with for a lot of this. But part of the practice of doing that is so that you can give a compliment and, like, talk with a stranger that you see at a bar or in a library, and then not have your entire heart invested when you go into that interaction. Because when you're like, oh yeah, man, she's the one, and you're just like looking at like a lady across a bar, like, that's not healthy for you, and it's not healthy for her, even in the situation where you both hit it off. It is not healthy for you to be putting that much of your self-worth into these interactions. You know? And like another thing, Dylan, it has a few times surprised me talking to a few left-leaning straight women who identify as feminist yet maintain an expectation that men make the first move. I don't think it's necessarily wrong if like that is kind of what you're into and the dynamic you are looking for, to kind of put yourself out there for someone to make the first move on you. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The main issue is that in our society, with kind of these patriarchal expectations, like, there's a lot of women who are just unthinkingly kind of doing that, right? Just like, I'm gonna look pretty and sit in a bar and someone's gonna hit on me, you know? And they're not necessarily wrong about that, you know? They're not, like, their method gets results. And part of how you fix this situation is you arm men with the ability to interact with women without the expectation that they're going to put out. You know, maybe they have the hope that woman might put out, but we need as a society to be able to have men and women be able to interact together without like this crushing the crushing weight of all of your hopes and dreams. It's not fair to men, and it's not fair to women, frankly. Yeah, and also Archangel is completely correct. If you want to compliment someone, compliment their jewelry, compliment their shoes, compliment something that they have chosen about themselves, not something that is like an inherent characteristic, you know? And also don't like compliment 5 different things about someone, because that makes it weird. Just do the one compliment and then like throw out a topic for a potential conversation. If they bite, and you get to talk, and then you can just kind of keep that going, because that's how conversations work. You come up with new topics when it starts to lull. And if they don't bite, then you move on. You wish them a good day, and you move on and don't bother them anymore. So, well, that's the thing, Sproxy. That's the thing about being about homosexual like dating communities. It is easier because there isn't this expectation that like, you know, if you're a lesbian, that like other lesbians are just going to hit on you. So the impetus is, or not the impetus, the onus is on you to make a move if you're interested in someone, you know? How about Great Blazer? Complimenting clothing? Excellent choice. You know? And the closer we can get to making like dating or like attempting to like ask someone on a date a more like mundane activity that's just part of being able to socialize, like I think the better off we're all going to be. Lesbians hitting on one another. Okay, but you know what I mean, right? Like the joke is, haha, lesbians never hit on each other. But that's partially because of the patriarchal kind of messaging that lesbians internalize, you know? So like lesbian communities, the stereotype is that we don't hit on each other because like you're expecting someone else to hit on you. See, this is what I mean. It's not good for women either. But like it is still better than in like you know, heterosexual dating pools, you know? As for like gay men, I can't speak to that. I've never been in that pool. How much of this can be blamed on social media? I mean, I would say that there's a decent chunk of it that can be blamed on capitalism and social media. Mainly because social media is, you know, obviously informed by capitalism, and there is a profit incentive to be a hyperbolic individual who plays into the dominant status quo, which is patriarchy. This is how you get red pill content, right? But also you have that problem compounding on people having how do I put this? Compounding on the commodification of loneliness. And what I mean by that is a lot of men don't have this, like the social skills, and increasingly more and more people are online, so they just don't develop them to be able to go out and interact with women that they're interested in. And instead they turn to Tinder, Bumble, you know, dating apps. And those dating apps are incentivized to sell you the idea that you can be with someone. They don't arm you with better like social skills or anything like that. But Hinge would be another one, like all of the dating apps. What I'm talking about here is that dating apps fill this niche and profit off of men being lonely. And it's predominantly men, but also women too. They're you know, lesbian dating apps. And isn't sex work the exact same? I wouldn't say it's the exact same. Because with sex work, like there are a lot of there are a lot of reasons people go to engage in sex work, like and with sex workers, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be that they're lonely. Sometimes people are just horny. They might not be lonely, but they're horny. Um, and it's the world's oldest profession. I don't think we're going to be getting rid of that anytime soon. That's probably one of the last lines of work that's going to be on the chopping block. If I didn't stream tonight, am I letting anyone down? I don't think so, Hogwarts Emo Dragon. Don't put so much weight on your shoulders. There are shorts from the 50s teaching the youth how to date. This awkwardness isn't new. It isn't new, but I think it is exacerbated by the fact that, like, there used to be rules on courting, right? Like, very specific rules. You had to follow a set of steps. You had to defer to, like, a young girl's father. And before that, there were even stricter rules because, like, a lot of courting rituals in America are informed by, like, Victorian aristocracy, And I think that I think that a lot of young people feel that there are no rules anymore, and it's either you throw yourself into the flesh pit, the threshing maw of online dating, or you're just alone forever. They don't have the they don't have the skills to, like, go out and meet people, and they don't feel confident in themselves. And I think that there is a lot we could do as, like, online content creators and online, leftists to, like, kind of put out some content from time to time that teaches people how to have healthy interactions with other people, Yeah, exactly. We've thrown away the rules and forgotten that social teaching is important. Exactly. I feel like anything I have to say on this should just be depressing and seen as combative. I mean, the issue here is, like, you can and what all of this ramble has been about is that I believe that it is possible to have solid dating advice, for leftists to create leftist-oriented dating advice, and, like, here's how you have a social interaction with your cashier type content, in order to fill a niche that is currently filled with some of the worst people imaginable, Well, yeah, no, I'm not trying to say those rules were bad. We're, like, the patriarchal standards that we still live with today are informed by those older rules, those courting rituals. But we need to understand, like, it's not enough to just throw those away. You need to have something better. You need to have, like, achievable, tangible, like, ideas of how to go about interacting with people, because we don't, like, while we are naturally social animals, we're not necessarily naturally good at socializing. We just feel a desperate need for it. Episode 1, how to order a pizza on the phone. Episode 2, how to talk to a telemarketer. And that, Snoogan, that's another thing, right? A lot of people put out the advice, like, you can't love someone else until you love yourself. But I think that's flawed, right? But you should be able to be comfortable and okay by yourself. If you're not comfortable being by yourself with your own thoughts in your own space, that's something you need to ask yourself why you're not. Because yourself should be enough for you, and, like, another human being isn't coming in to fix your problems. you should be able to rely on yourself to kind of fix your own problems, and then a partner comes in and you both work together to make each other's lives better. It's not, your partner shouldn't be coming in to fix you. You know? Like goddamn, get a therapist. And honestly, this is why being in therapy is helpful, because it helps you work on your own problems as opposed to making any potential partners work on those problems for you. We should all have therapy. Unironically, most people should be in therapy. If you can afford it. That is, of course, the major caveat. But, one day we're going to get that Medicare for all, okay? The goal should be that everyone gets therapy. Prince Reborn, I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Therapy is $75 an hour, though. You can get it covered by insurance, depending on the depending on your provider, of course. So, yeah. I wanted, and by the way, this is kind of why I wanted to talk about a lot of this BroTip stuff. I thought it would be a nice jumping off point to A, see what you guys have to say about this, and B, talk about how unironically we need content like the BroTip that is nothing like the BroTip. We need people to explain how to have these social interactions in easily digestible ways, but minus like the weird misogyny bits. We need that. And it's just kind of bizarre that like that all was from Hasan, early Babby Hasan. Bet you that when you clicked on this video, you didn't think that this is where this video, this was, you didn't think it was going to go here. You thought I was going to be, oh, fuck Hasan Piker. You're wrong. I was just pointing out that his early content was incredibly cringe and had a weird amount of like censored women. But you know what? As far as I know, he doesn't do that now, and I'm not trying to say he does. And we need better content that's not full of misogyny about how to have interactions with ladies if you're a man, and more content along those lines for all genders and sexualities. I came for cute redhead in chat. Whew, you can keep that to yourself. You don't need to talk about. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it had like I want to see this content coming from like a genuine and like not weird performative place. Alec Gunter could make really good BroTip content. Why is it that every time Hasan comes up, it gets worse? I mean, you'll have to watch the segment. We're not rehashing all of this. I do find it funny that the most recent post on that website, though, is that the BroTip is back, and then it's just radio silence for 10 years. All right. Did it have to do with Keffels? Because I, of course, support Keffels, but I've been avoiding it, to be honest. No, none of what we talked about had anything to do with Keffels. Feel like learning how to do the social would help in other aspects too. Think of how many Karens we could prevent if we taught kindness and patience, not blowing your top off over $5 coffee. Oh yeah, God, did you guys see the video of like the 60 or 70-year-old man like screaming at like a fast food worker because he went home and microwaved his burgers that were wrapped in tinfoil and his microwave exploded? Yeah. Anyway, y'all thought this was an anti-Hasan manifesto, and you're wrong. Baby! Pew, 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 pew. All right, moving on. Those foils are all marked "Do not microwave." Yeah, like the 70-year-old man slapped like the underpaid fast food worker right in the face. It was fucking disgusting. All right. Folks, we are an hour and 30 minutes in. If you've been enjoying the stream, remember to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is how I make my living. Ad revenue does not pay any of the bills. How do you get to 70 and not know you can't microwave metal? I genuinely don't know. All right. Haven't had a 70-year-old man call me to tell me that the minorities in his neighborhood poisoned him because he got sick from eating a 2-week-old potato salad. Jesus Christ. At 2 weeks old, that potato salad has like entire mold cities growing on it. Should Karens and Kens be sentenced to work a minimum wage job if they assault or abuse a worker? I mean, they should probably be charged with a crime. Yeah, at that point, the potato salad has taken on a life of its own. It's scuttling around the vents. Thanks, Dusty. Free penicillin? No! All right. Moving right along. Okay, we do have a fun story that involves Matt Walsh, okay? Now, Matt Walsh, he's a man who's bad. He's a bad man. A very bad, no good man. He describes himself jokingly as a theocratic fascist. And he took to Twitter the other day and said, a dude with no experience in track rolled off his couch and held his own against a D1 female track star. This proves exactly the opposite of what you're trying to prove. In response to a video of a D1 track star racing against a guy, a random off-the-couch guy. And I just have to say a couple of things right off the bat, right? From kind of this preface, you might think, oh, Matt Walsh, like clearly the video shows like the guy doing ridiculously well against this track star. clearly, like, men are just so much physically superior to women that women couldn't outperform a man. And like this plays into a really long, like almost a century plus old notion of like women being physically in, well, not even longer than that, centuries old tradition of like men thinking that women are incapable of doing insert any activity. I learned the other day that Charles Darwin, the guy who like wrote the theory of evolution, literally believed that women had brains that were too small to make important decisions. That women's brains were somewhere between a child's brain and a man's brain. Basically, people like 150 years ago thought that women's, like, from the ideas they had to their physical capability, were incapable in almost any field of challenging a man. Yeah, no, they thought trains accelerating to like 5 miles an hour would kill the women. They thought a stiff breeze would cause like women to faint and die. When in reality, like it was like the reason women were fainting all the time was because their rib cages were crushed by corsets, and like they were drinking out of lead lined cups all the time, you know? But this idea has kind of continued to today. Like, kind of, I know, like maybe 5 years ago, one of the popular like ideas was that the women's professional soccer team in the United States lost a game against a group of high school boys. You know, like when in reality, like they were playing a warm up game. They weren't like the women's team was not seriously trying to play a game against a high school boys team. They were doing a warm-up match to get themselves ready for their actual game. Now, in much the same way, that was kind of a bullshit story that conservatives told ad nauseum for years. It comes as no surprise that Matt Walsh is also lying about this video that's gone viral. So let's take a quick look at the video. It's relatively short. And check out how he might be inaccurately framing this video.
I am a D1 track athlete.
You about this one time.
What?
I, for some reason, raced my boyfriend's friend over 400 meters.
He refused to believe that a woman could beat him in a race.
He does not run, but he challenged me to 400 meters. And I only agreed because I was doing a 400 workout already, so I was like, sure, join.
So, like, first of all, she wasn't trying to race him for real. She's just doing her workout routine. The corset thing is a myth. I mean, I can tell you as somebody who works with a lingerie designer that there were definitely a lot of women in corsets that did not fit who passed out.
Then he ended up bringing both his parents, his family, his friends, and I was like, what the heck did I get myself into? But to narrate what went down, I just ran the first 200 meters with him. I just stayed with him. I'm not exerting myself for no reason. I have nothing to prove here. If you're crazy enough to challenge a 400, 800 athlete to a 400 race, that's on you. I'm not going to correct you. And then since he does not run at all, his lack...
Just real quick to give you an example, that like there was a trend called tight lacing, where women would like physically break their ribs to achieve like unreal and unhealthy figures. Yeah, this was a trend.
lack of fitness really hit him hard after 200 meters. And I was like, okay, let me just go now. And
Yeah, so basically she's racing this guy, and like halfway through the race, he's winded as hell, and he's been going all out the entire time, and now she's just like, I'm just gonna end the race like mildly strong. Like, I'm not trying to prove anything here, because like this is just a normal workout for her.
then, as you should always do, I finish hard because that's what you do as a track runner. And this was also one of the reps of my 400 workouts. So I'm just doing my workout here. So yeah, there's me.
Yeah, this is just one rep. This is one rep of her workout routine. This isn't even her full routine. It's one rep. This is like watching... Guys, this is like watching a weightlifter like do one bicep curl and being like, oh man, I could do that bicep curl. And like the guy with no training tries to do the bicep curl with the huge amount of weight and can only like lift like halfway before his arm gives out. And meanwhile, she's just like, yeah, I do like 50 of these. It's ridiculous, dude. You're telling me a conservative pundit is lying? I know, crazy, right?
Me pushing hard. Actually felt some lactic. And then yeah, so the gap was widening. I actually ended up running 57 for this, which is pretty good for practice.
She's like she's not even fussed, you know? Like she's like, oh, you know, that was pretty good. That was you know, was you know, not my best time, but pretty good for a practice round. He's literally slowing down. Yeah, because he knows he's dusted. He knows he's dusted, dude. Like, I can't imagine watching that video and like having the audacity to be like, oh yeah, like dude with no experience in track rolled off his couch and held his own. At no point in that video did he hold his own. At 0 point did he hold his own. Like, if you know anything about track, like your burst of speed is at the very beginning when you like push yourself off and launch into the race, and at the end when you're going all out with everything you have. God. What was her name? I think she goes by Track Spice. No,
It's my boyfriend.
her name was Alana Sabakan. Sabakan. She goes by Lana Zak, or Lana Zak on TikTok. He's holding his vomit in, probably. True. No wonder some dudes get super fragile if they get shown up by a woman because they are coping in society lying to them that women are this. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. It plays into the patriarchy that we were just talking about, right? Like, the idea that like as a man it is your job to be physically and mentally superior to a woman, you know? Like that's what leads like a random 20-year-old dude with no training to invite his family and friends to watch him race against a D1 track star for no reason. Like, he just thinks that he is untouchable compared to this girl. Sabaton? What? Nani? Oh, the band. Gotcha. Link? Yeah, here's a link to the original video. Or I guess that's not the link to the original video, but that's where I found it. Okay. Also, this has nothing to do with what we just talked about. This is just another fun thing to kind of like break up the show a little bit. There's a dude who paints Trump portraits. And he's really goddamn weird. He's really goddamn weird, dude. My latest piece shows off if we dream hard enough, President Trump will wake us with a sign that real masculinity and straightriotism has returned to America. Dude. What part of the... No. He's not just straight, bread into toast. He's a straightriot, okay? A combination of patriot and straight. He's a straightriot. There's nothing about this that is gay. He's just a straightriot, okay? If you don't understand, if you look at this and you see that it's gay, that means you're a traitor to America, okay? You're a traitor to America. The arms look like AI shit. I have no idea if this is AI or not, but I do know that this account is 100% sincere. Wokesters always see things that aren't there. I could have painted me and President Trump in cowboy gear, sitting on a horse, drenched in work sweat, watching God's sunset, and somehow you'd still say it's gay erotica. I hope this is real. I hope with all of my being that this is real. I hope you come out, mate. You'll be so much happier. Excuse me, I have a wife I'm very sexually attracted to. I don't think there is a chance this isn't real. But let me believe in something, damn it. Let me believe. Oh god. It's still real to me, damn it. Oh god. I did not look at the account. Maybe I've been got. Patriot, Bible reader, Mall Santa. I like women. Bass player for our church band, Shifty Nelson and the Dixieland Scooters, who puts America first. I hope this is real. Oh god. Okay, nah, this has to be fake, right? This has to be fake. It has to be. The meeting of Tucker Carlson and Cat Turd is already history's greatest moment in straightriotism, as ladies all over the world are rightfully swooning in awe. This can't be real. I say that this can't be real, but at the same time, chat, at the same time, houses like this are real. Okay? Like, I genuinely, when it comes to, like, MAGA people, I have no idea. I have no idea if they're real or not. Like... Like you guys think that someone who lives in a house like that is like above making content like this? Like you think someone who's living in like a I don't know, like this is the kind of place like a mass shooter comes from, you know? Like it's crazy. This is crazy stuff. I don't think they'd have the talent to make that content, but like like people like this exist. So I need to know, like, is this guy for real life? Wokesters call us #MAGA moron, but while everyone else plays checkers, prophets like Donald Trump and Gandhi play 4D chess. Nah, this has to be AI generated shit. Nah, this has to be fake, right? This is all fake. Dude. But this is very funny. I love it. I love it so much. Wait, the other Trump artist is real? Yeah, we're in post reality. We are in post reality where, like, sure, it might be AI art. I have no idea if it's made by like an honest to god human being who's like who like they type in the prompts and they're like, I made this, and also I will stand by it because I'm a true straightriot. I don't know if that's like we're in an era where like I could see someone unironically believing that. This one looks like a shop. I mean, I think I am convinced. I think that this account is fake or a parody account, but like, god damn, dude. People like this do exist. Pretty sure the Trump painting guy is trolling. I read through his Twitter account one time, and I think he's making fun of conservatives. I think so, but it's really sad that I genuinely can't tell with 100% certainty, you know? The dead internet conspiracy theory? I have no idea what that is. God. We'll talk. I do want to find out where I stand on the privilege hierarchy, but we'll do that later. How privileged am I? Cons are immune to satire after all. True. Folks, we've been going for 2 hours now, and I would very much appreciate your support with hitting the follow button, hitting the subscribe button, hit the like button on the goddamn stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos because I would very, very much appreciate it. Conspiracy that says the internet is mostly bots and AI. I mean, that's going to be increasingly true, if it's not already. All right, we have to talk about Popman, my favorite new cryptid. So, yesterday, a video went viral, and I am extremely tickled by this. I think it's great. It's one of the top 10 things I've seen all year, which means a lot, being 8 days into January. Okay, a cryptid. Yes, we're talking about an honest to god new cryptid. New cryptid dropped. Okay, we have to talk about Popman. So basically, I came across this video, and we're just gonna play it. But I think there's a new monster in town, folks. A party monster.
What did they put on the takeout? I am doing everything I fucking can! God damn it! My sweater off, I already took my belt off and I didn't do shit.
You got it, Connor. You got it. Look, you can do it. You really can. You really can. Look, you gotta just pull your body out more.
And why is nobody wrong?
His knees are hitting.
So basically, at a house party, this guy got drunk as hell and stuffed himself into a gigantic vase and then got stuck. Isn't this a video game? Yes, there is a video game about a man stuck in a vase. But guys, I just have to say, this is your new god, okay? This is the party god. He turns up at the wildest of parties to be an object of ridicule for all of the drunks. Okay? Like, Like, God, this is funny as hell to me. Dude climbed into a pot and can't get out. It's such a simple situation, and yet I'm doing everything I can, god damn it. When is he running for Congress? Unironically, I want him to run for Congress. He has to be in the pot, though. That is non-negotiable. And by the way, someone goddamn live tweeted this at the party, and we're gonna read through it, okay? This is from the account Casual Thursday, freelance party reporter. Oh god. I'm gonna read it as I'm sure Casual Thursday sounds in real life, as an old-timey news reporter. We have a man stuck in a decorative urn in this Mountain Brook house party. I repeat, we have a drunk man stuck in a large decorative urn at this Mountain Brook house party. Details as they develop. He was laughing at first, but now he's starting to get upset. The women are trying to comfort him. There is talk of attempting to break the urn. The host has dispatched a friend to retrieve his sledgehammer. My view is obscured by the gathering crowd, but I can hear the tinkering of a hammer and a makeshift screwdriver chisel mixed with the frustrated, panicked grunts of the captive. There's a cracking sound. The crowd cheers. He's free! The urn has been shattered and our hero emerges unscathed. Our long national nightmare is over. People are now discussing the cost of the shattered urn. I'm hearing prices ranging from $500 to as high as 3,000 US American dollars. Urn Guy is up and moving around, but now without his pants, which were apparently lost or damaged in the incident. Everyone seems to be okay with this development. He also wants a cigarette. He wanted a double makers on the rocks. I gave it to him, and now he's drinking alone and having a cigarette, still pantsless in the corner of the yard. Looks like a friend is trying to usher him into an Uber. Happy New Year, everyone. Stay safe out there, and remember, decorative urns always look bigger from the outside. I love everything about this. I just decorative urns sounds like he's gonna have to decorative earn some cash to pay for that vase. Hey. Fucking yeah, this is how Jarberg started. Okay? This is the end of the quest line. It's the end of the quest line for that. Shit, I can't remember his name. That would have been a much better bit if I could remember his goddamn name. He's a Final Fantasy monster. Yeah, like tint his skin green. He's a Final Fantasy monster. Oh my god, he is a fucking snail. Jesus. Maybe he needs to get over it. True. The state of my birth continuing to heap glory upon itself. Oh god. I need to Photoshop Peepo into this. The Jar Warrior of Elden Ring in college. Oh, fuck. He does look like Andy Richter. He looks like a tiny Andy Richter. Oh my god, I didn't put that together. Yeah, Junji Ito furiously scribbling his next magnum opus. There's only one party, Wolf. Link, where you got the Link, where are you? This is your calling. I love the laying of hands on him like it's going to heal his condition. We're praying for you, son. We pray that the Lord Almighty frees you from this infernal prison crafted by the devil himself. This pot was made for me. Oh no. Oh god. It's to stop him rolling. They were seriously concerned he'd just roll away. The house is on a slope. We impose hand on the satanic urn. Release him now. What are his abilities? I genuinely don't know. I feel like as far as cryptids go, he crawls out of the woods to just have a good time. You know, like he brings like a bottle of like Appalachian moonshine with him as he drags himself out of the woods. I just need to hear it one more time. I just need to hear it one more time.
Doing everything I fucking can!
I like that it ended with him being okay, but also just how did he lose his pants? I wanna know what happened to his pants. Did like the screwdriver rip a hole through his pants? Like what happened? He's doing everything he fucking can. Distraction is his superpower. That's the conspiracy, Stab Man. The pants never existed. He somehow got into like a situation, like a I don't know, some sort of 80s comedy situation where he lost his pants at the middle of this fancy party, and he did the only thing he could do to try and preserve his dignity, and that was jump into a pot comedically. But then he got trapped because it was, you know, a pot sent from Satan himself. His pants were embarrassed and left. Is this James Dean's vice president? Maybe. Yeah, he's the original cause for the Panic at the Disco, okay? There's sawdust on the ground. This is not a fancy party.
God damn it! My sweater off. I already took my belt off. I didn't get
Is that sawdust on the ground? I can't tell.
shit.
You got it, Connor. You got it. You did.
God bless Connor the Cryptid. Send the link. Here you go. That looks like a barn. Maybe. Just your average normal tent revival. True. They were trying to heal him. He was brought here for healing. Connor the Stuck. God. I just really enjoyed this story, and I wanted to share it with all you because I thought you guys would get a tickle out of it. Did they get they hired Paul Bunyan as an entertainer. It was really convenient. Mountain Brook is an upscale suburb of Birmingham. Gotcha. Finger curled on the monkey's paw. Yeah. God. I'm having fun with this stream. But we are going to get to less fun subjects, I am sorry to say. All right. We're going to talk about Biden's failure now. It's time to talk about the fact that Joe Biden is absolutely beefing it when it comes to when it comes to Israel Palestine. He is just leaning into the defeat, and it is not the defeat, but like he's leaning into just how terrible he looks to the voters he most needs to energize. Now, I saw this making the rounds on social media from the organization If Not Now, which is an organization of American Jews who organize in support of Palestinians. Their goal is to end the Israeli apartheid of Gaza and the West Bank, right? As well as, East Jerusalem, right? And some activists in South Carolina interrupted Joe Biden's speech earlier today to call for a ceasefire. And the response that happened afterwards is... I mean, I saw this, and basically the thought in my mind was, he's going to lose. And I don't know how to sugarcoat that. And I'm still going to fight like hell to make sure that, like, fascism doesn't take root in America. Because right now it's looking like it's either Donald Trump or Joe Biden. This is scary as fuck. But we're gonna cover it. We're not gonna look away. All right. We have to have an accurate understanding of what our domestic politics are. So here's the video.
If you really care about the lives lost here, you should honor the lives lost and call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Now, I just want to say, God bless these people. Like, it takes a lot of guts to go and do something like this. This is incredibly based. And honestly, this is probably some of the most meaningful activism you can do in order to, affect change. Because it is a way to directly confront the president of the United States, and it puts him in an incredibly bad position, optically. Because he either has to cede his time, or he has to look incredibly awful and callous. And in this case, Joe Biden chose to look incredibly awful and unsure of what to do, which maybe is an indicator that the one silver lining here is maybe Biden's reaction here is an indicator that, like, the White House's policy is still shifting, but, like, it is so, like, you guys know, I've been incredibly optimistic, and I would say at this point overly optimistic about, like, the US's positioning in regards to Palestinian welfare. And I think now I'm comfortable saying that Joe Biden has been a failure on this particular issue, and I don't know if there is an ability to salvage it here, and help those beleaguered people in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, it is not happening fast enough, if it is indeed happening, and. But I was blown away by what happened immediately following this, because we're only 20 or 30 seconds into this clip. My reaction here is, if you could choose what chant is started in response to people calling for a ceasefire after more than 20,000 people have been slaughtered like animals in the Gaza Strip, and the thing you choose to chant is 4 more years. You guys think Biden is getting 4 more years without an immediate course correction to bring an end to the conflict in the Gaza Strip? Like, He knows, chat. Look at his face. He knows this looks bad. He knows that this is terrible. Yeah, he understands the optics problem, for sure. He's a lifelong politician. He knows that that was an awful way to respond. The vast majority of all Americans want a ceasefire. America could be doing so much more in order to pressure Israel to come to a ceasefire agreement, but we haven't. Like, America just hasn't done that, and instead it's been like, a 5-day long pause, or a small but very conditional humanitarian corridor. Meanwhile, like, 2.4 million Gazans are being herded into the middle of the desert where there's no support infrastructure, no medicine, nothing. And they're just being left to die. So there's still 30 seconds left to this clip.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Look, folks, I understand their passion, and I've been quietly working with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza. I'm using all that I can to do that.
Bullshit. You can publicly call on them. Now you might ask yourself, why isn't Biden publicly calling on them to ceasefire? He's not doing it because AIPAC has the entire Democratic Party over the barrel and will primary with ungodly amounts of money. Like, anyone who tries to step up in the coming election, they will fund their direct opponents, because AIPAC does not give a shit if the person in charge is a Democrat or a Republican. They care about one thing: whether they unquestioningly support Israel's actions as a state. In terms of like domestic politics, it is incredibly hard for them to overcome the shotgun that is currently leveled at their electoral chances. And then to top it off, as No Look at Flash points out, we are also like engaged in like a percolating conflict between like Iran-backed forces like the Houthis in Yemen, and also there is a possibility that the conflict with the Gaza Strip could spill over into Lebanon. There is just the overriding factor when it comes to like international politics, like that sphere, is that the United States' interests are in keeping things status quo in the region, to have acceptable losses to continue the status quo. And yeah, it's neo-lib shit. It's neoliberal shit. Is the only thing we can hope for is Trump being a convict and or barred from running for office? I mean, what we can hope for is, I mean, honestly, like, even if Trump got barred from running or was convicted, our alternatives all look terrible. Like, oh, so Trump doesn't get elected, so we get Ron DeSantis, an outright fascist. Ron DeSantis, whose political team literally sent out a video with like Nazi imagery in it to advertise how great a candidate Ron DeSantis is. You guys remember that, right? Ron DeSantis is dropping out. Come on, Ron's not viable. I haven't looked at the polling in a bit since before Republican primary polls. Let's take a look. What are you talking about? DeSantis is dropping out. No, like, what? No, RFK Jr. isn't running in the Republican Party. He's running independent, which fucks over like the Republican candidate, which honestly might be a saving grace in 2024. No, that DeSantis and Nikki Haley and Vivek aren't dropping out. These three people here have enough support that they aren't dropping out. Vivek is going to be gunning for a cabinet position or like some sort of political cachet. Nikki Haley and DeSantis are both running in order to try and be like the runner-up, to see like, well, if Trump goes down and is convicted and can't be president, well, then we have a DeSantis or a Haley. Or if Trump dies from choking on a Big Mac, you have a DeSantis. He's old and doddering. Like, DeSantis and Haley are there just in case something happens to Trump. I mean, I mean, Nikki Haley is marginally better, a little bit better than Ron DeSantis. But like, let me put it this way, okay? I think if you take Trump out of this equation here, I think the majority of people who support Donald Trump go to DeSantis, not to Nikki Haley. I do not think that the people who currently support Trump want somebody who is like has like one hinge on, and that's Nikki Haley. Okay, they want all of the hinges off. They want the foot on the gas pedal. Like, Nikki Haley is not crazy enough for Trump supporters. Yeah, but here's the thing. DeSantis is Rizless. And that's why Trump supporters prefer Trump. But if you take Trump out of the equation, they're going to go for a Rizless DeSantis, who is a man and who is a fascist, over a Nikki Haley, a far-right conservative who's not quite a fascist and also, like, a woman. You know? Like, that. So it's bad all around. And all these are people who have your vote, who are going to vote for like Biden already. They're the diehards. The people who are on the fence, the people who are going to be motivated to not turn up at the polls, are the people who just got escorted out of this room. As a Floridian who sees a lot of the MAGA crowd, yeah, if Trump was barred from the election, they would turn right to DeSantis. They love what he's done in the state. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me, Simply Jason. Hey, Brianna Huffman. Hey, Valhalla Vidya. And all of this is even more tragic, like in the face of some of the immense bravery coming out of the Gaza Strip. There's a video now of the journalist Wael Diadou. Wael I'm sorry, I'm butchering his name. Wael Diadou. Sorry, apologies. Returning to the job And you guys will remember we did a story about him after the Israeli forces dropped bombs on his family's home, killing the vast majority of his family in the Gaza Strip. He's reporting from inside Gaza. He's a Palestinian in Gaza reporting on the ground. That initial bombing, only like one of his sons survived. And that son has now also been killed by Israeli forces. Like, he himself has been targeted by an airstrike that killed his cameraman. He's endured so much, and he still reports. Just less than a day, hours after his last remaining son dies. Like, he's back on his beat. He's back on the streets of the Gaza Strip, reporting. Like, I can't imagine, dude. This dude has lost so much.
ويجري الحديث عن وجود شهداء في بعض المناطق لكن لا تستطيع سيارات الإسعاف.
Just dude's been through hell for sure. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how he's functional. But he's still out there reporting on what's happening on the ground, I believe with Al Jazeera. And yeah, just incredible coverage. I hope that A, he survives all of this, and B, he gets the recognition he deserves after all this. I wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Fuck, man. Like, at a certain point, like, I think I would have broken, you know? Like, at a certain point, like I've been on the point of, like, breaking before, and it's scary. You know? Like, I feel like I just opt out of life. I'd be a complete shell of myself and maybe holding on to the only thing I still have, my job. That's fair. Should I follow the mantra of get my passport and ID updated? Yes. Especially if you're a member of a vulnerable population in the United States, I would always recommend right before an election between like a neo-lib and a fascist to update your passport. All right, folks, we've been going for 2 hours and 30 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, or, you know, maybe, especially after that story, maybe not enjoying the show, but getting something out of this coverage. Consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the stream. Liking the stream is very important. It gets more eyeballs on what we're doing here. And consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is fundamentally what keeps me alive and able to pay rent and have insurance and stuff. I like being able to have health care. Hey, LB. Start the name and gender marker process ASAP. Yeah, I mean, especially if you need to update in terms of name and gender marker. Yeah, no, that WoW is a goddamn legend. You're in DSA. If you're in DSA, I would suggest that you update your ID and passport. Got laid off this year. Took the first job that gave me $20 an hour, which isn't near what I was getting paid. But when I get home from work, I'm too tired to keep job hunting. For better work that isn't soul crushing.
Time to stay strong, everyone. Rock the BWA.
Ashley, thank you for the incredibly generous 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate it. Your support keeps this all going, and I really appreciate it. Thanks. All right, we are also going to talk a little bit about this is actually positive news. I tried to kind of pace out the show today. Can you give me a synopsis of why we're all so worried? I missed the early part of the stream. Oh, to give you the rundown, we have an election coming up in 2024 that's between a milquetoast neoliberal who won't fundamentally change anything and a fascist who will destroy our democracy. And right now, that milquetoast neolib who's currently in office and has the responsibility and duty to do things about our shitty lives and our lack of resources and global conflict is making a lot of choices that are disincentivizing young voters who are already the most fickle voting group to not turn up at the polls in when the election comes around. So the problem here is that Biden's support has tanked. It's looking really bad, and it keeps getting worse the longer he does nothing to push a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. And that means it's a very scary election year. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we want a fascist in power with the ability to launch nukes. I don't think the guy who now knows he needs to install a bunch of yes men in the military should be in office in order to launch. I'm worried that he's just going to nuke hurricanes because he's going to surround himself with people who aren't going to tell him no. You know? He made the mistake last time of assuming that the presidency would allow him to give unilateral orders, which it doesn't, unless you replace people who are just going to yes your orders, you know? So that's why I'm telling people to update their passports and IDs. So if you absolutely need to, you can pack up and get to safety. I mean, Donald Trump is giving speeches about how he's going to end transgenderism in the United States. You know, if you're a trans person especially, make sure you have your paperwork. Did you see Trump's recent comments in our community? No, I assume they're genocidal as usual. I can't leave, so I'm just gonna die. I'm sorry, Holly. Saw Biden's chief campaign man on TV yesterday and was not impressed. Well, that's because it's a neo-lib campaign. It's shitty as hell. Like, Trump has a game plan now called Project 2025, where they're going to gut all of the administrative officials that would have told him no in his last presidency. They have a plan. They have pre-picked candidates for different positions, and it's going to be so much worse because he knows how to properly destroy democracy now. Oh, he will end transgender ideology? Yeah. I mean, like, he wants to make it illegal to be a trans person. Like, this is part of the reason why, like, Republican governors are trying to get, like, lists of trans people. Bernie, to his credit, has been walking a weird line where he hasn't outright called for a ceasefire, but he is using his position to call for an end to the conflict. So, like, he's not saying the word ceasefire, but, like, he is blocking funding to Israel to the best he can with the position he's in, you know? So I want to give him credit where it's due. How do we get people to hold their nose and vote for Biden? Honestly, the way we encourage people to vote for Biden is in a couple of different ways. One, right now, I wouldn't be trying to make the argument that in the face of, like, Biden's almost complete inaction in the face of genocide, I wouldn't argue that, like, trying to talk about his merits and the good things he's done is going to be very effective at all. I think what we generally do, and this is true for a lot of campaigns, you focus on people who are already likely voters. You know? You focus on people who were all, like, just didn't know what day to vote. And when you do engage with people who are like, I'm not going to vote for Biden, like, one, recognize that you may not be able to change their minds, and that elections are numbers games. But two, the other tactic is just talking about, like, the fact that if a fascist gets into power, we're not going to have another election to try and fix it or to try and make things better. If a fascist gets into power, it's game over. Putting a fascist in charge of the world's largest and most powerful military is not just a net loss for us in the United States. It's a net loss for the entire world. Because that fascism is going to be exported, either violently or not. And I think focusing on the fact that this is a battle between a potential opportunity in the future for things to be better versus outright fascism being empowered to act is, I think, the best bullet we got. Like, I don't think, and to be clear, I don't think you could make that argument in, like, 99, right? Like, I don't think you could make I don't think you could make the argument that, like, oh, George Bush and Al Gore, they're just, you know, it's a neo-lib or a fascist. Like, I don't think that argument applies in every election, but it does apply to the time period we're in right now. I think if maybe this was a run-of-the-mill, like, conservative, like, you know, in the sense of, like, a conservative 20 years ago versus a neo-lib, I would, like, it'd be much easier to kind of give in to this voter apathy that is going to be rampant this round of the election cycle, but that's not the situation we're in. you know? What would a House and Senate-led Democrat do for Trump's second term? Farron Cousins said that there is some hope in that. Trump has... there could be some hope in that if Trump had any inclination to allow himself to be reined in by Congress. He has already attempted a violent overthrow of democracy itself. He has already announced his plans to replace anyone who would disagree with him with the yes-men. And he's already straight up said that he is going to suspend the Constitution. Like, really, Congress being opposed to him only matters if he's going to abide by what Congress decides. And there is absolutely no guarantee that that would happen. Where do we go? Canada, New Zealand, Ireland, Scotland. Wherever will take you that's not controlled by fascists. Like wherever you can get to that isn't going to be immediately subject to fascist violence, you know? Yeah, Mexico. Like, at a certain point, if your option is stay in fascist-controlled territory or go elsewhere, you don't have the luxury of being too picky. You know? So that's why we're going to be rolling up our sleeves and doing the best we can, you know? I will be right back, and when I come back in a few minutes, I will talk about the situation in Myanmar. I've been meaning to talk about this for a while. I'm glad we're finally getting to it today. It's positive, so look forward to that. BRB. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. How y'all doing? I have returned virile and strong. Would we even be allowed to leave? Well, it takes time to implement changes and to transition to a new government. So, Reborn Dragon, I think if you had your paperwork in order, you could leave pretty quickly. Feeling a little better? I'm glad you're feeling better. You look great. Somniostatic, that's because I moisturized and drank so much water I peed for like an hour straight. Now, folks, I can't help but notice that the stream is currently sitting at 44 likes. That's 6 likes less than we need, okay? We need bare minimum 6 more likes, and there are almost 60 of you in the YouTube chat. I know we can get that number, okay? The rookie numbers. Hey, Sophie. How y'all doing? There's a Popman Cryptid. Oh man, you missed that story already, Somniostatic. You'll have to watch the VOD or check it out on YouTube when it inevitably comes out on YouTube. I have to tell you guys, I am low-key worried that the segment I did on Hasan and like his BroTip era is going to be incredibly poorly received. But I mean, I guess, you know, what can you do? I thought it was a great starting point to talk about you know, the need for content that isn't shit when it comes to like meeting people, you know? We already had one person in chat like flame out because I was biting the hand that feeds me, apparently, as a trans person. Poorly received is fine. Engagement is engagement. That is true. But I also like communicating my ideas well, and as like a content creator, but also as like an autistic person, like one of my number one triggers is not being understood. And like I am much more okay with that when it's from people who I am not targeting with my content. You know, like if that misunderstanding is with like conservatives, I'm okay with that because they live in their own world, right? But when it's from like other people who are ostensibly on my political side, you know, it sucks. It sucks. And I get like anxious about it because I want to be understood. I don't know what you mean. Jesus. In what way? You have to be more specific. Hasan feeds me. They said something along the lines of like Hasan advocates for people like you to 30,000 people on the daily. Like kind of how dare you speak ill of him kind of thing. RSD? What? Just doing the Amy Potts. God damn it, Amy. Who me? I genuinely don't know what that question is in response to, Brianna. If I'm talking directly to you, I'll just say your username generally. Oh, rejection sensitive dysphoria. I do have that as well. That's not even 1% of America. God, if I could have an audience that's 1% of America, holy shit. Was I the one who needs to be more specific? No, I was talking to Salmon Moose. I'm pretty sure you'll be okay. I liked the segment. Okay, good. Cool. I think a lot of Muslims are going to sit out the 2024 election, but is just offsetting the pickups Dems have for pro-choice voters and 4 more years of young people registering to vote. Oh, Gamer G, I hope you're right. Yeah, honestly, moving to Minnesota is pretty based. I feel like Minnesota would be a relatively safe place to be in America for the time being. Biden gave a real good speech on January 6th. It was pretty strong for him. I don't think honestly right now I don't think good speeches are going to save him until he takes action on Palestine. What's my fave color? Honestly, I really like this green. I don't know that it really pops on camera the way it does in real life, but kind of like a vibrant green. I love like kind of the green that you get when you like, I don't know, look through a blade of grass at the sun, or like when the sun is hitting like a grassy field just right, you know? I don't know, is it loam green? Is that the name of it? I have no idea. Was the Hasan bit this stream? Yeah, Charlie, we did it one of the first stories. Yeah. Did he ask questions? Did they ask questions? I didn't see. Oh well. All right. Redheads look good in green. And I haven't even done my makeup today. All I did was moisturize. I was late coming in. That's okay. We take all comers. And all coomers. Midwest Dems are built different. It's the tractors. Charlotte, thank you. All right. Enough of this. We're going to talk about Myanmar. You guys can't distract me like this. So basically, I did a story about this like several months ago. And I think the stream I did that segment in got like taken down thanks to a copyright strike. But basically, the gist of that segment was that in Myanmar there's basically been a resistance movement against the military dictatorship in the country. So for those of you who don't know, they had a democratic election. The military did not like the outcome of the election and turned on the government, captured it, and made it into a dictatorship. And not everyone is okay with this, and they've been fighting, that the resistance has been fighting now for a long time in order to basically seize control over a critical province in Myanmar. I'm trying to find a image here. Yes. Here we go. And to give you like some idea, I think we talked about this briefly like several years ago, even. This has been like an ongoing situation for years now. But there was kind of a viral story a while back about the resistance fighters manufacturing weapons with like 3D printers and like building their own like munitions and stuff like from scratch, like using drones in unconventional ways. It's been a very wild conflict. Not to mention that in the recent actions that have been successful by the resistance against the military dictatorship, you have basically ethnic tribes, mainly I believe the Chin ethnic group, have been coming out and fighting with and the resistance, and they're using flintlock rifles from like 300 years ago. Like they're literally taking on like assault helicopters with weapons that are like older than your grandparents' great-grandparents. Yeah, they're pretty hardcore. But just 3 days ago, they were able to capture, after months of fighting, control of the region that is called the Kokang. And this happened after the withdrawal of like 2,000 some soldiers. Here's I have to be careful with like the copyright stuff, but like they've been able to establish dominance over an entire region of Myanmar, and this was basically thought to be impossible for them to actually accomplish with like the technological like gap between themselves and their adversaries. Okay, like Jesus, we can't have that music. Let's go. But yeah, here's them raising their flag over like the last enemy stronghold in the region. Wild stuff. Jesus. Also, stop trying to get me with the DMCA, Myanmar resistance fighters. It's been an insane series of events. I mean, and like I'm trying to put this into relevant terms. Here, we'll go over this article from the outlet Nikkei Asia. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong as well. Myanmar's Chin battle military with muskets. Ethnic minority has played key role in country's history of conflicts. This is from early 2 years now ago. But this has been like kind of one of the key deciders in the ongoing resistance against the Myanmar dictatorship, and it's really cool. So the article goes, it might have seemed improbable when Myanmar's poorest ethnic minority seized their antique hunting rifles to battle, and to bloody a Myanmar military that has unleashed artillery and helicopter gunships against them. But following the overthrow of the country's elected government of Aung San Suu Kyi on February 1st last year, the Chin were among the first to take up arms against the military regime, inspiring other opposition groups across the country to escalate their protests and armed rebellion. So basically what we're seeing now is like this beleaguered ethnic minority was able to take up arms and kind of become the glue of the rest of the country's resistance efforts against this military takeover of the country. Despite the army's blistering attacks, the burning of towns, and alleged atrocities against civilians, a growing network of guerrillas is digging in for what Za Uk-ling of the Chin Human Rights Organization calls a do-or-die or now-or-never resistance against the military, which has ruled over Myanmar and the Chin people for decades. In a society where parents, elders, and tribal chiefs have been the traditional decision-makers, this resistance is driven by the youth of Generation Z, who briefly savored democracy and are connected to the world through the internet. But the uprising's roots also lie in centuries of Chin history, culture, and a compulsion to protect their rugged, remote hills from hostile outsiders. So yeah, we did a story about this early on in my streaming career. There was an arc where I was talking about like 3D printed guns and armaments, and that played a role in kind of the unrest that I believe preceded the turn to democracy, and then the democracy was overthrown in 2021. So basically, there was like a short chunk of time where things were deeply flawed, but the youth, the youngins of Myanmar were able to see their country change and become democratic, only to have that snatched away, and that radicalized the entire generation of young people across the country. And it is heartening to see how that has now paid off in 2024, with them being able to seize back this region. The Kokang region of Myanmar is basically one of the hardest regions to maintain control over. And the fact that the resistance was able to take it back kind of indicates that the military dictatorship is weakening, it's losing support, and the resistance is now kind of going full steam ahead to expand its reach across the rest of the country. So this is very cool. Here, let's look here. The Chin resisted the incursion of the British at the end of the 19th century, served on the Allied side in World War I, fought bravely against the Japanese in World War II, and over the last 30 years have waged a low-level insurgency against a central government dominated by the military and the country's Bamar majority. So, like, not only... I think an important part to note about this is that, like, it is being, like, it's not like you have kind of a young cohort of people who are unused to warfare. Like, this group of people in particular has basically been fighting for like the last 2 centuries. And that's fascinating. So they have kind of this background in warfare, and were able to taste democracy for a brief moment of time and had that snatched away, and now they're angry and they want to retake control over their country and reestablish democracy. And I think that's honestly really wonderful, you know? Especially in the face of like atrocity after atrocity inflicted upon them. In World War II, the Chin and the other tribes of the northeastern hills proved invaluable in stopping the powerful Japanese army from sweeping into India. The British commander of the Chin levies, Lieutenant Colonel H.N.C. Stevenson, wrote, "At a time when the whole might of the Commonwealth was collapsing about their heads, they, the Chin, stood firm by our side, facing the mortars and machine guns of Japan with shotguns and ancient flintlocks." Like, this is from World War II. They're still using those flintlock rifles. In April, the descendants of these Chin soldiers took to the jungles 80 years later with their slingshots and, to me, flintlocks little changed from the Napoleonic Wars and passed down from generation to generation for stalking deer, wild boar, and gaur in what remains a strong hunting culture. In earlier times, when a boy was given his first rifle, a prayer would be said before his first hunt. Let this gun work properly and be successful. Let it kill the animals on the land and the animals under the water. The Tumi is handicapped by its short range and the time it takes to reload by filling the barrel with gunpowder. Nonetheless, one Chin fighter was recently quoted as saying that killing Myanmar soldiers was like, quote, shooting and running animals in the forest, unquote. Like, they've been fighting this insurgency for so long that, like, they're just like, yeah, you know, it's new year, new military dictatorship. All right, time to go. You know? Hey, Squiddies. Thanks for the raid, Sunday. I appreciate it. Welcome, folks. We're going over the recent victory in Myanmar, where the resistance was able to capture control over the Kokang region. We are the calamari. Nice. one volley and retreat. Yeah, nighttime raid. You know, pour a bunch of gasoline over the choppers. So they've got good. Yeah, I mean, when you only have one shot, you really have to make it count. I know nothing about Myanmar. Basically, to summarize what we've gone over so far, it was a military dictatorship for decades. It transitioned into with lots of like ethnic conflict across the country. Then it transitioned to a democracy. But after like a few years of that, a new election happened, and the military took over the country again. This was 2021, and then another civil war broke out, and basically the resistance that's kind of has formed around this Chin ethnic minority that has basically been fighting nonstop warfare for like the last 200 years. And they're like expert guerrilla fighters with like flintlock rifles doing guerrilla raids. And they've been able to successfully capture a large portion of Myanmar, and with the goal of reestablishing democracy in the country. So that is pretty cool. Good job. 5 stars, 10 out of 10. I don't have a ton else left to add to this story other than I like when democratic forces topple dictatorships. 89% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's like the Liberator in World War II France. You use it to get down a soldier and get a better weapon. Yeah, true. That's also one of the big deals about the resistance being able to capture this region. It means they all have also captured like the military hardware that got left behind. So, yeah, that is actually a huge deal. Also, welcome Raiders. Please hit that subscribe button, hit the like button on the stream. We are getting close to 69 likes on the stream, and that's just a real nice number to see. Let's see here. Cool topic. I agree. It's been something I've wanted to talk about more, and I really want to do a more in-depth research dive on just kind of like the history of Myanmar. There was a double raid? Oh, tipster raid. Hello, tippies. Howdy, howdy, folks. The notifications in the YouTube chat are so bad. I do not get notified when like another YouTuber raids into the stream. So like make sure like if you guys raid in here, like you gotta make some noise, okay? Because I do watch the chats. Oh, there we go. Now I get the tipster raid notification. Hello, trans girl Jade. How you doing, beautiful? Hey, Dabrowski. Gotta represent. Hell yeah. Hello, 5-7. Hello, Vixen. Also, I usually like saying hello to people when I see them enter the chat for the first time. So, hello, Lisa Isablogger. Hello, Zoe Kirby. Hello, Gayest Winston. Gabrielle Things. Alzaz. Pippa. Oh, Pippa. That's Pippa? That's just cute. Does the river have boats? Does a boat have hose? Hey, Shadow Wolfcan. Uh, sorry, I'm sorry. I feel like that's the most logical response to that question. Hello, Governor. Hello, Jax. You look so pretty and radiant today. That is because I drank water today and also moisturized appropriately. Boats and Hoes, that's a reference I haven't heard in a long time. Well, you know what? I'm old and Step Brothers is funny. Yeah, it's true. I ingested some humanity and unhollowed myself. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a choice. All right? And you guys can vote on it if you're over in riverboat.gg, over on the site chat, which is where this on-screen chicanery is taking place. Hope you've been having a good stream today. I feel like I've had a really productive stream, but also I opened up stream by talking about Hasan's old content and finding his old website is still up, and that was a trip. People got mad at me for that. So, you know, maybe people are really upset about that, but I just wanted to talk about it because I thought it was weird, and B, it was a good platform to then talk about how we need to actually have content that teaches people how to like have social interactions without becoming raging misogynists. But we have more content, and if you would like to vote on the upcoming segment, you got to get over to riverboat.gg, and you got to get over there quick, okay? So, /vote. What content first? Okay? Do you want AI movie or fascism? Those are your options. You can choose between suffering through an AI short film or fascism. Those are your choices. Go. Wait, the AI movie got Demon Mama demonetized? Wait, if that's the case, from the music? Oh. I assumed that they had just AI generated the music. I assumed it was AI generated music. The robot claimed her. We won though. Fascism won. This is how democracy dies. What thunderous applause. I'm not a citizen. I cannot vote. Well, you can go over to riverboat.gg for free, and there's no ads. Hey, Puerto Rican vegan musician socialist. Just pressing the Hasan bad button. Literally, I said so many times that I don't think that his old content is indicative of his current content, but it is interesting and cringe. So it's not Hasan bad, more just like this old content is bad, and also here's what we could do to make this awful shit not awful and actually useful. Is Donald Trump supposed to be our Palpatine? Well, Palpatine is a fascist, so yes. BroTips is indeed bad and 10 years old. Well, what was interesting was that I found that the website was still active. That was the interesting part. Which made me just wonder why. Why on earth, if you've scrubbed the internet of everything else, why would you leave the website up? Would you be interested in getting someone on stream who has good things to say about positive masculinity? Maybe. The cowards didn't AI generate the music, right? Ah, Arachnoid, thank you for jumping over to riverboat.gg. I appreciate it. From Zoe to Arachnoid. That sounds like the sounds like a Decepticon transformation. And you know what? I'm here for it. Starscream. Hashtag Starscream for president. There we go. All right. We are going to do fascism. And not the tab labeled I hate this. Which should not be mistaken for me liking fascism, please. God damn it. All right. I, as a trans woman, am the perfect spokesperson for masculinity. No, I, as a trans woman, am the perfect spokesperson for masculinity. All right. So first we're going to open with, let's see. So, folks, people in the Republican Party. Good timing. Malachi.
Name. Welcome in.
Malachi, thank you for gifting Arachnoid a sub. That is very kind of you, and thank you for supporting stream. And if anyone else wants to follow in your footsteps, I'd very much appreciate it. So there are a lot of people in the Republican Party who are deeply, deeply upset that Trump has been removed from the ballot of 2 states. They're very upset about it. And Republicans love, more than anything, just vindictive revenge. They love it. They love, oh, you made me stub my toe, I'm going to murder your family style politics, okay? And, well, effectively, there are some now state attorneys general in southern states, Republican states, that are trying to make arguments for removing Joe Biden from their ballots. And the Missouri Secretary of State went on CNN today to talk about removing Biden from the ballot. And it did not go well for him, actually. It went extremely, extremely poorly, actually. And we're going to go over a few things here, so bear with me. We're going to go through a couple segments of the interview, and it's just kind of amazing to see how little it takes to deeply roll this man, you know? Here we go. Also, just real quick, I love that the interviewer just looks like a goddamn Chad, like a more masculine. Oh God, what's his name? Is it Stephen Tucci? What's his name? Not Stephen. Stanley Tucci, I think. We got an absolute Chad, and then right next to him, we have this sallow, half-dead corpse. This guy looks like he has just been freshly embalmed. He looks bad. You know, like... He looks like he knows he's about to have a bad day. All right. Anyway, I know I'm being mean, but let's keep going.
In other words, you think that when the Supreme Court takes this up, they are going to side with President Trump. Is that correct?
They are going to side against people being thrown off the ballot in this sort of manner. The brief that I will be filing with the United States Supreme Court is not going to say that President Trump was a bad person It's not going to say that he's a good
Sure.
person. What it's going to say is that this extrajudicial means of removing people from the ballot is catastrophic to our country if it's allowed to continue. Because if Democrats can do it, you know that Republicans will do it. And if Republicans will do it, then Democrats will do it more.
To that point, Secretary, in order to remove President Biden from the ballot, according to your state constitution, you would need to go to court. What do you think would be your strongest argument?
Like, guys, the first point, the first question, he's like, well, the state of Missouri has a constitution, and I've looked at it here, and it says you have to follow these steps. You'd actually have to bring a lawsuit to court. And he's just like, no. Like, you could tell immediately that this guy did not read his own state constitution to understand that that was the actual process. Like, Republicans live in such an isolated bubble that, like, you present them with, like, something like your constitution actually prohibits you from doing that. They just freeze like deer in headlights.
Not at all. Not at all. If
Your state constitution actually states that the Secretary of State lacks authority to assess qualifications of a candidate.
And then he just, not at all. But Mr. Secretary, I'm reading it right here. It says right here on your constitution. I have the original constitution right here, sir.
Determine whether to place a candidate's name on a primary ballot. That's according to section 115.387 of your state constitution.
Sir, what I'm saying is, if the Supreme Court upholds the ruling out of Colorado, and what
which went to court to disqualify Donald Trump from the ballot. So you, according to your state constitution, would need to go to court.
Sir, let's just be clear. First of all, you've already said you're not an attorney and you don't know what happened in Colorado.
He just read you the Constitution that outlines the process, sir. Okay, so part of what you need to realize here is that Jay Ashcroft is an absolute moron. We call him the Nepo baby because his father, John Ashcroft, was definitely the talent in the family. Well, you can tell. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time getting my thought out. But you can tell that Jay Ashcroft did not do any prep for this interview. Like, he was expecting a BJ, like, on Newsmax, okay? And instead he got, like, an actual question that he had no response for.
I
know what happened in Colorado, sir. What I said was that I didn't read through all of the evidence specifically to be able to qualify whether there was hearsay or not. To get back to my question, you said that you would decide to remove Joe Biden from the ballot in your state, according to your state constitution.
Which, by the way, like, yeah, this guy keeps talking about, well, it has to go to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court case would only decide whether or not Donald Trump could have been removed from the ballot in 2 other states. Like, it has no bearing on your state removing Joe Biden.
Which I just read to you from, it says you need to go to court. I'm asking you what you think your strongest argument is.
And I continue to...
Like this guy didn't... I don't think this guy came in to do a hardball interview. He just has some very simple and basic questions. And he can't get an answer out of this absolute buffoon.
Try to answer your questions, and you continue to try to tell me stuff that just isn't true.
That's not factual, sir. You made an accusation about me not knowing.
You're saying lies. You're interviewing me with a shroud of lies, sir. Meanwhile, he's just like showing the actual Constitution of Missouri.
Something. I'm trying to clarify it for you. You can choose to answer the question or just continue deflecting. What is the
I keep
strongest
trying-
argument you would make in court to remove Joe Biden from the ballot? Go.
Like, this isn't even that's a question he should have an answer for, not just oh no, we can unilaterally remove Joe Biden from office from the ballot, which they can't. They can't do that. States have processes for how names get added onto ballots and how they get taken off of ballots, which is decided by each state. Is this ableism? Honestly, often when talking about fascists, it is indeed ableism, but it's a level of ableism I'm comfortable with. Now, of course, this isn't the end of the interview. You don't think I'd leave you with, like, interview blue balls, do you? So, it continues. We're not even halfway through this interview. It's amazing, dude. All right, here we go.
I'm sure the Supreme Court will settle whether you can remove someone from the ballot or not, or potentially give guidance on that. I'm wondering, though, what would then be your justification for removing Joe Biden from the ballot in Missouri? Has he engaged, in your mind, in some kind of insurrection?
There have been allegations that he's engaged in insurrection.
How so?
And no, please let me finish. There have only been
you
allegations.
can't say something like that and not back it up. What do you mean?
I am continuing, but you interrupted me before I could back.
There have been allegations that Joseph Robinette Biden engaged in insurrection. What do you mean? How dare you question me, sir? What allegations? What has the current president done to do an insurrection? I don't think this man knows what an insurrection is, chat. I don't think Jay Ashcroft has any idea what the words he's saying mean.
Back it up.
Go ahead,
Are you
sir.
scared?
The interviewer starts to break. Joe Biden was there on January 6th to coup himself. He, in a fit of senility, he thought he was getting himself into office for real. Joe Biden rose up against the dastardly U.S. government for electing him as president.
Truth?
Oh,
Let me
I'm not
explain.
terrified of the truth at all. It seems like you might be. Let's hear what you have to say.
There have only been allegations against
What allegations?
President Trump has never been adjudicated guilty in a court of law.
What did Joe Biden do, in your mind, that equates insurrection? What allegations are you talking about?
I have seen allegations from the Lieutenant Governor of Texas that has said that Joe Biden.
The Lieutenant Governor of Texas, huh? What evidence did he have?
Biden has been part of insurrection or rebellion. We've seen the the governor of.
In what way? The interviewer, he's not even saying what the allegations are based on. He's just like, I heard someone say that there were allegations against him. For doing what, though? Someone in Florida said it.
Florida say the same thing.
Insurrection over what? What did the governor of Texas say that Joe Biden was causing an insurrection over? If you're going to make the claim, give me.
He's literally, you can literally see him flipping through his mind palace. Look at his eyes. His eyes are like he's literally trying to look through the files in his brain. This is incredible.
What did the governor of Texas say that Joe Biden was causing an insurrection over? If you're going to make the claim, give me some specifics. Are you just going to cite the governor of Texas or Florida and not actually say what they are arguing?
Yeah. Also, it doesn't matter what Texas and Florida are saying because your state has its own process for putting people on and taking people off the ballot. The states control that. So, like, what is your state's argument should be if you're serious about this. Like, something that is extremely easy to answer.
Do you know what they're
Mind
arguing?
file not found.
What I'm telling you is this. They made allegations, and all it took for former President Trump to be taken off the ballot in Colorado and in Maine were allegations.
No, actually, there was a court case, and the judges, the case was ruled on, and it was ruled against Donald Trump. This is not. This is like extremely easy to understand. Like a 5-year-old could get this.
We should not be a country that removes people from the ballot based on allegations.
They found him guilty of participating and inciting January 6th, an insurrection against democracy. They found him guilty for doing that, which was justification under their state laws for taking him off the ballot. Now those cases are going to the Supreme Court. But like, let's not pretend there weren't legal cases going on, because there were.
I think you can agree with that.
I think it depends to a degree.
Oh, so
because
your guy can...
He hasn't been convicted of a felony yet. The felony cases are still ongoing. And currently his legal team is trying to, Trump's legal team is trying to drag out those cases until like they're decided after the election for obvious reasons.
Be removed from the
my guy, Joe Biden is not my guy. You don't know who my guy is. The point is, sir, the point is that it's not clear whether the 14th Amendment is self-executing or not. In other words, it doesn't matter to a court at that point whether there was a conviction of Donald Trump for insurrection or not. That is a...
True. He still has a legal team. I mean, he's got oh God, what is her name? Like the worst lawyer in the world, who like forgets to like check boxes on legal paperwork that keeps getting him in trouble. I have a name that's popping up in my head, but I know it's not the right one. For some godforsaken reason, the name that's popping up in my head is Huma Abedin, who's absolutely not the lawyer representing Donald Trump. That she's the former wife of Anthony Weiner. No, not Jenna Ellis. Alina Habba. Thank you, Super Jet Guy. Alina Habba is like the worst lawyer I've ever seen in my life. The 14th Amendment was designed to not require convictions. Yeah, for obvious reasons, the legal system of the 1800s did not want to try and prosecute tens of millions of people in the American South. Ah, God. Miss Lawyer McLaw. The female version of the Simpsons lawyer. All right. We do have slightly more of this interview. It continues. So we got about 30 seconds left. So it's this is great. I'm enjoying this so much.
The Secretary of State is the first layer in a legal process of deciding whether that person belongs on a ballot or not. It's
like he's trying to process what this man is telling him. It's literally the first time anyone has told him in his Republican bubble that like part of his job is involved in like deciding this process and like making these arguments. And like this is the first time he's been confronted with the idea that he has to do that. I did not, Paladin.
It's in Maine state constitution. I think you should probably read it, sir, before you make claims about the Maine Secretary of State and their process. We got to leave the conversation there, but I very much appreciate your time. You're welcome back anytime, sir.
Thank you.
Of course. Have a good day. Happy New Year. Stay with CNN News Central. We're back in just moments.
That was amazing, dude. That was amazing. He was so upset. And yeah, no shit. If I was that interviewer, I'd want that guy on every day. What an amazing win for Boris Sanchez. Is that his name?
I'm sure the Supreme Court.
Yes, Boris Sanchez. Nice. Yeah, that was incredible. I want to see a show that's just the two of them talking about any given subject, where Boris Sanchez just like does donuts around Jay Ashcroft. That was incredible. He looked like a slapped ass. Slap ass. All right. That was incredible. But like that's the thing, right? Fascism isn't smart. It's actually incredibly dumb. It's incredibly stupid. Because they just live in their world of lies until they get enough people trapped in that world in order to violently oppose anyone who offers them like a view of reality. Frankly, you know, like the Nazis thought that they were winning for like a long goddamn time, even when they lived in a world where like the Soviet Union and the United States was right on their doorstep. Like it is inherently tied with a blindness to reality. It's why most definitions of fascism include like a rejection of empiricism. It is, and just like reality itself is inconvenient to fascism. So fascist ideology ignores reality. You know. Yeah, the Nazis thought they were winning until the Soviets got to Berlin. Exactly. God. Yeah, it's an anti-intellectual ideology by virtue of its own existence, you know? But like these anti-democracy actions, while stupid and incredibly funny to laugh at, are actually serious, right? If they could brute force Joe Biden off the ballots, they would. And they're going to try their damnedest in order to do that, right? And not only that, but they're using similar bullshit tactics against Democrats across the United States. Notably, they're doing it against trans candidates for office. Basically, and this is a new story coming out of Ohio, but brought to my attention by Ari Drennan, who everyone should follow on Twitter. But basically, the Ohio Republicans are using a law that requires a legal name to be attached to a candidate's to the candidate's ballot, right? So because trans people aren't using their legal names, they're getting kicked off of ballots. This has happened, I think, to multiple candidates now. But basically, they're being disqualified and removed from the ballot for omitting dead names, which is absolutely insane, considering that people like Richard Dick DeWine is, not actually what his name was on the ballot. Mike DeWine. The governor of Ohio ran under the name Mike DeWine. His real name, his God-given name, is Richard DeWine. Ted Cruz is not actually named Ted Cruz. Nikki Haley isn't named Nikki Haley. Like, Nikki Haley's name is Nimarata. Nimarata Nikki Haley is her full name. And her birth name, her real birth name, is Nimarata Nikki Randhawa. But you know, oddly enough, she's not being disqualified from the ballot in Ohio. That's crazy, dude. Is there anything Ohio Republicans can do based on this? I mean, they've already done what they can do, which is disqualify trans people who use any name other than their birth name to run for office. You know, they've already done it. Hey, Hypno Amber. This is your first live view. That's so cool. Welcome. I hope you enjoy watching live. You usually watch the vids, so I always really like when people who watch the vids tune in live. It's very nice. But like, they're going to use any trick in the book that they can to subvert the democratic process and seize power. That's what fascists do. Okay? No. See, Superjet Guy, Republicans don't actually give a shit about trans people. Like, Republican politicians do not care about trans people. Most Republican politicians, if they met like a trans person in real life at one of their cocktail parties, would treat them with polite respect, you know? But what they do is they go after trans people for two reasons. One, it's so that they can rally their base. And two, it's because, well, in this case, by going after trans people, they can subvert the democratic process and put in their own people. You know? What can voters do against DeWine? Vote against him in the next election? Protest his every waking moment? Flood his office with calls? But like, I mean, here's another example, right? From this one from the Daily Beast. And this one got a lot of traction over the last day or so. Trump refused to sign Illinois' pledge not to advocate for government overthrow. So basically, Illinois has a pledge in its paperwork from like the 1950s American Red Scare. It's a tradition dating back, 70 years at this point, to prevent the Soviet Union's agents from ever gaining power in Illinois. And so they've just had this, and every candidate has always filled out the paperwork saying they won't advocate for overthrowing the US government. Donald Trump turned in all of his paperwork, signed, except for that one. That one did not get signed. He declined to sign the loyalty oath that promises not to overthrow the US government. It's kind of insane. It's unsurprising, for sure, but it is like the lowest possible bar to like say, no, I'm not going to overthrow democracy. is like signing like a meaningless loyalty pledge. And he can't even do that. So why is he designed to run still? I think because it's not like a necessary requirement. They're just like, it's not required that you sign the pledge, but it is required that like candidates be given the paperwork. If like you like that distinction makes sense. It does not disqualify him from the ballot in Illinois. But I think the thinking being that if you declined to sign it, people wouldn't vote for you. How naive people in the 1950s were. Why even so openly signal that? Is he that much of an egomaniac? I mean, dude's already going out on stage and talking about how he's going to suspend the Constitution. So, I mean, like, this is not at all surprising. Not at all surprising. But it is a sign that I'm, you know, looking at the tea leaves here, the political tea leaves, this is a sign that Donald Trump intends to go full fascist if he ever seizes power again. Yeah, exactly, Arachnoid. It's mostly like people in the 1950s going, well, no one would be so politically suicidal to not sign the Red Scare loyalty oath. And lo and behold, Donald Trump has a cult of personality so strong he doesn't even have to sign that. And I mean, honestly, like, why? You might be thinking to yourself, why would, what? He should be scared to not sign that. Like, obviously, that should hurt his political chances, right? Wrong. You buffoon. You fools. You silly billies. Because his base is made up of absolute insane individuals. You know, you've got people like this, okay? He's got the sovereign citizen wing. You know, the sovereign citizen wing of like the Republican movement, which is insane. Like, I'm just going to give you guys an example that I stumbled across earlier today, courtesy of Chuds of TikTok.
I think that most of us have been aware of something being off in the US.
Yeah, sure.
And if you felt that way, you're not wrong.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the real talk.
Yeah,
okay?
give us the
So
give
the
us
real
the
talk
thesis.
is that taxes are fraudulent.
What?
Ooh, I know. People freak out when I say that. When people say, oh no, taxes are fraudulent. They are. You don't need to be paying them. Okay?
Chuckles in IRS.
You don't need to be registering your car. How much does that cost you every year?
Good luck explaining that to a police officer. Also, is she wearing a Cat in the Hat onesie? I just realized that.
Register your car. You also actually don't need to have car insurance. It's good to have it just for like ethical, moral purposes, but you're not required to. Okay, the state requires you to.
Urban barbarian. The immediate turn from I could fix her to no, I can't. I comedy. What the fuck are these bleeps? Apparently you have to bleep taxes. You have the freedom to not pay taxes, but you don't have the freedom to say the word taxes.
But you're not required to. Okay, I'm saying some controversial things here this morning. Same thing goes for a marriage certificate, marriage license. Y'all don't need that. Okay, you don't need that. I could go on. Going to prison, getting summoned to court, you don't need to do any of that either, okay? You're not required to. The only reason you are is because your legal fiction, which is your all caps name.
She's bleeping taxes so the feds don't find her. I mean, they're gonna find her because she's not paying her goddamn taxes.
Which is who you are taught to believe you are. You're not actually that. You're a little.
Yeah, okay, so folks, if you're wondering what she means by this, sovereign citizens believe that your legal name on like your birth certificate and your like driver's license and stuff is written in all caps because it's not your actual name. Not for legibility purposes or anything like that, but specifically because it's not your real name. You have your name, which is, capital letter, lowercase letters, capital letter, lowercase letters. And then you have your birth certificate name, your state name, your government name.
Living man or woman, but you have been led to believe that you are all that all caps name that is on your driver's license, that is on your social security card, that is on your certificate of birth. If you're not familiar with what that is, go watch my sovereignty lessons playlist on my profile, and I go.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. For a certain amount of subs and donos, I will go and watch every single one of her sovereign citizen lessons. I don't know how much. I don't know what my asking price is yet. But we can go over it together, and I will suffer that mental damage with Christ-like patience. Okay? Jack, please no. How many? I don't know. I feel like we're too late into this stream for me to like set a number and derail the rest of the content. But like maybe we'd start like a stream like tomorrow or the next day, with like a 40 sub goal or something like that. 50 sub goal. You're really cute. Thank you, Spectral Pyre. I appreciate it. Counterpoint, Jack Sovereign Citizen Subathon. Exactly, Archangel Decab. We can't lose you to this lunatic. No, I'd be going over it to debunk it, not to just passively absorb it. No, we won't do it tomorrow then, Sam and Moose. Mental damage, more like comedy gold. Why not both?
Real in depth about the birth certificates, but all of this is fraudulent. And you have given jurisdiction to the system.
I love sovereign citizens because all of it is fraudulent right up until like the police arrest you and haul your ass to jail.
Knowingly, so they can tax you up the ass. They can give you all these traffic fines that most of the time aren't.
Oh shit, chat. She didn't bleep fines. The feds are gonna get her.
Even real. It's just some cop having a bad day that's like, oh, let me pull this person over and just say that they're going this fast or whatever it is, right? Like, horrible. And they just charge you up the ass for stuff, and that's why life feels so expensive. This is
no, life feels expensive because of capitalism. That's why life feels expensive. It's because rich assholes keep taking more and more of your money, and the rich assholes are not the people working in the government to, do things like build you goddamn roads. God.
Count these towards the SOFSIT goal PLZHUG. Trans, I might not be here cause I have to wake up at 4:30 a.m. for work tomorrow.
Bisadu, I will count those towards the sovereign citizen goal. Thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate it. Yeah, maybe we'll set up like a subathon. I don't know how long her videos are, but we'll figure out a good ratio of subs to content. Thank you so goddamn much, Bisadu. That was incredibly generous. Going out for a 4:30 a.m. work tomorrow, and you're going out like a goddamn sovereign. See what I did there? See what I did there? You're like a monarch, but instead I said sovereign. See like a little clever wordplay for your evening. I'm sorry. Her bleeps are hilarious. I kind of love this lady. Like, she's insane, and she's gonna think this actually works until she's like beaten by like a cop's flashlight or something. She's like a neurotic R2-D2. Oh, she does have murder eyes. She would put arsenic in her husband's coffee. This is true. Oh, sovereign citizens in traffic court. Oh, sovereign citizens being pulled over. One of my favorite parts about sovereign citizens, and I know this feels really far afield to like my fascist point right now, but we're gonna come back. We're gonna circle back around, I promise, okay? My favorite part about sovereign citizens is that there's a decent chunk of them. I don't know the exact ratio, if it's like 30 or 40% of them love doing sovereign citizen cosplay where they dress up. Like there is a certain subset of sovereign citizen who dresses up in like with like colonial tricorn hats in order to like make their appearances in court and argue about the inherent freedoms of their position to like a judge who just completely does not care and is not paid enough to deal with their bullshit. Spent many years as a broke single mom where car registration was a luxury. 1,000 worth of tickets was not fun. Wouldn't recommend. But wait, Hypno Amber, haven't you heard? You don't have to pay those tickets. You don't have to accept tickets from anyone. That's the beauty of being a sovereign citizen. Please, no, dude, get your stuff registered, folks. Yep, it's all fraudulent. You don't have to pay taxes. Building permits, you don't need that. Just build something in the middle of the road. It's your right as an American. God, we still have a minute of this.
This is why, because you've given jurisdiction over to this Admiralty Maritime law system.
Okay, I do have to say, this is the first time I've heard that America is under Admiralty Maritime law. I've never heard this one from sovereign citizens. This is great. Is it fraud if I boy mode and run as a Republican in my red state and use that power to protect minority rights? I'm sure Republicans would argue it is, but also that'd be based as hell.
Which isn't actually the law of the land, okay?
Guys, she has a point. Admiralty Maritime law isn't the law of the land. It's the law of the sea. You gotta keep up here, okay? She's operating in the 31st century.
Okay, what the founding fathers intended for our country. They wanted a republic. They created a republic, and then over time, these international banking cartels.
International banking cartels. Y'all know what that means, right? Like the reason these people, right, gravitate towards people like Donald Trump because they are also fascists. Like at their core, they live in a world of unreality. And in that unreal world, they believe in like the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. They believe in like basically destroying the government because they don't think it's even real. And like they're behind the fascist mission. And yeah, she does suffer from internet brain rot. But all fascists suffer from brain rot, you know? Like, you do not have to be smart to be a fascist. Most fascists are dumb as bricks.
Just sneakily took over the system.
You thought she said baking cartels? Man, I'd love... Hippie mama of two, a couple days ago, I learned that King Arthur Baking is actually a democratic worker co-op. And it's one of the oldest like milling businesses in the United States, and that made me really excited. I wish we had baking cartels like the King Arthur Milling Company.
And implemented the Admiralty Maritime law in our government, and that's what our country.
Yes, the international banking cartels implemented maritime law in the United States. Okay, I'm following you.
Runs on, and then they implemented democracy as the standard rather than a republic, and
They implemented democracy as a standard rather than a republic. Republics are democratic. Representative republics are they're democracies. Okay, all right. Mental, emotional damage.
I do have a video in my sovereignty lesson series or playlist where I talk about this, so if you want to learn more about that, go there. But
oh God, please.
All of this I'm saying because this is all BS. You are getting rammed in the ass by the system that doesn't care about you, that just wants to profit off of you. And I don't want you to be a part of it anymore. Because I don't want to be a part of it anymore.
I love this. We will go through this. Sovereignty lessons. Claim the name. The Straw Man documentary. Oh man, these look golden, dog. These look amazing. Truth, God, empowerment. All right. Anyway, these people are fucking crazy. And we will go over these videos in our upcoming subathon series on sovereign citizens. Let's go. But you might be asking, Jack, all of this seems like kind of almost par for the course, like conservatism in America. Like, oh, sovereign citizens being crazy. Oh, Jack, conservatives, Republicans just decorate their houses like they're possessed by the spirit of Donald Trump. You know, that's the reason you have like yards littered with like countless flags and crosses saying Trump 2024. You know, that's normal for crazy American conservatives. Yeah, sure, conservatives are trying to subvert democracy by just taking out different candidates for political office for non-existent reasons. But Jack, it's normal for Republicans to remove a sitting president, try and remove a sitting president from the ballots for an election. Okay. All of this has been a preamble. You fools. You simpletons. Okay? I'm about to hit you with where we're actually at in America right now. Okay? And I'm going to do that by showing you footage from Italy. Now, for those of you who haven't been keeping up with Italy, Italy elected an out-and-out fascist named Giorgia Meloni. Okay? She literally ran and won in the political party founded by Mussolini's supporters. After Mussolini was hung at a gas station and his body shown to the public to much acclaim and applause, his supporters formed a new political party. That is the political party Giorgia Meloni is in. And they had an event recently, by recently I mean yesterday, that goes by Acca Larentia, which is a reference to an event in 1978. In 1978, members of the fascist youth movement were killed. Okay? Let me pull this up. It's an event called the Acca Larentia Killings, okay? Or the Acca Larentia Massacre. Basically, members of a far-left militant group were charged with the crime, but acquitted because they didn't have evidence that these members had actually done it. But basically, 5 teenagers of the Youth Front, the youth wing of the Italian social movement, a far-right and neo-fascist party, were ambushed while leaving the local party headquarters, and 2 of the teens were killed. The killings caused riots the same day, in which another MSI sympathizer was killed in clashes with police. Commemorations for the Acca Larentia killings take place each year and are controversial. Now, you might wonder, why are they controversial? It is sad that like a 13-year-old and a 17-year-old and an older individual were killed in one day. But what's weird about it is the yearly mourning, I'm going to use air quotes there, of these teenagers is extraordinarily sussy and only serves as a hub for outright fascists. And I'm going to show you footage from this year's Acca Larentia. And you know, you might be thinking, well, you know, Giorgia Meloni, I mean, it's been like so many decades since the Benito Mussolini was killed. Like, how fascist could modern day Italy be? The answer is pretty goddamn fascist. I don't know what they're saying, but I do know that they are doing the Heil Hitler salute. Yeah, so you know, just a yearly gathering of people, you know, who want to make sure the memory of some innocent people are remembered, except that, you know, they're doing the Nazi salute because they're fascists, like out and out fascists, goose stepping goddamn fascists. American paratroopers coming down behind enemy lines, derailing their trains, fascists. They are fascists, and people correctly identified Giorgia Meloni and her supporters as fascists. And I think the response of the American right is incredibly interesting, because what you guys just saw is Giorgia Meloni's Italy. That was in Rome yesterday. And here's you know, it's not the first time we've seen him today, but here's Dave Rubin talking about his thoughts about Giorgia Meloni and Italy under her.
Mwah, I love it. It's just so good. She's the telling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
I'm really tempted to just end the clip there. But there is another 2 minutes of it. Dave Rubin is just such a goddamn clown.
Guys, you get it? You get it? So here is a Western democracy. Now, a lot of this stuff has been happening in some of the Eastern countries in Europe, Eastern European countries, but here's a Western European democracy that has had enough of the wokeness. It has had enough of collectivism. It has had enough of people.
Yeah, but no, like it's not, but the thing is, with Otro, it's not just Dave Rubin. It's every conservative pundit.
Being defined by their gender or their other immutable characteristics. It's had enough of you saying that your kids are born boys, but they're actually girls. The assault on religion, the assault on all of our institutions. This is a phenomenal speech. So of course, everyone in the Western media is calling her a fascist, and even worse than that. Okay, so you guys get the game, right? We've.
Yeah, of course, everyone in Western media is calling her a fascist, and worse than that. Well, that's crazy. Why would anyone call the leader of these people a fascist? I can't. They're these perfectly nice people. How could they be fascists? Oh, that's right. They're literal goose-stepping fascists. They're literal Nazis.
Looked past, we moved the curtain and we're looking past, and it's not the all-powerful Oz, it's just some washed-up old dude back there, and that game is that they try to scare the hell out of you until you pull that curtain back.
Yeah, you know, it's all just empty posturing. There aren't any fascists in Italy. There's not a huge contingent of fascists supporting Giorgia Meloni, the head of a party formed by fascists for fascists, following the death of a fascist. What gives you that idea? Oh, that's right. That would be what gives you that idea. The fucking Hitler salutes might give you that idea, Dave.
She's far right. She's a fascist. Blah blah blah. Well, I listened to all the speeches. I did a little research on her. I've talked to a couple people. What?
You didn't do much research, did you, Dave? Because this wasn't a secret.
What would that mean? That she's a far right fascist? So she's a far right fascist. So she hates immigrants or something like that? No.
Yes. Also, she hates immigrants.
She actually wants borders. We had an orange man who wanted borders, and they.
You know what? There was another man who wanted borders. His name was Benito Mussolini. Unfairly maligned.
Said he was a fascist. Remember that? What is a fascist? Well, a fascist.
All Benito Mussolini said was that he wanted borders, and they killed him for it. Sure, yeah, exactly, Dave.
Of course, is someone who wants corporate power to be completely aligned with political power. But that's the reverse of what she was saying in that speech. What she was saying in that speech is, it's up to you. It's your life. You shouldn't become just the ultimate consumer of all of the things that the big government corporate monster wants you to be, right?
Yeah, you should only answer to one thing that tells you what to be. These guys. Answer to what these guys want you to be. Oh wait, that's right, Dave. They're fucking fascists.
Right? What is fascism? It wields the state's political power on all private and public institutions, right? That's what it does. She's trying to separate those things. But
yeah, she's trying to wield government power on private and public things, and ignore the fact that she's trying to privatize a lot of the public things and use state power to control the private things. It's crazy. It's wild. It's insane. It's crazy. It's wild. Ignore the fact that she's part of the fascist party.
The media is showing you the cards, and the cards are she is a far-right fascist. They never tell you what actually that means. It just sounds scary enough. My God, Mussolini, Hitler, somebody do something.
Yeah, it just sounds scary. It just sounds scary. Just a bunch of little goofs in left-leaning media that accurately describe these people as fascists. That's wild, dude. Now,
I love it. It's just so good. She's the telling the truth, you know.
again, this is why again, one of the things I say constantly is that like fascism has no intelligence requirement. And Dave Rubin is a perfect goddamn example of that. Like, you could show this video to Dave and he'd just be like, I didn't see Georgia Meloni in that video. I didn't see her in that video. How the fuck does Dave Rubin sleep at night? You know, I have answers that are somewhat TOS. But, like, I mean, you got mainstream conservatives like Rod Dreher running defense for Meloni in the American Conservative, like one of the most milquetoast mainstream conservative rags out there. You know, this is 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, right? Meloni and our lying media. Italian nationalist conservative threatens EU progressive hegemony. So the US media goes all fake news about her. You know, all these people, American conservatism loves Georgia Meloni. And I do have to wonder, as more and more evidence comes out about what Georgia Meloni's Italy is like, well, I have to wonder how complicit American conservatism is with fascism, with this. Like, I like, oh no, the thing we told you all would happen happened. The fascists took over. Or here's Ben Shapiro just a few weeks ago, responding to The Blaze. Isn't it just time for women to run the planet? Will Ferrell tells Hollywood men are not doing so good as leaders. And then Ben Shapiro says, deal, as long as those women are Swella Braverman and Georgia Meloni. Which, by the way, he misspelled Georgia, which, you know, I would give him more shit for, except that I also misspelled Georgia, because, yeah, it's supposed to be spelled Giorgia. Good. Ben Shapiro, typo, opinions invalid. Then you have Dinesh D'Souza, you know, convicted felon, pardoned by Trump, for campaign finance violations, running defense for Georgia Meloni. Literally, she's not the next Mussolini.
So just elated at the result of the Italian election. And I keep showing Debbie, you know, social media segments.
Like these people are not, it's not just that they like tacitly support Georgia Meloni, they're giddy about her victory. They are giddy about it. How is he still relevant? Because he makes shitty documentaries that Republicans watch because they're trapped in their shitty media bubbles.
Segments of the winner of that election. This is Georgia Meloni. And Debbie goes, man, Dinesh, you're really obsessed with Italy. And I'm like, yeah, I am a little bit, but the significance of the Italian election. Now, the media is saying, well, it's this far-right candidate, Georgia Meloni, very disturbing because there are echoes of Mussolini. She's the new Mussolini.
She's literally in Mussolini's political party.
Well, she's not the new Mussolini. She is, in fact, the first Italian woman who is going to become the prime minister. And she actually is a conservative. She's center-right. And I suppose the only thing she has in common with Mussolini is that they were both nationalists. Well, this hardly proves that she is Mussolini or that she's some sort of a fascist.
Yeah, why would anyone ever think that that she's a fascist? That's crazy. Why would anyone ever think that? I have no idea why people would think that. Oh, that's right. That I forgot. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Why? Because nationalism is a very common label embraced by people all over the world. Pretty much every leader of every country today, as in the past.
Yeah, you see, these are all just God-fearing nationalists right here. Nothing to worry about, folks. Yeah, they're doing the Sieg Heil. They're Sieg Heiling. They're literally goose-stepping fascists. Yeah, Giorgia Meloni loves fucking Mussolini. Like,
is a nationalist. Nationalism comes from the left and from the right. Let's think about it. Fidel Castro was a nationalist. Stalin was a nationalist. Mandela was a nationalist. Gandhi was a nationalist in India. So being a nationalist hardly makes you right-wing.
That's true. Except that her policies and Mussolini's overlap. Because they're both the same kind of nationalist, aren't they, Dinesh?
It hardly makes you a fascist. People who say such things are uttering complete nonsense. Now, in Italy, Giorgia Meloni is described as centrodestra. Centrodestra means centro-center, destra right. So center-right. And her slogan, in fact, her slogan reminded me a little bit of Mayra Flores in the Rio Grande Valley. It's essentially God, family, and country. And I told Debbie, we'll play a couple of clips or a clip from Giorgia Meloni tomorrow on the podcast. She basically talks about the fact, well, let me quote her.
Wow, yeah, I listened to this Hitler guy, and he was talking about returning prosperity to Germany, and, that sounds pretty good to me. I love prosperity. Anyway, here's an article from Foreign Policy, Why Giorgia Meloni Won't Distance Herself from Italy's Fascist Past. The Italian Prime Minister is proudly defending her party's extremist predecessor by falsely claiming they were never fascists. Like, literally, the narrative under Giorgia Meloni is that Mussolini wasn't a fucking fascist. Yeah, no. And she's doing revisionism, and American conservatives are absolutely complicit with it.
I am Georgia. She starts with her name. I'm an individual. This is who I am. I'm Georgia. I am a woman. Not I identify as a woman. I am a woman. I am a mother. I am Italian. I am Christian. You will not take that away from me. Think about this. What is fascist about saying any of this? And yet, this is the...
Well, Hitler said that he loved animals and abhorred women who wore too much makeup. So what's fascist about loving animals? This rhetorical trick only works on people like this. Okay? This is how you see all of the strands coming together now, chat. The simpletons are the ones who buy this rhetoric hook, line, and sinker. Okay? Like, they just buy it. They don't question it. They will ignore videos of, like, out-and-out fascists literally Sieg Heiling. They'll look at that and just be like, well, those aren't fascists. What even is fascism anyway? And if you are someone sitting in the audience right now and you're wondering to yourself what fascism is, I encourage you, please Google The 14 Points of Fascism by Umberto Eco. Okay? You can get it you can read it for free. The full thing is like 15 to 20 pages. It's really short. It's an essay called Fascism. But if you want like a condensed list of it, we've gone over this on stream so many times. Okay? In fact, you know what? 14 Points of Fascism. No. Umberto Eco. There we go. First result from Open Culture. Just a nice little summary here. You got your cult of tradition. You got the rejection of modernism. You got the cult of action for action's sake. You got disagreement is treason. You've got fear of difference. You've got appeal to social frustration. You've got the obsession with a plot. The enemy is both strong and weak. Pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. Contempt for the weak. Everybody is educated to become a hero. The cult of heroism. You've got the machismo and weaponry. You got selective populism, i.e., the nationalism that Dinesh was just talking about. And then you've got newspeak, which is basically simplifying the language so you don't have the ability to articulate what exactly is happening. Gayfesh, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hope you had a good stream. Hello, Sebastian. Hey, Nixon Plumber. Yeah, this is to just go over this quickly, you know, it's full of anti-empiricist ideology. It's against stuff like Enlightenment ideas. Scientific method is disregarded. If you disagree, you are a traitor. If you are someone who sits and contemplates, you know, you think things through, that you're no good for fascism. Okay, fascism relies on dumb simpletons who aren't going to actually think about anything. Cult of tradition, the cult of heroism. You know, you turn your country into a death cult factory where people pump out babies so they can die on the battlefield. You know, you have a cult of tradition. You know, heralding back to some imagined glory-filled past. Like this is what fascism is. And if somebody is weak, you hate them. Obsession with a plot. There's literally an entire religion around that in the United States called QAnon. And when this comes to America in full force, you think QAnoners, you think people who are sovereign citizens are going to be too smart to not fall for this shit? Like, we already have, like, Dave Rubin. We got Rod Dreher. We got Ben Shapiro. We got The Blaze. We got Dinesh D'Souza. We've got Dennis fucking Prager. I told you I'd get to him today. Here's from his reaction to Giorgia Meloni being elected.
We will defend God, country, and family. Okay, stop there, please. We will defend God, country, and family. To the New York Times, this woman is a proto-fascist. God, country, family, that is despicable to 90% of college professors. We will defend God.
Like you could, I mean, like, just, yeah, I mean, like, God, just real quick. What? This Hitler guy, he's just saying, one people, one realm, one leader. That makes sense. Why would you need multiple leaders in Germany? And we all want to unify together. One people, one realm, one leader. It makes sense. How could you argue with that? Like, you can pick, like, any, like, slogan from a fascist and like, say what Dennis Prager says here. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, Germany just wanted more living space, dude. I mean, yo, Hitler wasn't too bad. Like, he said, and I can fight only for something that I love only what I respect, and respect only what I at least know. That's crazy. How could you argue with that? You think that's the words of a fascist? That's crazy. Or, you know, and I'm sure, you know, Dennis Prager, how can you argue with this? He alone who owns the youth gains the future. That's who could argue with that? Oh my god. Like, the thing is, if you take a trite sloganeering phrase and then say, like, who could argue with that? Well, that's not, like, the phrase isn't what fascism is. It's the policies. It's what they actually do. Yeah, I got a typo. But like, the American right loves fascism. You know, they see a bunch of goose-stepping morons, and they're just like,
Mwah, I love it. It's just so good. She's telling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Like that's all I'm saying is that the American right has coalesced behind these people. And that should be scary to every single one of us in America and everyone outside of America that is affected by America. This is horrific. And conservatives support it. Every step of the way. Every step of the way, through their elections, through putting a fascist in power, they love this. And it might seem, like, if you show this to a conservative, they might be like, this is obviously bad, this is terrifying, but it's only because the aesthetic of this is inconvenient to them. It's only because the aesthetic of goose-stepping modern-day fascists is odious to them from, like, the culture they were brought up in. But if they saw this happening in America with people in MAGA hats in support of Donald Trump, they would seal clap for the next 3 hours over it. Who is this group of people besides the whole Nazi salute? These are fascists in Italy who are supporters of Giorgia Meloni, turning out for a yearly fascist celebration of the 1978 killings of 3 fascists. This is Meloni's Italy, and Giorgia Meloni is a fascist. Reminds me of the KKK rallies in the US. Yeah. So what do we do with this? What do we do with this? Well, honestly, what I think we need to do with this is understand what we're up against right now in America. Right? What do we do to fight fascism? Well, it depends on where you are in the process towards, the radicalization of a country towards fascism, right? Right now, we are still in a position and time where fascists do not control our entire government. So we are able to fight on electoral grounds. And frankly, I would prefer, for the foreseeable future, to keep that fight on electoral grounds for as long as possible. Right? Fundamentally, even if Joe Biden did absolutely nothing and the world was going to shit, I would still find him preferable as a candidate for the presidency of the United States than an out-and-out fascist who supports people like this. Like, you might say, oh, well, the fascism is already here. No, it's not, because we're still having elections. The results might be bad, but we're still going to have the ability to maybe make things better in the future. And sure, that maybe might be a long shot, But you know what takes that maybe out of the equation altogether? An actual fascist coming into power and destroying our democracy. That's what destroys our chance at making things better. Because if you think it's all lost already, if you think it can't get worse, it can. Like I would much rather electorally fight the Republican Party on the basis of organizing people to vote than trying to organize people to fight the United States goddamn army, which is what you would have to do if a fascist took power. Like, here's my go-to argument. You know, if you can't even convince people to vote, one of the easiest things you can possibly convince someone to do. There's no way in hell you're going to be able to convince them to put their lives on the line and the lives of their loved ones on the line to fight against the most powerful military on the face of the planet. Well, you know, maybe the former president of the United States shouldn't have tried to, subvert democracy via a coup. You know, how about that? How about the former president shouldn't attempt to overthrow democracy with enough evidence left behind for states to prosecute under that, on that evidence, to pull him off the ballot underneath their state-endorsed systems of deciding who gets to be on the ballot. You know, like maybe that should be the case. I don't know. I'm just a simple country streamer. That was the feds that set Trumpers up on January 6th. I was covering January 6th live. Donald Trump got up in front of a bunch of people after Rudy Giuliani riled them all up talking about fucking trial by combat, and then he told people to go march down to the Capitol building while he knew that they had brought guns. He knew they had brought guns. They were being confiscated at the entry to his rally until he told them to stop. And then they marched themselves down to the Capitol. And the reason they chose that day to have that rally was because they knew that the votes were being counted that day, and they were relying on Mike Pence to, with the force of the crowd, subvert the democratic process. And they were relying on the crowd to provide a forceful incentive for Congress people to go along with it, because they knew people in that crowd wanted to kill members of Congress. Like, we know that. There was an entire scheme of false electors for months prior. Like, you might be like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. They were literally chanting to hang the vice president of the United States. They built a gallows outside the U.S. Capitol building and were chanting, bring out Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. They were marching on the Capitol to kill politicians. Oh, well, it's really bad that they removed him from the ballot. He literally planned this. He literally planned an insurrection against the U.S. government, and you're too stupid to realize it. It's actually insane. You know? Like, oh, but they're God-fearing Americans. They would never, I don't know. say that they wanted to hang members of Congress or kill members of Congress. That's crazy.
Legislators, electors, and we wouldn't be standing here with a 9mm pointed at me right now.
Right, isn't he?
What?
Isn't he going to do that?
No. He's handing it back off the states to recertify, so you know what that's going to mean. The same fucking thing.
Who are you, pal? Who do you think you are, buddy? What's your name and a nice jacket?
Come on, man, you got kids, right?
You and a lovely...
You got a wife?
We're sick of the shit!
Have you ever lost your paycheck due to some crooked people in the government?
You destroyed millions of lives!
Because I have, man.
That's a fucking joke!
Ever since 2016, man, I've lost $400,000.
We gotta hang a bunch of crooked congressmen. We'll do that.
If that means we have to hang a bunch of crooked congressmen, we'll do that. That's crazy when they built a literal gallows outside the Capitol. But nah, they were just incited by the feds. They were incited by one Fed, at the very least, the former president of the United States. Mac 9135, you can do a coup without violently overthrowing the government. It's called a soft coup. If you look up coup d'etat, you'll find that there are many different kinds of coups. He was attempting to marshal soft power to seize control of the democratic system and subvert the democratic process using administrative methods. And like a crowd of supporters to maybe get their hands a little bit dirty for him. The idea that you need to have the entire military overthrow the government is not the only way to do a coup. And you would know that if you knew anything about history. Will Kale, there's never been anything like a bloodless coup? Who say so? Project 2025 is an example of a soft coup. Yes, Project 2025 is an example of ending democracy if Donald Trump wins the election. And how's Trump supposed to do a soft coup when you have the masterminds of soft coup, the CIA, the NED, and the USAID hiding in the shadows? Trump literally runs the CIA. He ran the CIA. Like, he ran the CIA and the FBI. Like, Jesus. Like we're like 2 comments away from Mac in Twitch chat saying the Jews were behind it. That's the level. Like, we're 2 chats away from that, and we're like 3 away from you like posting like a link to yourself goose stepping in like a Nazi uniform. Like, you understand that's how close you are to a Nazi, right? Like, you've fallen for the propaganda hook, line, and sinker. If you lived in Germany in the 1930s, you would be nodding along with like Jews being taken to ghettos because, you know, they're really a social contagion, and they're honestly all in on a plot to overthrow our beloved Republic of Germany. You know, the democratic Third Reich can't withstand all of these outside insidious deep state forces marshaled by the Jews. Like, you're that far away. Like, you are like a hair's breadth away from saying that shit. How is Trump supposed to run the CIA when the CIA had Kennedy quaking in his boots? Yeah, you're right, dude. For sure. Actually don't like Trump or the Republican Party. They have contempt for black people. Yeah, you know who else doesn't like the Republican Party? People like this.
They created a republic, and then over time, these international banking cartels just sneakily took over the system and implemented the Admiralty Maritime Law in our government.
This is you right now. Like to people who live in a reality, in reality, you sound like this person right now who argues like taxes aren't real.
That's what our country runs on, and then they implemented democracy as the standard rather than a republic. And I do have a video in my sovereignty lesson series or playlist where I talk about this, so if you want to learn more about that, go there. But all of this I'm saying because this is all BS. You are getting rammed in the ass by the system that doesn't care about you, that just wants to profit off of you. And I don't want you to be a part of it anymore. Because I don't want to be a part of it anymore.
The FBI and the CIA are meant to stop insurrections. Yeah. They are. And yet, if he had succeeded in taking power on January 6th and subverting democracy, do you not think he would have been able to marshal the resources of the United States to, I don't know, maybe stop that from happening? Like, if you're the president of the United States, you have the ability and the power to stop that from happening because you control the fucking military. Like, what? Like, once you are in power and you've decided democracy is done now, I'm going to do a soft coup, you control the fucking military. It doesn't matter at that point if the CIA and the FBI dislike you. You have black ops drop a bomb on their headquarters. Like what are you talking about? You sound like this crazy lady who's like, taxes aren't real, marriage certificates aren't real, your birth certificate name is in all caps, so that means it isn't your actual name. Like, that's you right now. Everyone you talk to who's not in like this weird conservative media bubble that you've made for yourself thinks you are insane. Like, if you're not middle-aged or old at this point, if you don't have kids yet, or you have like little kids, like, you're going to be the kind of person who grows up and wonders why they don't call you anymore. And I can tell you right now, I'm prognosticating. I can see the future, okay? I can see it in my mind. They're not calling you because you're fucking crazy. And I hope that when that thought goes through your head, like, man, I'm so alone. Why do my kids avoid me at Thanksgiving? I hope that when you have that thought, you remember this interaction. Because I'm telling you right now exactly why they're not calling you. Exactly why they're not coming over. Oh yeah, I'm not riding for Trump. I just have secret info. I've had my third political eye opened. And so I can see what you guys cannot. Well, you know, JFK was also not a fascist. You know, maybe if someone was a fascist and, I don't know, had a plan to completely gut the administrative state so that they were just filled with yes men who were part of their, I don't know, cult of personality, maybe they would be able to, I don't know, marshal the military to kill their political rivals. That's crazy. Yeah, it's almost like Dwight D. Eisenhower understood that the military-industrial complex and capitalism are a bad mix. It's crazy. It's almost like it takes a not very genius individual to understand that a profit incentive for producing and using military hardware is not great. You know? Like, I don't know what happened to you, Mac. Like, I don't know if you got, like, hit with a shovel, like, while walking by, like, the RNC, or if you, I don't know, were homeschooled by like, rabid neocons. I don't know what happened to you to make you broken like this, but I do hope you get better. You know, I believe everyone can improve and get better and learn and grow, and I genuinely hope that you do as well. But like, what I've been trying to tell you in maybe not so nice terms is that you are cuckoo, but you are cuckoo bananas right now. You're like operating in a land of dreams and tilting at windmills. It's sad. Yep, the only reason Truman might have regretted creating the CIA was because it was so powerful. It was too powerful for him to control. Mm-hmm. Definitely not for any other reasons, like, I don't know, it's a mandate to violate civil rights and destabilize foreign countries. That's crazy. I love that someone came into chat to exactly prove my point with this segment on fascism. This is crazy. It's honestly feels like a return to form, you know? Like the idea that the CIA is secretly running the country is just regurgitated Donald Trump propaganda. Like, you say you don't simp for Trump, and yet you're using his propaganda. You believe his propaganda. You spread his propaganda. Like, the entire premise behind, like, the Project 2025 plan, once Trump is in office, is to basically destroy the deep state by removing anyone who would tell him no. Like, your idea here is the bedrock of why Donald Trump is like going to take over the country as a fascist. And you just can't see it. You can't see that you are a useful idiot for people like him. You're a useful idiot who will be discarded and put against the wall the second it becomes convenient for him. If the president doesn't generally care if the CIA violates people's civil rights. That's the thing you don't understand, is that there's an entire other department called the Justice Department that handles all of that shit. It handles the mess that the CIA makes. It's not that the president fears the CIA and just can't do anything about it. Like, I have people in my community who have worked for intelligence agencies. I've talked with them. Your idea here is just insane and crazy and has no basis in reality. Well, that's the thing, Charlie. There are some Republicans of like the old guard who believe their bullshit, right? And so, like when Trump got into office, he thought they would all fall in line, and then they didn't. And he's not going to make that mistake again. Not right now, Superjet guy. Like, Mac, I have to let you know, like right now, you sound like one of those ancient aliens guys. You know the meme, ancient alien, ancient aliens. You sound like that guy who's just like, it was the CIA, and like, the thing is, the CIA has done enough bad shit that you don't have to make it up. And yet you are. It's kind of crazy. Have you heard of the Church Committee? Have you heard about MK Ultra? Have you heard about COINTELPRO? Bro, CIA controls everything. That's why I'm going along with all of this fascist apologia. It's because the CIA is controlling it. We need to undo the CIA. And also, it's very funny to me that you're like, yes, the CIA. We all know what the CIA does, and that's keep hardworking conservatives down. Ignoring the fact that if you mentioned the Church Committee, then you know that the CIA is predominantly 99.99% of the time targeting left-leaning individuals and officials in government. Donald Trump is not their MO. He's not their target. And it's run by conservatives. The people who run these institutions are conservatives. God, dude. Making shit up about our corrupt institutions doesn't help make them accountable. It's just counterproductive. Yeah. Aren't most of them moderates? Well, they're moderates by today's current standards. If you looked at like the conservatives that are in positions of power within like the CIA and the FBI, like, 10 years ago, you'd find that they were considered relatively far right. But compared to like out and out fascists, they're considered fairly moderate now. U.S. Supreme Court rejects Big Oil's bid to move Minnesota's climate trial. Hell yeah. Let's go. Anyway, fascism is bad. End of segment. Now, folks, we have been running this stream for approximately 5 hours. 5 hours of wholesome anti-fascist content. And you know what? You can help me make that 6 hours or even 7 hours if you consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch, hitting the like button on YouTube, hit the subscribe button on YouTube if you haven't, and consider coming on over to riverboat.gg and dropping some subs or donos, because that is fundamentally what allows me to continue living off of these delicious, delicious energy beverages, without which I would crumble into dust like the end of an Indiana Jones film. So come on over to riverboat.gg, and if you give subs or donos, you get nothing other than the satisfaction of a job well done. and the pride of, I don't know, the pride and joy of allowing me to live another day. I'm a shill for big cake. That's true. I've been caking up this ass. Aussie lemonade for the win. It's really good. It's really good, and it's relatively low cal, which I was surprised by. Ass. If you sub, you get to be a sub. That's true. And if you're already subbed, you can be an even bigger sub by upping your tier subscription. Let's go. Ass, titties, ass. Once you find a monster flavor that you like, you stick with it until you're sick of it. It's true. I like the mangoes better, but the Aussie lemonade is slightly healthier for me. Charlie, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. That is extraordinarily kind of you. And you got Dusty. Hell yeah. You got a friendo. A higher tier of ass, you say? Indeed. Yeah, this is the Aussie lemonade monster. It's very good. Yes, it is a monster flavor. It's like a lightly carbonated lemonade. It's very good. Hey, Millie Vi. Oh my god.
Please don't turn into dust. Best wishes for the new year.
Jaeger,
Be safe.
Jaeger Larson, thank you for the $117 dono. That is an incredibly specific number, but thank you so goddamn much. I really appreciate that. Holy shit. Thank you. And some juice money. Charlie, thank you for the $2 dono over on YouTube. I love seeing the super chats as well. $1 for every maritime law the government has broken. Am I Australian? No, I'm Minnesotan. Minnesota. Yeah. Oh yeah, you betcha. We're gonna go out in the ice house and just shoot the shit, Oh, and maybe we'll catch a fish. We love fishing over here. You get out on the ice house and you throw the pole in, and then you just sit there, yeah. You listen to the radio, maybe catch a Vikings game on the radio, and you have the chance of catching a nice big walleye. Oh, nothing beats a nice winter walleye. Doing the Fargo accent. Hey, it's not only the Fargo accent. You just got to drive like 15 minutes. You find that accent. I do like walleye. Walleye is delicious. Oofta. No, Minnesota's full of like German, Norwegian, and Swedish immigrants. As far as I know, I haven't met many Dutch immigrants. We also have a fairly sizable Greek population and Hmong population and Somali population. Minnesota took a lot of refugees from like a couple decades ago from different war-torn regions. I think we still do, but yeah. Also, Jaeger, goddamn, thank you again. Thank you so much for that $117 dono. I'm still getting over that. Did you achieve socialism in Minnesota? Not yet, but you know what? Our Democratic Party in Minnesota actually does do some shit, which is insane.
Great segment, Jack. Please get involved chat whether it's with DSA, Progressive Victory, or in electoral campaigns. We only beat fascism together, friendos BWA.
True, Gamer G. Thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. And yeah, no, true. Like, this is why, I hope I'll be working with Progressive Victory as the election comes up and comes closer, because I want to be able to get you guys the tools to volunteer for political campaigns and get out the vote, essentially. Elections are essentially numbers games. You gotta get out there. You gotta hit the doors, do the door knocking, do the phone calling, do the texting. Like phone banking, text banking, and knocking doors are like the most effective ways to try and make sure that people show up on election day. And it genuinely makes a lot of difference. Like if you're able to reach like one person, you are like statistically reaching the entire household. You have the potential when you talk to one person at one door or one person on one phone line, you have the potential to ensure that there are 5 more voters turning out for the election. And that can absolutely change the course of local, state, and national elections. Canvassing is a group activity too. It's a great way to meet friends. A lot of people in my community have made friends by canvassing or turning out for phone banking. And they give you training. Like we'll go into more depth when we get closer towards election day. Pokemon go to the polls, but actually, yeah, for real. Pete, like that was a cringy line, but like for real, we got to get out to the polls. Getting Scandinavia to move. Yeah. If you can't, no, sorry. If you can't move to socialism, you move the socialism to you. Do you want to fight neoliberalism or do you want to fight fascism? I know which one I want to fight. If I can eliminate one of those and choose my battle, I would rather fight neolibs. Because I've seen them. They're stringy. They look like I could take them. I've been doing a lot of squats. My ass is extremely powerful right now. God, honestly, I hate our current slate of political prospects. I hate all of them. I hate all of them so much for vastly different reasons. Neolibs shudder at the thought of true socialism. Well, yeah, because it would cut into their profit margins. Oh, American fascists are like the easiest target in the world. Like, I mean, you saw Dave Rubin in that clip. He just was like a big dumb target. They're like piñatas, really. You mean nationally or locally / statewide? Can you clarify your question, Brianna? Boop, 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 boom. They're stringy but surprisingly good with some ketchup. True. I'm really sad that the AI movie I wanted to watch with you guys has copyrighted music. That sucks. When I say I hate our prospects, I mean like on a national level, like when it comes to the presidency. When it comes to Congress, I think we have a better outlook. But the presidency is what I'm most concerned about this election cycle. Which sucks because I'd love to have an election cycle where I mostly care about congressional races, you know? Was it that movie DM also watched yesterday? It was fucking terrible. Was it posted yesterday? Okay, wait, was it this one? Was it this one from The Real Robot? Glad to know. Yeah, I do appreciate the advanced intel to avoid the copyright fortress. Damn it. Well, we must stand strong. The copyright fortress cannot fall. Jaeger, I still extraordinarily appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sorry about the dono system being a little wonky. You had the tree monster in it? Okay. Well, that means I don't have to subject myself to that right now. It's so sad too because that Demon Mama stream last night was amazing for so many reasons. Was it copyright? Was her stream copyright struck, or did it just get demonetized? Can you play clown music over the copyrighted music? It's a good question. No, I don't think I can. There's no subtitles in the video, which means that which means there's no way to get the dialogue. We could watch the visuals, but it's a lot less interesting if you just watch the visuals. You know, like, ooh, look, ooh. Oop. There you go. I mean, like, visually, this is very uninteresting to me. Like, just real quick, you couldn't even get a good font. You couldn't get a good font to slap on your AI film. Like, your AI imagery fucked up the font on your goddamn movie. This is a movie generated by AI. That's being like that's going around on like social media. We're not gonna we'll just look at some of the visuals, but God, I'm sorry. All I can think of in these scenes is like AI art bros fetishizing how like the hands aren't as fucked up as they could be. AI art isn't copyright written. AI art isn't, but apparently it used copyrighted music. So wait, it got demonetized, but not for The Lost Father? Dude had 5 fingers in that scene. Oh, so good.
How terrible it can be for him, how dangerous he can be to others.
Is he safe?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you see that mouth movement?
How dangerous he can be to others.
Is he safe?
He will not be for long. The village has turned on him. I fear they plan to burn him alive. They have.
This is just so shitty, you know, dude. Like it's just so devoid of anything interesting or compelling. Like this is just the stolen work of like 100,000 artists. It was for the music in this? Damn it. I might have already been got. Hopefully not. But I guess we'll find out. AI art is good for one thing and one thing only, and it's making bullshit memes. Like, that's the only thing it's good for. And you know what? It's not even good at doing that, because any meme drawn in, like, Microsoft Paint is infinitely better than an AI-generated meme. Nah, Bisadu, when I see the mouth movements, I think Thumb, like the Thumb movies by Steve Odenkirk. Do any of you remember that? Those? They were like parodies of famous movies with like eyes and a mouth imposed on thumbs. That's what I think of when I see their mouth movements. Oh, wait, nope. Wait, I take it back. There was one good use of AI generated art, and that was Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro videos. I loved those. The movement is more like deformation. I think that, Fenry, that's a really good observation, because I was trying to figure out how to articulate what I hate about how this moves. And that is correct. And I really need to reiterate again, even if all of this was artistically good and looked amazing, even if you could get it all to move correctly and animate correctly, even if you could do all of that, I would still hate this with every fiber of my being, because human beings didn't make this. Human beings didn't make this. And if for art to mean anything, it has to be made by human beings, because art is about communicating something. And I'm sorry, you can't do that with fucking prompts in an AI art engine. Yeah, One Hand Wonder. I love the one where Rogan and Peterson talk about Bionicle. It's so silly. I would hate it more if it was good. Gretchstar, that's a really good observation. What if all our criticism of AI animation was just the machines working on future Matrix that we would think is real? I don't know how to respond to that. Why do pro-AI art types get defensive when you say that AI art is lifeless and does not communicate? Bosch said the same thing, but some of his community members are defending this. I think because a lot of people don't necessarily understand the criticism, because they think that the criticism of AI art is like, oh, haha, that guy was rendered with 6 fingers instead of 5. Oh, the face is a little goofy. Oh, look at these things that are off. But like, the argument against AI art isn't that it would look unappealing. Oh god, sorry. It's that it wouldn't mean anything. Like, you can make something that is beautiful, but it doesn't communicate anything to the viewer. You know, like hotel art, like art that is used to like decorate hotels, that like is mass produced and doesn't really have a meaning to it. It's just there to kind of like give an ambiance. Like, that's, to me, that's what this is, but it's worse. It's just giving you sludge. It's giving you the artistic equivalent of sludge. What if we threw all of these artists' skills in a blender and just like threw it up? Wait, holy shit, Roger Stone spoke to NYPD officers about doing a JFK to multiple New York... That can't be true. I'm sorry, wait, that can't be true. What? Exclusive for Mediaite, Roger Stone spoke with Cop Pal about assassinating Eric Swalwell and Jerry Nadler. Okay, preface. For those of you who don't know who Roger Stone is, he's basically the ultimate hatchet man for Republicans, and namely Donald Trump. Like, dude has been a lifelong shill of the Republican Party. He has a Nixon tattooed. He has a Nixon's face tattooed on his back. Like, he is ride or die. Okay? And he's willing to literally just kill people, apparently. Weeks before the 2020 presidential election, infamous political operative Roger Stone sat across from his associate Sal Greco at a restaurant in Florida. At the time, Greco was an NYPD cop working security for Stone on the side. No. Is this story... Is this story seriously that he was just talking to his off-duty cop friend about assassinating a politician, two politicians, and didn't think, oh, this guy still works for the NYPD? There's audio? At the time, Greco, okay, their conversation at Cafe Europa in Fort Lauderdale focused on two House Democrats for whom Stone harbors particular animosity, Jerry Nadler and Eric Swalwell. In audio of the conversation obtained exclusively by Mediaite, Stone made threatening comments about the two lawmakers. It's time to do it. Let's go find Swalwell. It's time to do it. Then we'll see how brave the rest of them are. It's time to do it. It's either Nadler or Swalwell has to die before the election. They need to get the message. Let's find Swalwell and get this over with. I'm not putting up with this shit anymore. This is Donald Trump's right-hand man. This is like one of his go-to guys. As they're planning the insurrection and attempt to overthrow democracy, he's having a serious conversation with an NYPD cop about murdering sitting members of Congress. How's he? I mean, I'm sure he's about to be prosecuted for this if he's not already. A source familiar with the discussion told Mediaite they believe Stone's remarks were serious. Yeah, no shit. It was definitely concerning that he was constantly planning violence with an NYPD officer and other militia groups. Yeah, this is the other thing. Roger Stone was kind of the unofficial go-between between the Trump campaign and like groups like the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. We don't know for sure yet. At least I haven't heard anything new. But the scuttlebutt is that Roger Stone was the unofficial channel that Stuart Rhodes had to Trump to communicate on January 6th. God. Both Nadler and Swalwell serve on the House Judiciary Committee. At the time of the Cafe Europa conversation, Nadler had announced the committee would be investigating then-President Donald Trump's decision to commute Stone's sentence after he was sentenced for federal crimes in Special Counsel Robert Mueller's Russia probe. Yeah, keep in mind, a lot of these people, by the way, and militias, yeah, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys are, like, terrorist militias. Like, the Proud Boys are internationally recognized as a terrorist organization outside of the United States. A jury found Roger Stone guilty, Nadler wrote about on Twitter in July of 2020. By commuting his sentence, President Trump has infected our judicial system with partisanship and cronyism and attacked the rule of law. House Judiciary will conduct an aggressive investigation into this brazen corruption. The source told Mediaite of Stone has been at war with Nadler and Swalwell for years. He just hates them. He just wanted to get Trump back into office so these things would stop, the source added. Stone was convicted of obstruction, witness tampering, and lying to Congress in the Mueller investigation. Prosecutors sought a 9-year prison sentence for the longtime Republican operative, but Trump's Justice Department reportedly intervened to impose a less severe sentence. Stone's sentence was eventually commuted by Trump days before reporting to prison. So he never even went to prison for the shit he actually did and was convicted of. Can we listen to the audio? The intervention from the Justice Department prompted Aaron Zelinsky, the prosecutor and Mueller deputy who led the case against Stone, to recuse himself from the case in protest. Mediaite reported last week that Stone was caught on tape in December 2020 urging Greco to punish Aaron Zelinsky. He needs to be punished, Stone told Greco in the audio. You have to abduct him and punish him. That has to be done. It will be easy to abduct him because he is a weakling. They have the audio of him saying this. Stone denied making the comments, claiming they were generated by AI. Of course he would say that. Yeah. Greco did not deny the comments, but said in a text to Mediaite, "I don't think your reader is interested in ancient political fodder." This is literally like 3 years ago. Ancient political fodder. It's 3 years ago, and the candidate you were working for, like, is trying to get reelected. I'm extremely interested in this audio. It doesn't look like the audio is embedded. I thought it might be embedded somewhere in this article, and it doesn't look like it. Damn. Gamergy, if you happen to stumble on this audio somewhere, or like post it on Mediaite, maybe? And maybe it's on the front page. Trump says he hopes economic crash he predicted happens in the next 12 months. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Oh, hey, this would be a good example for the fascism section if I had known this existed. Heil Hitler. Social media posts from Paul Gosar's ex-staffers are about as racist as you would expect. Yeah, you know, like sitting congressmen with Nazi staffers, you know. American conservatives are just okay with fascism. They love it. They can't get enough of it. I'm sure that our government has ways to figure out at this point whether or not things are AI generated or not. I think it will get harder as things go, you know, things progress in the future. But right now, I think that, yeah, I think right now they probably have the ability and capacity. Do you think Nikki will actually manage to win over moderate women? I think that whether or not Nikki Haley manages to win over moderate women won't matter unless, like, she's able to overtake DeSantis and Trump bows out of the race, or for whatever reason. Is this real? Yeah, it's real. Like, Nikki Haley is currently, like, neck and neck with DeSantis for second place, but I think that if Trump were to be, like, convicted, become a convicted felon, or you know, choke on a burger, I think most of his voters would go to DeSantis over Nikki Haley. Paul Gosar has a fascist face. Nah, that's true. That's true. As an artist myself, how I would seriously use an AI art program would be to conveniently pull a concept out of my mind, throw it at the wall, see what it looks like when it splats. Yeah, like I think that Glitchy, I think that a AI art could be used for like certain low-level concepting ideas, but like I don't think it could be used for finished products. I don't think it could be used well for like anything other than kind of like brainstorming ideas, really. Oh, if Nikki Haley won in the primary, I think Nikki Haley is very Rizless, and I think that Joe Biden is also very Rizless. But I think Joe Biden would win. Frankly, I don't see the Republican Party coalescing in record numbers around Nikki Haley. You know, hey Titan Uranus, how you doing? God, this is crazy. Sorry, my brain is still on Roger Stone tried to convince an NYPD cop to assassinate not just one but 2 Congress people. That's insane to me. Also, chat, we've been going for 5 hours, 40 minutes. If you would be so kind, consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and hit the goddamn like button on the YouTube stream. We're currently, and I'm very proud of you, 13 likes away from 100 on the stream. I believe in us. I believe in you. Don't disappoint me. I won't be mad. I'll just be disappointed. I agree with you, Brianna Huffman, that like she's a traditionally electable candidate, but I don't think the Republican Party is interested in traditionally electable candidates anymore. I think the Republican Party has gone too far to moderate itself, you know? But don't have the clipping. I thought I turned on clipping. I don't know how to turn it on. All of the settings allow clipping. I'm doing my part. I do hope, though, of between Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, I hope Ron DeSantis would become the nominee, mostly because that Rizless buffoon is really easy to rally like Democrats around, like against, you know? Like, he's silly, you can make fun of him, he has horrific ideas, he looks like a broken animatronic. Yeah, I want to hear what Eric Swalwell has to say about this. I guess I just assumed that like the Republican Party and like Republican officials would kind of satiate themselves with calling him like a traitor to China because he once interacted with a Chinese spy. But I guess they weren't satisfied with that and had to like lightly plot a small assassination. You know, just a wee bit of treason. One of my favorite Sims YouTubers lives in Florida. What happens in a Sims YouTube video? Most of the video games, like videos I watch are like what's his name? Amorphous Amphibian. What's it called? Who does just like weird video game challenges. I like him. Well, Titan Uranus, that's not going to work on me because I sing happy birthday to anyone who has a birthday. Because I think everyone deserves a little happy birthday song on their birthday. Ambiguous Amphibian. I was close. Amorphous Amphibian is very close to ambiguous. Want a little wall of text? Sure. Well, I think maybe even if Trump is like the nominee, which looks extraordinarily likely, I'm taking some hope in the fact that RFK Jr. is running as an independent, which hopefully will split the Republican vote. Oh, Game Grumps is really good. I watch Game Grumps when I'm like sad. They're good boys. Several years, Jack has been the only person to wish me a happy birthday. Well, I just want people to have happy birthdays. I know birthdays can be really hard for some people. People just play Sims, do challenges, build houses. That sounds nice, Sophie. My thought is they will go for having the Speaker of the House take power, all legal-like, before the election. That might be... Well, the thing is, I don't think Mike Johnson is interested in that, you know? Like, I don't think Mike Johnson, my read on him is that he is an insane evangelical fanatic, but I don't think he has the stones for it. You know? Like, he's gross in a million different ways, but I don't think he has the guts to try a coup. Most Republicans don't. That might be why they be so brazen. It's already in motion. There's a timeline playing out on the 11th of January in the ICJ in The Hague. Legal issues will be brought forth that will give reasons to impeach Biden. No, that's just incorrect. America doesn't give a single shit about the International Court of Justice or The Hague. It's why none of our leaders go there. Like, we won't even prosecute, like, our most war crimiest soldiers in The Hague. The early fear was that RFK Jr. would split the Democrats, but I'm not sure if I see that happening. I think it's more likely you're saying will come to pass and he'll split the Republicans. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, once the video came out of him, like, blaming the Jews for COVID, like, it's kind of like, I don't think you're going to get Democrats to vote for him. I don't... Like, there's certainly anti-Semites in the Democratic Party, for sure, but, like, I don't think you can... I think his mass appeal for Democrats is done. Anti-Semitism, on the other hand, can go a lot farther in the Republican Party. Legal issues can be used, but the thing is, I don't think the U.S. is party to, like, the Hague conventions. Like, we don't recognize the authority of the International Court of Justice or The Hague. Yeah. The United States provides no support in recognition of the International Criminal Court. Just a interesting little factoid about the United States. It's not party to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which founded the International Criminal Court. Yeah, we've literally passed laws to prevent service members from being held accountable. Got some immunity agreements. Yeah, it wouldn't go anywhere. That's my read anyway. We will run strike you without trial. America is not a fair and benevolent leader. Oh, tighten your anus. That sounds great. Yeah, what is RFK polling? Okay. Interesting. Maybe RFK isn't actually going to be as good of a split as I thought. This is from Monmouth, like last month. 1 in 5 consider voting for RFK Jr., but it doesn't change the overall race, so it must be a relatively even split. Potential vote for Kennedy as an independent in 24. I mean, I guess. I mean, that's interesting. There's enough variation here where I'm like, it could go either way with a RFK vote. Like, for likely Biden voters, potential vote for Kennedy as an independent in 2024, 4%. For Trump voters, it's 3%. If you do definitely and probably together, it's both 14%. Like that's, and then like when it comes to undecided, I guess that's where it would make more of a difference between Trump and Biden. But even so, like the margin is just like 4%. Also, hello, Miley Virus. Thank you for jumping over to the Riverboat site. Are those neithers mostly leftists? I honestly have no idea. Might be just like non-voters. About 1 in 4 Americans have a favorable opinion of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That's insane, dude. Oh, okay, wait, here we go. Despite his family pedigree, Democrats, 55% view RFK Jr. unfavorably, are much more likely than Republicans who view RFK Jr. as unfavorable. Like, Democrats are, like, over twice as likely to view RFK Jr. as in unfavorable light. So, that's cool. Only 50% of the voting public is aware Kennedy supports claims that autism is linked to vaccines, and has said that COVID is targeted to attack people of certain races. Yeah, dude's a fucking kook. Hey, Shambletron. Major parties get so twisted about third-party candidates who almost never poach votes from people who otherwise wouldn't vote. The main thing I get twisted about when it comes to elections is like when it's an election between like an out-and-out fascist and like genuinely like a generally odious like neolib, like the turnout margins are so small that like I want as many people to turn out as possible so we don't get a fascist in office, you know? Roganites love him? Well, yeah, but Joe Rogan's a fucking clown. Well, the good news is, Miley Virus, that the most Democrats who know who Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is don't view him well. And I think that if he goes up in the polling as we get closer to the election, that information will start to circulate a lot more. I was just going to say there are a lot of low information voters who will vote for any Kennedy with almost no other information, and many of them lean leftward. I think that can be changed. You know? Rogan was a moon... Wait, Rogan stopped being a moon landing truther? Did like, I don't know, someone who worked on like 2001 A Space Odyssey finally come on and like explain to him that no, they didn't fake the moon landing? Oh man, Cornel West is such a disappointment, dude. Cornel West, I'm worried about peeling off some Democratic voters. Nah, there's not always a fascist to offload Democratic responsibility on. Like, there's a difference, I think, between, like, a conservative of, like, 10, 20 years ago and, like, people who are full-on MAGA, you know? Like, we just finished doing a long segment about the people in America doing apologia for Giorgia Meloni as, like, literal black shirt fascists are doing Sieg Heil in Rome. And it's just like, there's a clear difference there. I think that's where we disagree. I mean, we can disagree, I guess, but I think once we've established that there's like been a violent attempt to overthrow
Hope
democracy.
I did this right, but welcome to the boat.
Drago, thank you for gifting a sub to Miley Virus, and you did do a good job. Thank you. I appreciate the support. I hope Miley Virus does as well. Like I think that there's a difference between like a group of people who've attempted a violent coup and a group of people who will grumble about the outcome of an election. You know, I think there's a difference between a candidate who will respect the outcome of a democratic process and the peaceful transference of democratic power, and like someone who's pledging to suspend the Constitution and gut anyone who tells him no in the government. You know, I think there is a very clear difference here, especially when one of the candidates is essentially pledging to end democratic transfers of power going forward. You know, like, yeah. Here we got a movement of non-fascist conservatives, and it was glorious. That sounds really nice. I wish we could have that. I would really love to go much harder on Democrats than I do. I mean, you gotta pick your battles, right? Like you got two options. Like if the issue is we need to move farther left, then we got to roll up our sleeves and do that work in between elections. But when it comes to elections, you got to make the best of what you got. And the question you have to ask yourself is: would you rather be would you rather you, your friends, and your family be fighting neolibs or fighting fascists? And I'd rather fight neolibs. You know, like when it comes down to elections like that, like this. That's my calculus anyway. We already got the leftist party, the Greens, but there's an outbreak of conservatives who ran on women's rights. Fighting for neolibs means not voting. Yeah, but like if you don't vote, then fascists win. So your decision to not vote just by default means that you have to fight the fascists. Like if your decision is to not vote, well, okay, so don't participate in democracy, I guess. Like it's not a captured vote if you're doing things to mobilize voters for a more progressive future. Is not voting participation? Yes. Not you are choosing your method of participation. Ambivalence is a means of doing that. I don't know, like if you're dedicated to being an anti-fascist, it would seem to me that like putting fascists or being complicit with putting fascists in power would be antithetical to your views, but you know, that's me. Is voting as a captured predetermined vote, then is that participation? Well, yeah, because you got to be able to organize other people to vote. Like that's the other part, is that it's not just you voting, you also have to organize other people to vote, and by organizing other people to vote, you can also organize them to do other things. Like I mean, for fuck's sake, if you can't even convince somebody to turn up for like 5 minutes or an hour at a polling place once every 4 years, you sure as shit can't get them to organize for like a strike. Like you gotta get your pants on, one leg at a time, put on a shirt and go outside and actually do some shit. Fortunately, you gotta play the two. I mean, and here's the thing. You got to play the two-party game in a two-party duopoly until you break the two-party duopoly. A strike is not the same thing as a vote for Joe. Well, let me put it this way. Who are you going to be able to strike under? Do you think a fascist is going to let you strike? Yeah. If a fascist gets in power, we all know fascists love unions. Jesus Christ. You gotta organize. If you can't organize someone to do something as simple as vote, you are definitely not going to be able to organize labor. You're definitely not going to be able to organize any meaningful political resistance to any kind of fascist movement outside of that. Like, Jesus. You think you can organize resistance to fascists when you can't even organize resistance to a neolib? God damn. That's silly as hell. And the thing is, again, if you hate the two-party duopoly, I'm right there with you. But you know how you break the two-party duopoly? I did an entire video about this. You have to change how voting is done on a state level. Like you change state by state, you get ranked choice voting. Then you can that breaks the two-party duopoly. Like, trying to leverage your vote in a presidential election doesn't work. I know that because I've organized for presidential elections before. What does work is being able to organize for primaries. What does work is being able to say, hey, they're not going to turn out to vote for you. Like, you need to be in a position where people will actually listen to you. But when they are making calculus, sorry, I've been streaming for like 6 hours. I'm not being super articulate at the moment. But when you are, or rather, when the Democratic Party or the Republican Party is making their calculus about how to allocate their resources to like decide on their platforms, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they're paying attention to people who fucking vote for them. They're not paying attention to non-voters. They don't give a shit about non-voters because non-voters aren't going to turn out anyway. They focus on the people who are most likely to turn out. By refusing to vote, you're just putting yourself in the category of people they're not going to give a single shit about. And like, I don't have a lot of patience for people who are like, oh yeah, well, the presidential election is the time to break the two-party duopoly. That's the time to not vote. But it's like, what the fuck else are you doing? You're busy not voting 365 every year. Like, why? You're not doing anything different. You're just being radically apathetic. That's not a political position. You're not doing shit. If you want to actually organize to get ranked choice voting in your state. Then you can run third, fourth, fifth, sixth party. But until then, if you're in a state with a two-party duopolistic system of voting, first past the post, that's what that is, then until then, you have to make the simple calculus of lesser of two evils. It sucks. It's not fun. It doesn't feel good. But you know what it does? It prevents fascists from taking over and killing all of the marginalized people you love. If you're a leftist, they know you aren't voting for a Republican, so they don't give a fuck. True. Unless someone's an accelerationist, in which case, fuck you. You know what's worse than first past the post voting? No voting? True. Can we talk about the inherent privilege in refusing to vote? I mean, I think that as long as we make the delineation between people who refuse to vote and people who, like, don't care to vote, I think there's a difference there. One person is making the informed choice to not vote and then patting themselves on the back. The other is someone who is wrapped up in work, life, getting to their kid's baseball game, and just like not prioritizing it, not thinking it's super important, etc. I think there's a difference between the two. One of them is far more irritating than the other. The duopolies model is simple and was explained by Kang and Kodos. True. Yeah, the Democratic Party sucks ass. I'm sorry. I would also like it if we lived in a country that had ranked choice voting in every state. Sadly, we don't. And the option is either guy who's going to fascistically take over the country and ensure there's no more elections and have total and complete control over the American state apparatus and the U.S. military. Like, I don't understand the calculus of, like, thinking to yourself, oh, yes, things will be so much better if a fascist controls the U.S. military. If, like, an out-and-out fascist who is talking about suspending the Constitution and wants to eliminate transgender people from society. Yeah, I don't know. Like, that to me, that's crazy. To me, that comes from a position of thinking that even if Trump takes office, nothing is going to happen, which is extraordinarily naive. I think, well, Shambletron, I have a history degree, part of a history degree. I know what happens when fascism is here. And it can be so much worse than what we have right now. We have neoliberalism. Neoliberalism sucks. It's dominated by capital. It's dominated by the interests of capital. It sucks. It sucks ass. But we have the opportunity via democracy to make it better and make it suck less. If we have fascism, we never have that opportunity in the future. There are no elections. And also, your minority friends get rounded up and shot in camps. The idea of trans people gets stamped out of every school. They start burning any children's book that has 2 gay penguins in it. They annul the marriages of the gays. And they generally start employing their death cult mentality upon the general population until they feel they need to project their power outward to surrounding nations. Like, the idea here that, like, oh, we already live under fascism because, what, America's neoliberal as hell and imperialistic? That comes from a place of not understanding what fascism is. That comes from a place of, like, that comes from a place of, like, being, like, having the luxury of looking outside and, like, not seeing goose-stepping, Sieg Heiling fascists in the modern day. Like, it comes from a place of luxury where you aren't having to make sure you have your your passport and IDs in order so you can possibly flee the country if one of those candidates gets elected. Okay? Like, it is a profoundly privileged position to think, oh, well, fascism is already here, so it doesn't matter if the out-and-out fascist wins. I would encourage you to maybe look into the history of Mussolini's Italy, to look into the history of Spain in the 1950s. I would encourage you to look into, the archives of the Holocaust Museum. Because when you say, oh, neoliberalism is fascism, you're coming off as somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, hell, you can like if you need a modern day example, look into the governmental structure and enforcement of policies in Singapore. Like you can find modern day examples. Like I'm sorry, but like making a papier-mâché fascist and then pointing between that and literally Hitler and being like, these are the same, is just very silly to me. Joe Biden's canceling primaries. One, yeah, that sucks, but also the DNC controls the primary system. Two, that's not, like, the primaries aren't democracy. Like, they're canceling the primaries because no one was qualifying for the primaries. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, on the one hand, you have the political party that's chanting to hang sitting members of Congress. And on the other hand, you have a party that's like, well, the stock market gained 12 points this year, so that's very good. And like, yeah, that the stock market gained 12 points because unimaginable suffering was like spread out across the globe and domestically. But like, that suffering is not going to be mitigated by putting a fascist into power. Like, yours is the politics of maximal suffering. You know? Well, you know, Jaeger, the Democrats do like to angle for a loss. It's true. Look, Shambletron, do you have a path forward to a better future that's not controlled by Joe Biden or Donald Trump? I would love a viable path towards that. What's your idea? Because so far, the idea that you've put forward is, I'm just not going to vote. So, how about I get to vote in a primary about it? Sorry, you don't have that option. Like, I'd love to wave a magic wand and make that happen, but I can't. We have the situation we have. So, with the situation we have, what can we do? I mean, like, you're like, lol, listen to yourself. But like, if you're sitting in a cage and you have an option between like eating maggot-infested bread or literal shit, like, and then you're like, well, how about I eat cake instead? Well, there is no cake. I'm sorry. You have to choose the maggot bread or shit. Which are you going to eat? Or I guess you can just sit and die. Like, I guess those are your three options. So you're in this situation, which is an analogy for the current situation in US politics. You choose to die. That's pretty cucked shit, man. That's pretty cucked shit. I choose to go to the moon. Have you ever heard of a hunger strike? Yeah, who do you think hunger strikes work on? Do you think they work on neoliberals or do you think they work on fascists? Just out of curiosity. Like, if you were to hunger strike and Joe Biden had to decide your fate versus Donald Trump, I mean, you've already lost the argument. You chose actual death. Like, this is insane, dude. A big fat turd or a stupid douche, which do you like best? You ate shit? No, I ate the maggot bread, dipshit! In the analogy, you eat the shitty bread instead of the actual shit. You eat the shitty bread so you can live on to fight another day and get an opportunity to make things better, versus just eating shit and vomiting your entire bowels out of your ass and then dying. Like in this situation, you are either choosing to vomit your shit out and die, or you're choosing to starve to death in a corner. In either case, like, you're irrelevant. Fascists don't give a shit if you're doing a hunger strike. They just let you die. Or, if you're inconvenient and making them feel bad, they put a bullet in your brain. See, this is what I mean when I say you don't know what fascism is. Because you're like, well, I'd do a hunger strike. That's not going to work against a fascist. They'll just kill you. Or they'll let you suffer because they're fascists. And they like watching you suffer until you die. We did choose bad bread in 2020. And you know what? We got to choose bad bread again. And maybe we'll get better bread in 2024 if we put in 2028 if we put in enough work. This is literally a South Park episode. Yeah, except in this situation, you're shitting yourself and dying. Maybe 2048. Hell, I don't know. Like, there's also a level of like entitlement where like someone like someone in the US is just like, we're just gonna make sure that the even farther right fascist wins this election. We're gonna ensure that we don't get another election, and we're gonna inflict the United States military in full force under the orders of a fascist upon the entire world. As if like who is in the United States doesn't affect the rest of the world. You think Donald Trump, a guy who got a neighborhood named after him in the Golan Heights, is going to like try to find any solution between Israel and Palestine? No, he's gonna send like a nuclear bomber over the West Bank, flatten it, and then roll in like U.S. bulldozers to build like a new metropolis. Free of charge for the Israeli government. Like, this is insane. Mac, we've already established that you're levels of insane. Okay. We've already established that you think the entire U.S. government is controlled by the CIA deep state. I'm just so sick of these people who pretend that like doing nothing is a radical act. Jesus. Also, Mac, I'm sorry. I've had enough of you for a while, but we're gonna give you a 12-hour timeout. Okay? You can come back after you've had some sleep, buddy. Like, to me, it's just silly. Oh yeah, you're such a brave activist for doing literally nothing. There is a certain liberal brain rot that drives me up the wall, and it is people who believe that inaction is somehow this incredible act of activism. You're not doing anything if you're not doing anything. Like that should be self-evident, but a lot of lefties seem to trick themselves into thinking they're doing something really cool and relevant by not voting or voting for somebody who's going to get 0.1% of the vote. Like, good job. You voted for your grandma. I'm sure she's very nice. Didn't you know inaction is praxis? True. Who would have thought that just like sitting inside and playing World of Warcraft was the most democratic and the left-leaning thing I could do? That's crazy. Trump has literally a plan in place called Project 2025 that details the plan to replace anyone in government who told him no last time he was in office with yes men, so he can just do whatever he wants. And he's also talked about how he wants to suspend democracy. He posts videos nonstop on his timeline about how he's literally God's gift to Earth. Like, the idea that Donald Trump doesn't believe in anything, I think, is deeply misguided, because he does believe in one thing, and that is empowering and enriching himself. And if he can do that by being a fascist leader in America that has no rivals because he's killed them all, he will absolutely do that. Can we cover Project 2025 in detail in a stream? I've already done it. You can check out the video on the YouTube. Good night, Jaeger. Also, my dude, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're currently arguing about whether or not you should vote, and it's a trick question. You should, because otherwise you're a dipshit. Rosemary Envy. We also talked about how not voting comes from a place, like making the informed decision to not vote out of principle is a place of privilege. Yes. Sorry, I'm new. It's okay, Brianna. But the video on 2025, I think, is pretty good. So I would recommend you check out the YouTube content. Can you address the Israelis' genocide and whether enabling and covering for it counts as fascism? Enabling genocide is awful and bad. It doesn't mean fascism. Like I'm sorry. Like, was Bill Clinton a fascist because a genocide happened in Rwanda? No. What, was he good when he didn't do anything to stop it? Also no. Okay, so by your definition, when has America not been fascist? Because, like, I don't define fascism as, like, just things I don't like. Like, when I don't get a cookie when I want one, I that's not fascism to me. Is that fascism to you? So America's always been fascist. Can you define what you think fascism is to me? I'm actually fascinated here. Because this literally just seems to me like I can't play video games until after dinner. That's fascism. It's a thing I don't like. Can you define democratic? Yeah, a system of voting whereby there's a peaceful transfer of power determined by, like, a majority of voting individuals. There you go. Now, can you define fascism for me? Also, chat, I'm sleepy. You should donate subs and donate subs and donuts. Go. You think fascism is the opposite? No, there are many things that are not democratic. I've literally defined fascism under Umberto Eco's definition. We literally talked about it earlier on stream. But, like, and Trump ticks all of the boxes, by the way, for that one. So, like, can you define fascism, please? Because I've asked you like 3 times now. How about this? Shambletron, answer my question or you get banned. How about that? Do you have a definition of fascism you prefer to Umberto Eco's? Like... Like, if you don't know, that's fine. I guess fascism really is just when you don't get a cookie. Or just when America. Yeah, I guess fascism is when you have to answer questions on stream. That's crazy. You're living in it? Give me an actual definition. I'm giving you one more chance. If it's not an actual definition that's usable, you're getting banned. It's actually really funny that after this, you know, honestly, hats off to Shambletron for this incredible troll. You did successfully rustle my jimmies and waste all of our time. This is a deflection from a... No, it's not. I have literally dozens of videos talking about the situation in Israel and Palestine. You can check those out if you would like. Define fascism, motherfucker. Which, by the way, that definition is central to the entire conversation we were having. This has been a funny stream. I agree. I've been enjoying it. Do I get a primary? I'm sorry, that is not a definition of fascism. You lose. Good day. Fascism is when a private political entity doesn't select its candidate for office in the way you'd like. Fascism is when you don't actually do anything to break the two-party duopoly between elections and then just complain about it every 4 years. Yeah, fascism is when no primary. Honestly, hats off to Shambletron for wasting all of our time. Yeah, like, I mean, I gave my definition of fascism and my definition of democracy instantaneously, on demand. It's wild. You know, I do wish dipshits would actually engage with the conversation. It's wild. I think the Jeopardy music really made it. Well, again, this is why these people aren't, like, they aren't good faith. They just want to make their own laziness and inaction seem like it's a radical thing. It's not. It's just you conceding to fascists. That's it. That could be its own mini video. Probably will be. Like the video I put up of that guy, me debating that guy who wanted to like kill all Palestinians. What a fucking dipshit. You know, as awful as Shambletron was, at least they weren't advocating for the death of 2.4 million people. You know, it occurs to me that the alt-right seems to understand the long game, like they've been trying to get their stuff in state by state for decades now. Dithron, correct. It's why the far right has been successful at infiltrating local and state level politics to an extent that the Democratic Party hasn't. The Democratic Party rested on its laurels, the union movement in the United States, for a very long time until the Republicans broke the unions, and then the Democrats, instead of rebuilding the union power, embraced neoliberalism and shifted the party ever more rightward. And rather than organizing an actual socialist movement to stop that from happening, people just kind of pinned all of their hopes on Obama. Obama wasted all of the energy that could have gone towards building a more coherent leftist movement. And instead, we had to wait for Bernie Sanders to kind of rise and introduce the world to the idea that you could actually have things like Medicare for all, or like socialism not being a dirty word. And the reality of it is just like, it would be really great if we could elect and play like these partisan games with Democrats, but we can't when the opposition are like again, we just went over the fact that Roger Stone was plotting to kill members of Congress to further Donald Trump's insurrection plot. Like there's audio of him talking with his bodyguard about a plan to kill 2 members of Congress. And it's just like, I don't know. I guess those guys should be in power. That will help everyone. Oh, I didn't get a primary in my party of affiliation. Guess we need to accelerate the guy who wants to suspend the Constitution into office, because that will make things better, I guess, somehow. What an insane position. This is like being like, my small town cop gives me speeding tickets, and I don't like that. So or how about my small town sheriff gives me speeding tickets, and I don't like that. So we're going to elect the sheriff who's known for killing every single motorist he pulls over. That will surely improve the town. No, it won't. It's just gonna hurt more people. God. Accelerationism is just not caring about anything and thinking that's cool. Yeah, but like, the thing about accelerationism that I can at least respect is that it's honest. Accelerationism is honest about what it is. But what gets under my skin in a way that I find difficult to articulate the extent of it are people who pretend that they care about leftist ideas and institution, like leftist ideas, leftist policies, leftist results, who pretend to care about like union movements and worker power and like I don't know, decommodified systems, who then like try and convince you that by not voting, you're actually even more leftist than everyone else. Because you're making a principled stand for, you know, not Joe Biden. It is infuriating, because I've participated in effective advocacy to get people into office. And that has affected people and done good for people in a way that not voting wouldn't. Like, if you don't vote, you just throw yourself to the mercy of the waves and hope that something good happens eventually. If you're voting, you have the opportunity to change the course of events and hopefully make things better through your advocacy, through your vote. And you're at the very least using all of the tools available to you to prevent like a fascist dictatorship. And it's deeply frustrating. It's deeply frustrating to see people advocating against themselves and against everyone they know and care about, and like smugly pretend like they're doing something meaningful. It is. It's leftist cosplay. Except it's not good cosplay. You know? Like it's like shitty leftist cosplay.
BWA.
What is dead may never die. Sophie, thank you for gifting Natalie Luscious sub. That is very kind of you. Thank you for eliminating the white name scourge. My doctor has said that I finally reached a B cup. Hell yeah. You gotta vote for a better future. And again, like, if you aren't doing activism between, like, elections, you don't get the right to complain about how, like, the system didn't change between then and now. How the candidates didn't change between the last election and this one. If you wanted better candidates, you needed to get out there, roll up your sleeves, and make it happen. Like, it's not, the system's not fair? It's not. So people are participating in this system with way more money than you. That's the case with every movement to make a positive change. There are vested moneyed interests aligned against you making a positive change for the working people. And like, God. I'm usually busy. Amish Inventor, I'm not going to lie. I read your comment and I totally lost my train of thought. Do you think that access to HRT in a liberal state would be at risk with Trump as president? Yes. Like, Donald Trump has been talking about eliminating trans people altogether. Like, and that's the other thing. Like, are advocating for inaction in the face of, like, one candidate being a shitty neolib and the other candidate, like, preaching about the destruction of entire minorities. Like, I think there's a pretty massive difference there that's pretty obvious to spot. Now, let's see. In a video, Trump says he will push Congress to pass a law to ban gender-affirming care for minors nationwide. Under his pledge, medical professionals who do offer gender-affirming care to youth would be cut off from Medicare and Medicaid. Teachers or schools who suggest to a child they could be trapped in the wrong body would face severe consequences that could take the form of civil rights penalties and loss of federal funds. So... that was January of last year, but I know he's made more recent comments. Charlie, thank you for the $2 super chat. Tip for the voter discourse: the GOP must lose. Thank you very much, Charlie. And if anyone else would like to support me after that fucking, I took mental and emotional damage in that one. That was too dumb for words. Go ahead. Oh yeah, Trump was really mad that Mike DeWine vetoed the gender-affirming care ban. This is how Bernie can win in 2024. If Bernie had another shot in 2024, I would support Bernie Sanders. But I think his window has set. Yeah, in Ohio. Tip as I tip jar, not tip as advice. Oh, gotcha. I got you. Yeah, no, I understood that. Oh yeah, he's kind of he's been talking about doing like a ban on trans people in bathrooms, like another bathroom ban run. Super fun. God. Ban bath. Yeah, he's so transphobic. He wants to ban all bathrooms. Oh yeah, he also pledged to end transgender insanity. Super cool. Piss in the bushes like God intended. Bernie's a relic now. I mean, Bernie's still doing good work in Congress, but I don't think he's going to be able to do much about any of this in the election cycle, anyway. Also, folks, we have now been streaming for almost 7 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, finding it informative, or getting any entertainment value out of it, consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because I feed off of your money like some sort of eldritch deity. I feed not off of the physical money itself, but the value of the currency. Send me your value, and I will grow strong. And perhaps one day strong enough to grant you a boon in your hour of need. Bernie going to juice maybe 2 million more out of student debt. Nice. I'll worship riverboat. I'll worship the eldritch boat. Wait, are you going to bed, Salmon Moose? Been a long stream? Ah. The stupidity of Taskmaster and fall asleep with a belly full of noodles. You have a good night and have some good noodles, Salmon Moose. Sound real capitalist there? I live like a capitalist every day, Jenk. We're booning in the Boon Cave. Dude. Yeah, Hypno Amber, I agree. There's a nice crop of progressives coming up. My main thing is like, man, John Fetterman hurt my heart, dude. That one hurt. I did not like that heel turn. Have I seen that Charlie? Oh yeah, I've seen the Charlie Kirk slider. Yeah. I don't know if we'll have a blue wave, but just like, I know that there are a lot of people energized by like the midterms and the what? Time to primary him? Absolutely. Oh, Sunless Sea is a cool game. I think all the scrutiny he faced in 2022 might have broken Fetterman. Well, that October 7th and also possibly the stroke. Like, it's not uncommon for stroke victims to have like sudden personality changes, so it could be related to that. I have no idea. But all of it's speculation, and really the important thing is that he did change. So, sucks. But we move on, and we find someone better. We're gonna face a lot of setbacks, and it's gonna be all right. Just gotta, when it comes to politics, you gotta be like a shonen anime protagonist. Okay, you're only ever defeated if you stay down. You gotta pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
I'm still mad that TTS can't say UWU, but have some money for being based and correct and putting up with chat-wide peepo happy.
Aw, Fenry, thank you for the $5 dono. And I didn't know that the text-to-speech couldn't say uwu, but that was a very funny way to demonstrate. I appreciate it. So as Fetterman hasn't gone full alt-right. It's just the Israel issue has he's just like completely embraced like fuck Palestinians basically as like an identity. Oh, ooh. Oh yeah, maybe you have to try OOWOO. That could be a way to get it to say uwu. Uwu. Oh whoa. My friend told me when I started getting politically active that I needed to manage my expectations, and activism means losing a lot. It's true. Like I think a lot of people got into like leftism and socialism in general when Bernie came through in 2016, but I think a lot of those people who got involved initially did not realize that like Medicare for all would take years of work to get it passed, Like it's entirely possible that like a lifetime of dedicated to getting Medicare for all passed. Like I hope that I see it before I die, but also part of getting involved politically is recognizing that you do the best with what you can and you work towards a better future overall, but you can't necessarily move the mountain yourself, and there's going to be a lot of heartbreak and a lot of failure and betrayals, but ultimately those don't matter. What matters is you keep getting up and you try again and you keep trying until you win, right? Like that's kind of the entire, like if you look back at the history of human beings, like how many centuries did human beings live in bondage under feudal lords? How many centuries like the divine right of kings held sway, and now we live in a completely different world free of that. But it took the grinding effort of millions of people in order to like throw off the yoke of monarchy, in order to embrace something better, in order to like build a world that like you can be proud of. And like we're still not there yet, but we're moving mountains together, and that is not an overnight activity. But I do have faith that by working together, by finding community with each other and finding joy and life with each other, we can move the mountain and we can achieve what we're trying to do. Can you be a bit more specific, Superjet guy? Like when you ask, what is your analysis on rise and fall of empires? Can you be more specific with the question? Ton of years. Guess who doesn't have a ton of years? Biden. Trump. 80% of Congress. Everyone? Ooh, woo. True. True. Because time doesn't have a weight. Come on, guys. That's basic physics. Voting is exactly like Dark Souls. I like this. You mentioned history expertise. I wanted to know what your take... your take. Empires as America is seen as an empire, kind of. Well, America is definitely an empire, but I guess, like, when you mean analysis on the rise and fall of empires, like, do you have a specific one in mind? Or do you want, like, a general theory of why or how empires rise and fall? Voting is exactly like Dark Souls. Sometimes you embrace the Lord of Darkness ending, and sometimes you link the flame. Maybe Rome? The fall of Rome is pretty interesting. Like, a lot of people attribute it to, like, you know, if you're conservative, people attribute it to the whole, like, oh, the decadence of the Roman Empire just got so out of hand with all the orgies and the being gay. And that opened the door for hard men who are forged in hard times to come in and topple the Roman Empire. But, like, the reality is, like, essentially the Roman Empire relied on systems of trade that broke down over time. It was plagued by a gigantic religious schism. That split the empire. Like, it had to deal with other societies advancing technologically and militarily on its borders in ways that it was incapable of marshaling troops to, like, go and defend. Kind of the issue with like the British Isles for them, really. To marshal troops, they had to, like, marshal them in Rome and send the legion out, and you have to march the legion across all of Europe. And that's pretty hard to do. It's hard to do that with large enough forces on all of the fronts the Roman Empire was operating on. And then you have, like, the schism in the empire, which split it in two, which meant that they couldn't marshal as many people to send out to its disparate regions. Yeah, they lost the entire region in the German forests. Like, it was brutal out there, and not to mention the fact that, like, it stretched across the Mediterranean too. So, like, you're sending people on voyages. The weather can, like, cause entire armadas to disappear. And in all of this uncertainty, like, trade becomes a lot harder to both protect and like, bureaucratically manage. And basically the size of the empire mixed with, like, you know, maturing challenges on its borders slowly kind of crushed it over time until it just kind of completely disintegrated. Had to shrink way down. Yeah, but the war with Carthage was kind of when the Roman Empire was at its peak. You know, it takes a lot of work to salt your enemy's fields. And then you had the Byzantine Empire that, like, outlived the Roman Empire, and then, I mean, like, depending on where you, like, put the cutoff for, like, the Roman Empire, like, some people are like, well, the Roman Empire fell, but then the Byzantine Empire, was really the successor to that, and then you had Charlemagne. Charlemagne came along with the Carolingian Empire, and was crowned the new Roman Empire emperor by the Pope. And well, honestly, Charlemagne doesn't get enough credit for what he did, which was basically kind of carry on the tradition and revive the tradition of bureaucratic imperial control, which is actually super important if you want to run an empire. Like, having a functional bureaucracy, super important, especially back in the day, like where you had to like plan ahead because things were moving so slowly. You had to like keep a dozen plates spinning at one time, and you only had so many people educated enough to actually be able to do that. And that in turn was able to kind of spread a relatively understandable and interchangeable sense of bureaucratic ideas or bureaucratic structure across most of Europe, which allowed for, once the Carolingian Empire kind of disintegrated over time, like a lot of empires basically like fall when we're talking about like hereditary systems of governance. A lot of them fall because they split their empire into like three parts for their 3 kids, and that doesn't really tend to go well. They usually wind up going to war with each other, or they last long enough to split that kingdom up into 5 more kingdoms. I was just listening while playing Stellaris, and I heard Carolingian. We talking history? Yeah, we talking history. Lol. Shambletron put in an unban request. That's not happening. Too long, did not read. Don't deserve any more of my time. And then, you have a bunch of other like upstarts that try to claim succession to like the Roman Empire. History stream? Is Stellaris good? Stellaris is one of my favorite games of all time. Is the ban appeal the definition of fascism? No, it was like some faux pity. I genuinely didn't read it. Can we read it? I already denied the appeal. It's true. Cancel culture came for Shambletron. I mean, so we talked a little bit about the Carolingian Empire, but also the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire also both claimed to be like the successors to the Roman Empire. Like, a lot of countries, in order to bolster their credibility or their perception of power, made claims to being like the true successor to the Roman Empire. In a sense, over time, like the Roman Empire became more of a symbol than anything, like a symbol of validity, kind of like the divine right of kings. It was just another fiction to tell people to kind of justify rulership. I love how cons get mad when people point out that Rome had black people. Yeah, I mean, it's actually really interesting. The conception of race in the Roman Empire was really cool, right? Radically different from how we conceive of race today. I mean, it wasn't cool, but like it's cool that it was different, right? It's kind of a go-to example if you want to point out how race is a social construct. Going back to Rome is actually a really great place to start because in Rome, race did not matter. Like, if you were dark-skinned person, light-skinned person, it didn't matter. What determined your race was whether or not you were a citizen. You were either a citizen or you were, an outsider, essentially. Their race was your relationship to the state of Rome itself. So, like, it wasn't related at all to skin color. Because, again, of course, people from Africa, from across the Mediterranean, lived in the Roman Empire. Like, can we get a, like, if we gotta take a look just real quick at, like, kind of the full extent of the Roman Empire at its peak in, like, 117 AD, right? Like, I'm sorry, you look at this map and you don't think any, like, black or brown people lived in Rome? Lived in the Roman Empire? Wasn't there a black legionnaire? Look at this map. There were lots. They're lousy with black legionnaires. Dirty little pasta slurpers. Jesus Christ. Italians, you mean? God. No gay or trans people? Yeah, don't look into the history of the trans empress of Rome. Don't do it. Half the empire was black? Yeah, black or brown for sure. Elagabalus. Rosemary, I was going to Google it because I couldn't remember the name well enough to pronounce it confidently. Doodleburb, thank you for resubscribing. How you doing, lovely? Hope you are doing well. Also, folks, go subscribe to Doodleburb, everyone's favorite little non-binary VTuber. There was a trans empress of Rome. Yep. Elagabulus. So basically, typically conceived of like Rome's craziest emperor. Yeah. This pissed off a lot of like conservatives. I thought I covered this story. A museum reclassifies Roman emperor as a trans woman. This was just like a couple months ago. But basically, the North Hertfordshire Museum will now refer to Emperor Elagabalus with the female pronouns of she, her. It comes after classical texts claim the emperor once said, "Call me not lord, for I am a lady." Like, I mean, and also that's not the only thing that Elagabalus said. Like, she was essentially like, she was famous for offering anyone in the Roman Empire who could change her into a woman, like a reward. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, he only ruled the Roman Empire for 4 years. Was assassinated at 18. Let's see. Cassius Dio, a senator and contemporary of Elagabalus, writes in his historical chronicles that the emperor was married 5 times, 4 times to women, and once to Kerkoles, a former slave and chariot driver. In this final marriage, Dio writes that the emperor was bestowed in marriage and was termed wife, mistress, and queen. So there are also references to Elagabalus wearing makeup, wigs, removing body hair in the manner of a woman. There's like some debate in the in like the historical space as to whether or not the accounts of Elagabalus are colored by essentially like people trying to shit talk Rome, because like calling people effeminate and weak was kind of like a thing that they did in order to kind of criticize political figures. But also there's kind of a lot of it for someone who reigned for 4 years and was assassinated at the age of 18. Like literal from being 14 years old to being 18 years old. Wild stuff. But some other people point out that Elagabalus herself like insisted upon the use of feminine language and pronouns in reference to herself. So like, yeah, you know, just, you know, we'll never know for sure, but I feel like we're about as close to knowing for sure as we can get, and it's kind of leaning towards, yeah, trans as hell. I feel like you shouldn't be ruling an empire at 14 anyway. Boy, do I have bad news for you when it comes to European history. So you're telling me that the trans Roman Empress lasted longer than the Confederacy? Yes. Also, fuck the Confederacy. Hey, bisexuals, how you doing? She even had programmer socks. Yeah, her tomb filled with thigh-high socks. It's crazy. Remember when I played Jeopardy music and waited for that person to define fascism, and then they never did, and tried to paint not knowing how to define fascism as an own? Fortunate fruit. I'm the bisexual. Roman era thigh highs and plahage. Fascism is when no cookie. Shake my damn head. Okay. We might kick this story. I'll give you guys the option. Okay? If you want to vote, you got to go over to riverboat.gg, okay? You can vote on our next story. What content? It is democracy time. All right. So I'm about to start the vote over in riverboat.gg, okay? You can choose our next segment. We have 2 options. 1, we can talk about Star Wars. Or 2, we can talk about Nazi fashion. What's a GG? It's a website. If you just type in riverboat.gg and then go to that web page, you can then you can be in the on-screen chat here. Beep boop. That's a tough choice, actually. I know. I'm giving you a little time to think about it. And while you think about it, we have now officially been streaming for 7 hours. If you have been enjoying the content, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. It genuinely helps when you do that, by the way. So please, for the love of God, do it. And also, consider dropping some subs or donos. If you want to do that, consider coming over to riverboat.gg. You can be in the on-screen chat here. And folks, when you support me over on riverboat.gg financially, I get 100% of your dono, as opposed to 50% on Twitch or 70% on YouTube. So consider coming on over here if you want to support me more effectively. All right. I haven't put in the poll yet. I'm giving people time to hop on over if they'd like. And here we go. What content? Star Wars or Nazi fashion? No primary? This is rigged. True, this is fascism. Boom, 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 boom. I'm honestly surprised that Star Wars is so low. Damn, there's a lot of you watching, and we only had 11 votes on that. All right, that's fine. The 11 votes have it. Here we go. Time to talk about Nazi fashion. Star Wars is irrelevant now? Maybe. Okay. Let me get a drink. Okay, I'll wait. Just because you asked nicely and because you're a tier 4 sub. And as we all know, the bright yellow names always get their way. I kid. I love all of my chatters equally. Except Shambletron. I don't care for that one. Never trust a person with a red name. It's true. Yeah, the yellow tier is the golden tier is the golden shower tier. But you know what? I also love my blood red chatters as well. I had the titular line in Star Wars. Palpatine has returned somehow. Yeah, fuck Coco Chanel. What? What? You're very welcome, Trans Girl Jade. Han was teaching Luke how to drive the thing. Then I walk by and say, ah, boy, I'm just so tired of all these Star Wars. True story. Sounds... I was enthralled. Thank you for sharing your bit of film history. All right. Let's get started. So I just want to throw this out there. I was going and prepping show today, and then I stumbled across this, and I knew that we'd probably need to talk about it. And I don't think any of you are ready for it, so I'm just going to give you the thesis. The Telegraph wrote an article about how cute things are due to Nazism. They blamed the Nazis for inventing cute things. I've got nowhere. Like, I'm not embellishing this. I'm not, like, at all. The Nazis adored it. The Japanese commercialized it. Now we're all trapped in the cult of cute. I'm sorry, what? That's what I said. And, yep, here you go. A generation of kidults has sought refuge in childish things, from Hello Kitty to bubble tea. Who's to blame? And this has come courtesy of one Stuart Jeffries. Why? Who are you, Stu? Your name sounds familiar. Can we just Google Stuart Jeffries? Can we do that, please? Going to copy and paste. Stuart Jeffries. Is this the... No, it's not. That's just a random guy. I don't care enough. All right. I thought it was a guy I'd recognize. It was not. In the fable of the wolf and the dog, La Fontaine depicted the former as the wild and free, the latter as stupid and servile. What nonsense! True, the wolf may have once been an apex predator that ruled over our forest, but today there are none left in Britain. By contrast, domesticated mutts are thriving thanks to a survival strategy beyond the wit of wolves. Your cockapoo or Pomeranian has soft-pedaled its savagery, made a virtue of its powerlessness, instead rolling on its back, whimpering plaintively, looking up with big, watery eyes. In order that their human masters wait on them hand and foot, dogs have harnessed, without quite realizing it, cuteness. They are the forerunners of what today has become a globally lucrative craze, from somersaulting pandas on YouTube to Jeff Koons' balloon rabbit sculptures, and the subject of the forthcoming exhibition at London's Somerset House titled Cute. What is cuteness? In 1943, the Australian zoologist and sometimes Nazi psychologist, as well as future Nobel laureate Konrad Lorenz, proposed that behaviors that create the appearance of helplessness motivate us to care for our offspring, and that the same visual cues can arouse equally intense emotions when we encounter them in animals such as kittens and even in dolls and teddy bears. Whenever something reminds us of a baby, from puppies to pandas, from a sock puppet or two dots with a curved line below them, it can trigger our cuteness detector, explains Professor Joshua Paul Dale, a specialist in cute studies at Tokyo's Chuo University. And that activates the pleasure centers of our brains. I have no idea what the fuck is going on, because I'm not a filthy pre-reader, alright? Lorenz devised a series of characteristics that might provoke such a reaction, including a large head, wide-set eyes, short limbs, a soft body, and wobbly movements. At the time he was setting out his argument, the best-known icon of cuteness was Mickey Mouse. Mickey had made his first appearance on November 18, 1928 in Steamboat Willie, but as the biologist Stephen Jay Gould famously observed, over the decades that followed, the cartoon mouse slowly evolved from a slightly sadistic rodent with a long snout to a sweet-natured creature with oversized eyes and a wee nose. Mickey looked younger as he got older. At the ripe age of 95, he's never appeared more childlike. Mickey's metamorphosis makes a lot of sense when you consider that his masters, the Walt Disney Corporation, have made exploiting cuteness the key to a century of global domination, from Thumper to Baby Yoda. Okay, I need to stop. I need to stop real quick. Yeah, Mickey has Benjamin Button disease is not a take I expected to read today. Also, like part of what is irritating me as I read this is that cuteness isn't static. You know, like what was considered cute in the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s is not the same as what is considered cute in 2023. Like it's not maybe it has some basis in like our biological wiring, but it's also like socially constructed, right? Like there's a lot of socializing that goes into whether or not people think things are cute. Like, sorry, it's 2024 now. You're right. Basically, like there, for example, there are some people who think like Tim Burton movies are cute, like have a cute aesthetic. Like Nightmare Before Christmas is a cute movie. You know, like it looks cute. But like other people find those movies horrifying and like extraordinarily off-putting. Like what counts as cute varies over time and varies depending on the person, right? Like not everyone thinks puppies are cute. Some people don't like puppies. You know? I think it's interesting to talk maybe with like with somebody who studies the phenomenon of cuteness. I think there's something useful and interesting to be an interesting discussion to be had about like the social construction of cuteness and the interest, like why do certain people think things are cute and other people think those things aren't cute. I think there's an interesting dynamic at play. The same way I think like feminist studies can be really interesting, even though like what is considered feminine varies very wildly from place to place and time to time, you know? And apparently people are still getting copyright struck for watching Steamboat Willie, so we're not going to do that right now. Now we live in a world in which cuteness has serious cultural clout. A time in which baby-faced K-pop band Blackpink are considered worthy of honorary MBEs from King Charles III, and when cute studies has emerged as a legitimate academic pursuit. The curators of Somerset House exhibition will explore how an aesthetic so charming and apparently harmless, adorable baby animals, chubby-cheeked babies, TikTok's crying girl meme, has gained such a stranglehold on our culture. Okay, I need to pause because I think I'm seeing where this article is going wrong. Being cute isn't just one aesthetic. You know? Like, this article is treating cute, the concept of being cute, as one holistic aesthetic, and it's not. You know? Like, Boomer detected? I mean, this guy is like in his late 60s, I believe. But like, you can have like the same way you can you could have like a study of beauty, right? The concept of beauty, but like beauty isn't an aesthetic, right? Because what people consider beautiful is very different. So like, I think that's where this is going off in my brain. You know? Like there's a big difference between adorable animals, chubby-cheeked babies, and crying girl memes on TikTok. The commonalities are not the same. The commonalities are just that some people might find one or two of those things cute. I don't know. I feel like I'm not articulating my brain's process here. Naturally, there will be a section devoted to cats, including Louis Wayne's anthropomorphized feline portraits, which from the end of the 19th century encouraged people to see cats as appealing pets and not just as working animals brought in for pest control. Which is this is a very silly thing to say, because while true, okay, I feel like maybe I'm being uncharitable and reading too much into this, because part of the reason that like dogs were popular in like the 18th century was because they were brought in to literally work as effectively pre-electrical engines. Like you'd basically have a dog running on like a little treadmill to power like furnace bellows and stuff. Like dogs were also brought in for very specific purposes. Maybe I think I can find like a diagram here. Dog. Wait, really? Yeah. Here is an example of the working dog. This is like if you were cooking like a rack of ribs or something, you would put it on the spit next to the fire, and then you'd put the dog up in the wheel, and the dog would run and turn the spit. Like it was seen as like a kind of like having a washing machine, Yeah, you'd have dog-powered machines essentially. There was even they're even called like these specific dogs are called turn spit dogs. Like there's an yeah, I fell down that rabbit hole a while back. It's actually really, really interesting. Okay, let's see. Another gallery filled with cute classic toys such as Sylvanian families reminds visitors that by inviting us to become childlike again, cuteness can provide a sanctuary from life's anxieties and encourage a sense of belonging. No doubt that's true, but cuteness can be sinister too. A few years ago, the Islamic State joined the cute cat craze by spreading propaganda images of jihadists. Wait, is this gonna... Oh my god, it links to it. Islamic State using kittens to lure jihadists to fight. I was not expecting that. Free him. Of jihadists playing with kittens in Raqqa, captioned in cutesy internet slang, no. My mujahid protects me. I can has Islamic State, please. Are you fucking with me? This is for Telegraph. It's a UK publication. Good night, Superjet guy. Or consider the ceramic collectibles of porcelain manufacturer Alak, dating to the middle of the last century. Cute fawns, bunnies, lambs, and puppies that became disturbing once you learn how they were made by forced labor at Dachau concentration camp. Jesus Christ. Heinrich Himmler described the kitsch figurines as one of the few things that give me pleasure, single-handedly banishing the idea of cuteness. Wait, single-handedly banishing the idea that cuteness can ever be a force for good? What? Who? Yeah, did like this man try and pet a kitten and like it bit him and he just had to write this entire article? So because a Nazi officer enjoyed cute things, therefore cute things are bad? This is wild, dude. Well, ISIS likes cute kittens. You can never like a cute kitten again, or you're part of ISIS, I guess. God. If you think this is cute, you're evil. Cuteness is bad forever, dog. Oh my god. Okay, so basically, oh my god, dude, no. All right, ground zero for the late 20th century's cuteness boom was not Disney's Californian drawing board, but the Tokyo office of a dry goods entrepreneur called Shintaro Tsuji. One day in the 1960s, he applied a simplified flower motif to some of the beach sandals he was offering for sale, and those became, bearing the cute floral design, were soon outselling those without. Tsuji then established a company called Sanrio and assembled an in-house team of cartoonists to exploit this lesson. In 1974, Sanrio launched Hello Kitty, a fingerless, mouthless cartoon cat with a big round face, triangle ears, tiny circular nose, 6 rudimentary whiskers, and a ribbon. Conceived as a rival to Mickey Mouse, her first appearance was on a coin purse. By the time she made her international debut a few years later, Hello Kitty had a backstory. She was apparently an English feline from the London suburbs. Is this man upset that Hello Kitty is made by Japanese people, but she lives in England? This emote is evil, by the way. What, the little he sit emote? I think it's cute. You gotta wrap it up. No more frog. Oh no. Oh dear. I'm so confused about where this article came emotionally from. This is somehow worse than Somerton's Nazis invented muscle culture? What? I'm not familiar with James Somerton's work outside of the H-Bomber Guy video. Oh my god, dude, what? Celebrating her 50th anniversary this year, Hello Kitty is now the face of a globally ubiquitous multimedia brand whose more than $80 billion in earnings exceeded the combined all-time revenues of the Batman, Marvel, James Bond franchises. The most successful media franchise in the world is also both cute and Japanese, Pokemon, with a revenue of more than $100 billion, another sign of how infantile our brand-fixated economies lean. Yeah, because people want to buy cute shit for their kids. People want to buy cute shit for their kids, and also people just like looking at cute things. This sounds like a guy who gets high off of his own farts. I'm sorry. Like Stu, you might be a perfectly nice man, but you in this article, you are writing like a guy who, if he like went and saw his son playing Fortnite, you'd beat him with your shoe. Like that's what you sound like right now. You sound like you disown a family member because you saw them playing, like, I don't know, like with a, what are those little bobblehead things? Funko Pop. There you go. This is insane. Oh, I'm sure this guy would have to be a Tory, right? There's no way he's not. To grasp how this came to pass, you need to understand what Japan was like in the 1970s. Oh my god, dude. Hello Kitty merchandise arrived at a time when the country was in the grip of an economic recession. What rose in response to that recession was a highly lucrative cultural regression to No, I'm sorry. At this point, no. I'm sorry. This article is racist. Yep, we got to the Tory heart of all of this shit. Yep. Nope. Like, I'm sorry. This is I'm gonna say it. I'm calling it right now. This guy's racist as hell. And I say that because, like, the country was in the grip of an economic recession. What arose in response to that recession was a highly lucrative cultural regression to childhood. the entire country of Japan culturally regressed to being children because they started profiting off of cute things that they thought looked good and wholesome and cute. The whole country became children. Like, I'm sorry. This feels like, oh, the poor Japanese, they can't even have a real culture like England. That's how this comes off to me. What publication? This is from the Telegraph. It's a Tory rag. I'm not surprised. The trend became known as kawaii. Just out of curiosity. Just to get like, oh, interesting. In Japanese popular culture, appealing in an endearing way, i.e. cute. Sneeze. But like, this is like saying the trend became known as kawaii. This is like saying the trend became known as cute. Oh no. They have their own word for cute. That's crazy, dog. The Japanese word for adorable. Yeah, this is just being cute. You're like making up phrases for. This is like saying there's a trend online called cuteness. What? That doesn't make sense. As kawaii gained in popularity, its self-infantilizing followers embraced baby talk, pastel-colored fashion, and fluffy animals. A couple of things. No, it didn't. Like, people who dress in like pastel goth or like the Japanese like Lolita style like aren't infantilizing themselves. They're adopting a unique aesthetic. This is like someone who doesn't understand goth culture, like talking about how goths are just a hair's breadth away from death because of their aesthetic. Just totally not understanding like it's an outfit to have fun with. Like they're having fun with their fashion. You know, like they're not infantilizing themselves. They still want to be treated like goddamn adults. They're just adopting a different aesthetic. And fluffy animals. Yep. No one before the Japanese invented cute had or liked fluffy animals. They also reveled in manga, comics in which the big-eyed heroines seemed eternally childlike. Okay, one, most manga is about boys. So heroes. Second of all, a lot of manga isn't cute. I'm sorry. Has Stu ever read? Like I'm sorry. Has he ever read Berserk? Ah, look at this extraordinarily cute art style. The famously kawaii Berserk. God. This is actually far more insane than I thought. The decade bore witness to a generation that refused to grow up. Yes, as we all know, 50-year-old Japanese people are so childlike. They're basically giddy with wonder. I honestly... Like he's talking about people who are in their mid-50s right now, saying that they never grew up. This is insane to me. And who could blame them if growing up meant becoming trapped in the cheerless world of work? That's what happens. That's actually what happened in Japanese culture. This is like he's writing an article about like an imagined past that like somehow offended him, and then never bothered to actually look into what life is like in Japan. Yeah, Junji Ito, eternally kawaii. Not to be confused with kawaii. Although, you know, Junji Ito, very kawaii and kawaii. I don't know why my nose is running, but I love you all. Sorry if I have to sniffle a bit. Who wanted to face reality when reality was mired in economic recession? Kawaii typified a retreat from the alienating real world into postmodern simulation. Japan has long had a controlling interest in cuteness. What? All small things are most adorable, wrote the courtier Sai Shonagon in the Pillow Book as long ago as 1002. Yes, because one guy wrote about things being cute 1,000 years ago. Clearly, they cornered the market. This is silly. Yeah, Japan, arbiter of cuteness. I don't make the rules. Only Stu makes the rules. But the country is not alone in seeking refuge in soft and fuzzy feelings. Today, grown-ups in the West have not only been seduced by cute novel... oh my god, dude. Nah, I'm sorry. This is insane. This is insanely racist. Today, grown-ups in the West have not only been seduced by cute novelties from the East. Oh, the seduction of foreigners. The insidious Japanese have seduced the youth of the West with their Hello Kitty and bubble tea. This is just racism. Like, this guy found out his kid was watching My Hero Academia and is just incredibly upset. I am vomiting right now. Yeah. So, sorry, today grown-ups in the West have not only been seduced by cute novelties from the East, whether Hello Kitty or bubble tea, they've also become kidults on their own terms. We read Harry Potter, binge Marvel films, and gorge on cupcakes? Being an adult is when no cupcake. I guess. I'm sorry. This is throwing me. This is not going where I thought it was gonna go. I'm sorry. Just to pull back the curtain, I had a whole thing here about like Nazi propaganda. How like the Nazis like used card games to like make themselves look cool and powerful to like the youth. You know, I was gonna talk about that, and like I was gonna talk a little bit about like how Nazism was sold in democracies, because part of what I was going to rope in here was that like Nazi fashion was actually bad, and that a lot of the reason people perceive Nazi fashion as good is due to Nazi propaganda portraying it as powerful and good and stylish, when in reality it's mediocre, it's talentless, you know. The point I was going to make here was basically just like, you know, part of the reason that like people currently in today's world are like, well, you know, that Hugo Boss had some good ideas about fashion design, is entirely a product of like coordinated Nazi propaganda. Like the fact that like part of Hitler's agenda was creating the perception that Germans were the most cultured and best dressed on the continent, and like even like had a state-funded fashion institute to push that idea. I was going to talk all about that, but like this is nothing. This has nothing to do with what I thought where I thought this was going to go. Like I prepped this segment ahead of time, and it is going absolutely in a different direction. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like the only reference so far is like in an offhanded way. All right. Yeah, again, eating cupcakes is childish. Heedless of the truth that these were all, at least initially, products for children. I'm sorry, cupcakes were products for... I'm sorry. Cupcakes invented... Okay. The earliest extant description of what is now often called a cupcake is in 1796, when the recipe for a light cake to bake in small cups was written by in American Cookery by Amelia Simmons. There's literally there's nothing in this about children. There's no evidence whatsoever that cupcakes were invented for children. Fuck you. Fuck you for just making that up. Following the success of last year's Barbie blockbuster, toy maker Mattel has confirmed that it has 45 other films in development. That's way too many films. Holy shit. I will agree, that is an obscene amount of films to put in development. Inspired by its various brands, including a Polly Pocket movie starring Lily Collins and directed by Lena Dunham. Oh man, that's gonna crash and burn so magnificently. I can't wait. But also, this isn't like an obsession with cuteness. This is just called capitalism and brand recognition. That's what this is called. This has nothing to do with like. This has nothing to do with cuteness. It's just the brands. The adult-child hierarchy has been subverted in our search for an escape from grown-up life. The canniest of cultural businesses have made money from exploiting the blurring of lines, effectively monetizing our infantilization. In her 2012 book, Our Aesthetic Categories, a study of how our judgments of taste have changed in the 21st century, the cultural theorist Sian Nagai argued, with echoes of Lorenz, that cuteness is the aestheticization of powerlessness. She meant simply that things that submit to us, pets, dolls, a Japanese cartoon cat, or even chatters, give us pleasure. The less formally articulated the commodity, the guy thought, the cuter. Consider, she suggested, a baby's bath sponge shaped like a cartoon frog. Its purpose is to be pressed against a baby's body and squished in a way guaranteed to repeatedly crush and deform its somewhat formless face. What? Art connoisseurs of previous centuries argued over distinctions between the beautiful, the picturesque, and the sublime. But such categories are no longer enough if we want to understand why things give us pleasure today. Cuteness is one of the new ways we judge what delights us at a time when we're surrounded not by beautiful paintings or sublime natural vistas, but by mass-produced objects such as frog sponges. Did this guy, like, go into, like, his daughter's, like, bathroom and see, like, the baby sponge she got for her newborn and just, like, have a rage spasm and, like, his fingers just, like, spasmed across the keyboard and created this? You guys caught that little embellishment, didn't you? This is wild stuff, dude. The fetishization of I don't know why this. Oh, it's a Hello Kitty video from Avril Lavigne. Good for her. He sounds like a return dude on Twitter. Oh, he's 100%. The fetishization of cuteness, part of our cultural turn towards childishness, especially in response to uncertain, uneasy times. might seem obviously terrible, it reduces us to passive mass market consumers a century after the thinkers of the Frankfurt School warned of how we prefer to dull our senses with consumer products rather than take control of our destinies. Okay, this is all just like gibberish, dude. Like, you can mass market things that don't look cute. That is a thing you can do. Like, the idea that only cute things are mass marketed or have mass market appeal, insane. Yeah, also, whenever the Frankfurt School is mentioned, the red flags go up. There are other downsides to this rise of cuteness. Don't kawaii street fashions, such as Lolita subcultures appropriating Victorian girls' dresses with oversized bows, mark a step backwards for equality of the sexes? Certainly the fact that Hello Kitty hasn't got a mouth has been seen by some as emblematic of female submissiveness. First of all, Hello Kitty talks, okay? Like, she doesn't have a mouth because it's cheaper to animate, okay? When she doesn't have a mouth, it's cheaper to animate. But also, like, let me just can I get this image? There we go. Also, she has a fucking mouth. Like I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you here, okay? Oh, there are reasons to be cynical about cuteness as a concept because it's used as a marketing tool, but like none of the reasons in this article are reasons to be cynical about cuteness. There's not a reason to be cynical about cuteness related to it trapping anyone who likes cute things into eternal childhood. That's ridiculous. God. Also, can we back this up right here? Don't kawaii street fashions such as Lolita subcultures appropriating Victorian girls' dresses with oversized bows mark a step backward for equality of the sexes. No. No? Women can wear suits. Men can wear Lolita dresses if they want. If anything, men not wearing Lolita dresses is a step backward for equality of the sexes. Okay? Women can wear pants. Men, you all need to step up and start wearing your Lolita dresses. My God. Again, streaming for 8 hours. My mouth is a little bit mushy. I want a Lolita dress so bad. They're so cool, dude. I've heard people claim that Hello Kitty is sexist because her not having a mouth means women should be quiet. Yeah, but that's like that's stupid. Like that's stupid as hell, right? Like her design, like in a plush, doesn't have a mouth. In like things where she communicates, she has a mouth because she talks. She's not a silent protagonist. We have several more paragraphs left, and I know this is gonna get stupider somehow. But matters aren't always that simple. When Avril Lavigne released her Hello Kitty music video in 2014, in which blank-faced Japanese women dressed in hot pink tights danced automaton-like, she faced backlash for indulging in Orientalist stereotypes. Dude, you accused the entire culture of Japan for regressing into childishness. By implying that women who embrace cuteness are patsies of consumerism, Levine had failed to see that cuteness can have a thrivingly subversive energy. I don't think he realizes what he's saying here. Like, in this music video, he's saying that Avril Lavigne faced backlash for indulging in Orientalist stereotypes. And then accuses Avril Lavigne of failing to see the truth, which is that cuteness can have a thrillingly submissive and subversive energy. Right? Which, like, I don't know, it kind of feels like he's attaching that to Japanese women. Like when he's talking about like, he spent half the article talking about how like part of the appeal of cuteness is like the submissiveness, the vulnerability of it. And then like in this video he's like, yeah, these blank-faced Japanese women are thrillingly subversive in their energy because they're cute, which like just sounds like you're calling Japanese women submissive and like powerless, which is another racist stereotype. All right. Indeed, cuteness might be a form of postmodern irony par excellence, an appearance of powerlessness that is anything but. It's striking that Somerset House's cute show includes a section on the pink baklava sporting art collective Pussy Riot, who the curators argue use a subversive form of cuteness to protest against Putin. Which is absolutely an Orientalist stereotype. Yeah. Sorry. Let me get like a... Okay, wait. All right. Wait a minute. This was the first image when I Googled Pussy Riot. Because I forgot what they looked like. It's just like... This is not a cute aesthetic. Like, of all the things to call a... Like, Pussy Riot, cool. I like them, you know? But, like, I don't think their aesthetic falls into the category of cute. At all. Like, I would say this is something else. Like, maybe like a... like, quirky aesthetic. Like... I mean, honestly, it's kind of like a quirky punk aesthetic, if anything. But I don't think I'd describe this as cute. You know? Academics... Yeah, apparently... Cute is when colors exist. On women, particularly. Academics have ascribed all kinds of benefits to cuteness from a 2012 study that found the viewing of pictures of puppies can have a powerful effect on concentration. Perhaps brain surgeons should watch animal videos on YouTube before going into the operating theater. To a more recent report on how featuring images of kittens on recycling bins greatly increases their usage, maybe cuteness could even save the planet. Jesus Christ. Less encouragingly, American neuroscientists have also discovered a phenomenon called cute aggression. When something cute appears before our eyes, a minority of us are consumed not by warm feelings, but by murderous impulse. When you confront an adorable image, you may also find yourself wanting to destroy it, that you're not overwhelmed by positive feelings. Certainly that's how I feel when I see another repeat of Bambi on TV. Okay, that sounds like a you problem, my guy. That sounds I think we found the self-report. I think we figured out. I think we figured out why this guy is coming off like a complete and total psycho throughout this entire thing. This is your average British boomer. That's true. I would also be a psycho if I had to eat British food my entire life. Like imagine stealing all of the world's spices and you still eat what the British do. It's crazy. Wait, that's not cute aggression? Cute aggression, if I recall correctly, is about seeing a cute kitten but being overwhelmed by the feelings of protection and not being able to cuddle the cat. Yeah, you know, when you're outside and you see a little baby bunny and you just want to snap its neck. I know that includes me. That's apparently Stu. Apparently Stu is just like, fuck yeah. I want that hunter to fucking kill Bambi's mom. Shoot it now. Like he's just like what a complete psychopath. But the pursuit of cuteness can be a violent business in its own right. Just think of the demand for cuter, more Insta-worthy pet dogs with foreshortened muzzles, flat faces, and big needy eyes, irrespective of evidence that dogs bred to look adorable can suffer from severe physical and psychological problems. Look at it this way. The cute economy is hardly benign. Perhaps then La Fontaine was right, and dogs would have been better off remaining wild rather than becoming the wheezing occupants of their owners' handbags. Well, one, I think a lot of the popularity of unhealthy dogs is due to people not knowing that certain breeds of dogs are incredibly unhealthy. But like, I don't think it's people like maliciously buying dogs. You know, it's just people don't know. And if they did know, I think they'd make better choices. You know? Again, a lot of this seems to just be the commodification of certain aesthetics. And it's interesting, right, that in the beginning of the article he talks about like the founding of Sanrio and like the Sanrio's founder not landing on the aesthetic of Hello Kitty because like he genuinely cared about like, you know, an artistic aesthetic, but landing on it due to testing out two products and seeing that one did better than the other and adjusting his business model to maximize profit based off of that aesthetic, you know? Like this is just like, and he's a Tory. Like this is a Tory rag, right? So he like he's in favor of this sort of commodification. He's just grumbling and upset about it because it's not the kind of aesthetic he likes. This is old man like yells at cloud writ large, but specifically about like anime and tiny dogs. This is honestly pathetic and racist and sad. And then it's wild to me that he ends it on just like admitting, yeah, if I saw something cute, I'd want to kill it. Like what an insane thing to like put in your article. Like how do you write that and not realize you're a total psycho? Well, folks, we have now hit hour 8 on the stream. If you've been enjoying things, please hit the follow button. I haven't seen anybody hit the follow button over on Twitch. Shame on you, Twitch chatters, in a while now. But hit the subscribe button on YouTube and consider hitting the like button. I'd very, very much appreciate it. Chat, we have had the pleasure today of breaking 3,400 subscribers. We're actually sitting at 1 subscriber away from 3,420. Blaze it. I really appreciate that, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. Now, how are we doing on... Oh, hey, sorry, I just realized the video I put out on how to break the two-party duopoly is actually the latest video on the YouTube channel. Nice. But let's see. How many likes does the stream have? Did you guys do good? Hey, you guys got 104 likes on the stream. Good job, everybody. It's still 1 like less than last stream, but you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, no, Charlie, that turned from being what I thought would be like kind of an interesting talk about kind of the origins of like the anime manga aesthetic from its roots in World War II. I thought so. Here's what I thought that article was going to be. I thought that article was going to be talking about like art in Germany during like the Nazi era, and how like there was an interchange of culture between like Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, and that then post World War II, like that kind of, it morphed a lot due to the violence of the war and stuff, and there was kind of this embracing of a new aesthetic that hadn't previously really found a foothold. And then I thought I was going to be able to talk more about like Nazi propaganda and like framing techniques in like film and art and stuff. And I thought it was going to be much more related to the aesthetic and much less how dare those kids? I saw Sailor Moon and it made me feel things. You know, I thought it was going to be a lot less just out of touch old man ranting, you know? Nothing prepared me for that. God damn. Like how could anything prepare me for that? God. Also, you know, not too bad for 8 hours in with like 150, 170 people watching. Not too shabby, folks. I'm telling you. And this is going to bring us back full circle. One day, I've said it since I started this channel. I'll say it again. One day we're going to be bigger than Hasan, baby. Good morning, Native Gamer. How you doing? It's all old man screams at cloud anymore. I know, right? No one tell him about Samurai Pizza Kits. I feel like Imperial Japan was not kawaii. No, it was very kawaii. That was on the same level of Dead Domain's Alex Jones voice. I is that good? Like I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I haven't heard their Alex Jones voice. Some people would rather write weird ass articles than talk to a therapist. True. It's so good. Okay, I'm glad it was good. Also, it's really cool. Like, it's just been really neat to see, like, the YouTube chat kind of take off and have a life of its own. I like seeing you guys chat in all of the chats. It's very nice. I'm gonna go make a frozen pizza because I feel like you know late night frozen pizza stream. 8 hours. Y'all were really kind to me. Again, thank you so goddamn much to Jurgen, for that incredibly large dono. I would ask one last time, if any of y'all got anything good out of this content tonight, consider dropping some subs or donos. Putting on nightly shows for you guys every weekday, the best of my ability. We're also probably going to be doing weekends this month because I'm gonna not be able to stream when I'm in New York. Maybe I'll do like a phone stream. We'll see how that goes. I don't know if I'm able to multi-stream off my phone, but we'll see what we can figure out. And let's raid ourselves into Tofu Ghost. Tofu Ghost is ridiculously pretty. Guess you don't have a laptop? I do have a laptop. It's just not a good streaming laptop. It's like a good word processing laptop. Bon appetit. Oh, thanks, Vixen. Hope to see you in YouTube chat again real soon. This was an amazing chat. I will be back. Have a great night. I'm glad you'll be back, Hypno Amber. Glad we got a couple new converts. Hell yeah. And I'll see you all on the flippity dippity. Gonna end the Twitch stream. Now I'm gonna end the YouTube stream. And if you want to keep watching, come over to riverboat.gg because we're going to host Tofu Ghost. And that rhymed unintentionally. Bye.